Chapter 91. Back at the sect, Li Fuchen handed in his mission and accepted another one. The quest this time was no longer a low-tier quest. Instead, it was an elite, intermediate quest. The mission was to annihilate the Black Wind Bandit group in the east of Azure Forest City and retrieve the head of the Black Wind Bandit group's leader. The mission reward was 8,000 contribution points. Is this guy crazy? He actually dared to accept an intermediate elite quest. A regular 5th level Origin Realm Inner Sect disciple wouldn't dare to accept a mission of this grade. Only 3 or 4 mid-level Origin Realm Inner Sect disciples would dare to accept it. I recognize him. He is called Li Fuchen and was once the Outer Sect's #1 disciple. So what if he's the #1 disciple of the Outer Sect? The Inner Sect is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. That's right. The Black Wind Bandit band has over 100 men and their leader is at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Going alone would be courting death. In the mission hall, plenty of Inner Sect disciples were pointing at Li Fuchen. Are you sure you want to accept this mission? The Inner Sect deacon of the mission hall frowned. I'm sure. Li Fuchen nodded. All right. The Inner Sect deacon was speechless. To even accept such a mission, Zhang Xian wondered if the other party had lost his mind. However, according to the rules of the mission hall, apart from the first mission, one had to take on a low-grade mission. The rest of the missions were up to them, and he had no right to interfere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the other party to take on this mission. He didn't have the qualifications to do so. Under the attention of everyone, Li Fuchen left the mission hall. Qinglin City was very far from the Azure Water Sect, even further than the previous trip to Blackrock City. Li Fuchen still didn't ride the demonic blood horse and used the wind shadow steps to hasten his journey. Half a month later, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the east side of Qinglin City. It was already late at night, and the silhouette of a small town came into Zhao Yunyang's line of sight. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the town appeared quiet and serene. In the town's only restaurant, several martial artists were drinking. Seeing Li Fuchen coming in from the outside, a few of them had a flash of light in their eyes. To be able to venture out into the world at such a young age, he was either ridiculously strong or indifferent to worldly affairs. Li Fuchen didn't eat in the main hall. He asked the waiter to send his dinner to his room. Young hero, your dinner is here. The waiter knocked on the door. Put it on the table. In the bathroom, Li Fuchen was taking a bath. All right. The waiter pushed open the guest room door, put down the dinner, and left, closing the door behind him. Squinting his eyes, Li Fuchen lay comfortably in the barrel. The reason why he accepted 2 missions in a row was that he didn't want to live too comfortably. There is a saying that goes, live in hardship and perish in ease. Cultivating in silence seemed to save energy, but that was not the case. Martial artists needed to have the fighting spirit to fight against the heavens, against the earth, and against others. Without this fighting spirit, no matter how high one's aptitude was, one's potential would not be able to reach the limit. But in the Zhanglan sect, due to the sect rules, disciples were not allowed to kill each other, which was why there were sect missions. However, if the sect's missions were too simple, they wouldn't be of any use. Li Fuchen needed to know his own limits. This was the main reason why he had accepted the intermediate elite quest. Earning contribution points and coins was secondary. The night passed. The next morning, Li Fuchen set off for Lianyan Mountains. Lianyan Mountains was the largest mountain range in Qinglin City. It was connected to many other cities. The Lianyan Mountains had undulating peaks and countless caves. Whenever the Qinglin City's city lord sent out an army to eliminate the Black Wind Bandit band, they would always escape. As time passed, the Qinglin City's city lord didn't put in as much effort anymore. Along the way, Li Fuchen saw many villages in a mess. After asking around, he found out that the Black Wind Bandit band just came a few days ago. Not only did they steal all their gold coins, they even abducted the prettiest girls in the village. This small band of bandits sure are arrogant. To be honest, a bandit band whose leader was only at the 5th level of the Origin Realm wasn't considered a big bandit band. A real big bandit band would definitely have an Earthrealm martial artist. As the upper echelons of the Zhanglan sect wouldn't bother with local affairs, these matters were handled by the city lord. So as long as the big bandit bands didn't do anything like massacring a village, and were smart, they would usually be able to live a carefree life for a long time. Until one day, when an unexpected disaster befalls, they would collapse. Black Wind Valley, a treacherous place in the Lianyan Mountains. On both sides of the valley, there were towering peaks and precipitous cliffs. In the middle, there was only a small path. If a large group of people were to enter, they would be buried alive by the rolling boulders from both sides of the mountain, leaving nothing behind. Li Fuchen was bold and without hesitation, he stepped into the Black Wind Valley. Chief, someone entered the Black Wind Valley. On one side of the cliff was a cave. Inside the cave, a 9th-level Qi Realm martial artist reported to the skinny man. "Let's go take a look." The skinny man came to the entrance of the cave and looked down. On the small path in the valley, a gray-robed youth was walking into the depths of the Black Wind Valley. A little brat. Looking at his Qi presence, he seems to be at the 6th level of the Qi realm. Let's go and tie him up. Doesn't the third leader like handsome youths? Giving him to her will definitely make her happy. The lean man laughed out loud. He took a coil of rope from the side of the cave wall and threw it down. The gray-robed youth was obviously Li Fuchen. While out in the world, inner sect disciple attire had its pros and cons. The pros were that trouble usually wouldn't come knocking. The cons were that once trouble came knocking, it would be big trouble. Li Fuchen didn't want his inner sect attire to arouse suspicion, hence he changed into a gray robe. As for concealing his cultivation Qi presence, it was his innate spirit soul ability, which he had mastered when he was at the Qi realm. An Origin Realm martial artist and a dozen 9th-level Qi Realm martial artists slid down the rope. The skinny man pointed at Li Fuchen, "Tie him up." "Roger that." 2 9th-level Qi Realm martial artists rushed forward. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured. He fought with his life on the line and was knocked out by one of them with a single palm strike. 10 miles away, there was a mountain peak that wasn't tall but was very thick. There were plenty of caves on the mountain peak. Inside the main cave, there was a giant karst cave. The karst cave extended in all directions and was decorated magnificently. In the middle, there was even a large pool. In the pool, a dozen naked girls were playing around, stroking their hair seductively. But looking closely, one could see traces of numbness and hatred in the depths of their eyes. And right in front of the pool, 2 robust men were seated on stone chairs, drinking and chatting. "Black Wind Chief, my clan's chieftain said that as long as you are willing to join the Lianyan stronghold, this technique manual is yours." The masked man took out a manual and placed it on the stone table. The Black Wind Chief was a burly man with a curly beard. He casually took a look at the manual and thought that it should be a yellow class, high-tier technique manual. Even though a yellow class, high-tier technique manual was precious, but he already had one. But when he flipped open the manual, his expression changed. "Yellow class, peak-tier technique manual?" The masked man laughed. "That's right. What do you want me to do?" The Black Wind Chief asked. "Simple. Give the Lianyan stronghold 100,000 gold coins every year." "Deal." The Black Wind Chief didn't have any hesitation. No wonder the Black Wind Chief could establish the Black Wind Bandit Band. "You sure are a straightforward man." The masked man was satisfied with the Black Wind Chief's attitude. Chapter 92. Third Chieftain, Third Chieftain. From another spacious cave, a voice could be heard. "Courting death, who is it?" This was a cave room. The floor of the cave was covered with demonic beast fur. A fat figure was pressing on top of a strong man, squirming non-stop. Hearing the voice from outside, he couldn't help but roar. "Third Chieftain, we caught a handsome youth and brought him to you." The voice was filled with flattery. "Handsome youth?" The fat figure lifted his head. It was an ugly woman who was as fat as a pig. Her eyes were glowing and her saliva was dripping down. What's the use of keeping you? After killing the strong man, the ugly woman stood up and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the skinny man was holding Li Fuchen. Third chieftain. Seeing the ugly woman, the skinny man got nervous. The third chieftain was called Zhang Xinyang and was at the 5th level of the origin realm. She cultivated a unique technique called the soft cotton technique. The soft cotton technique didn't just cultivate qi, it also refined the body. The more fat on the body, the stronger the body. If a regular 5th level origin realm martial artist didn't use a weapon, they wouldn't even be able to break through Zhang Xinyang's defense. Zhang Xinyang was lustful. Within the Black Wind Bandit band, as long as they had a decent appearance, they would have been forcefully taken by Zhang Xinyang. The skinny man was no exception. Luckily the Black Wind chief restrained her, if not, no one would want to stay in the Black Wind Bandit band. This is the handsome youth you were talking about. The ugly woman looked at Li Fuchen and drooled. Li Fuchen was already handsome, with a pair of sword-like eyebrows, eyes like the stars, a tall nose, and distinct facial features. Apart from that, his valiant physique gave Li Fuchen an indescribable charm. The more the ugly woman looked at him, the more she liked him. She couldn't wait to throw herself on the ground. Yes, third chieftain. The skinny man drooled. Very well, you have done a great job. This bottle of 100-year milk stone is for you. Zhang Xinyang threw a jade bottle to the skinny man. Thank you, third chieftain. The skinny man was overjoyed. The effects of the 100-year milk stone was equivalent to a mid-tier, yellow-class pill. The value of this small bottle was almost on par with a high-tier, yellow-class pill. Putting away the jade bottle, the skinny man tactfully left. Even his steps were light. Little brother, don't worry. I will treat you well. Come in with me. Zhang Xinyang picked up the tied-up Li Fuchen and walked into the depths of the cave. Arriving at the cave room, Zhang Xinyang kicked away the dead strong man and put Li Fuchen down. She laughed, little brother, you don't look strong, but you do have some weight. You don't look like a useless person. This is the base of the Black Wind Bandit band. Li Fuchen's muscles exerted strength and the rope broke inch by inch. A valiant chi presence was emitted from his body. Who are you? Zhang Xinyang was startled, and immediately shouted. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that from now on, there will no longer be a Black Wind Bandit band. Courting death. Zhang Xinyang sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen, the boundless palm force caused the air in the cave to expand. Paw! Li Fuchen pressed his palm against it. One of them was a 5th level origin realm martial artist and the other was a 2nd level origin realm martial artist. Logically speaking, the former should be able to suppress the latter. But Li Fuchen wasn't a regular 2nd level origin realm martial artist. With the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique at the 10th rank, his chi was extremely dense and pure, far surpassing a regular 5th level origin realm martial artist. Complemented with his dominant physique. A single palm strike was able to destroy everything in its path and melt metal. Ah! Zhang Xinyang let out a miserable shriek as she flew backwards and crashed into the cave wall. Her right arm and right forearm were charred black like charcoal and the smell of roasted meat permeated the air. Zhang Xinyang wasn't bad, after suffering such a serious injury, she became even more vicious. She opened her mouth to warn the others. With a flash of a shadow, Li Fuchen pointed at Zhang Xinyang's forehead. With a tilt of her head, Zhang Xinyang went silent. The cave was connected in all directions. Every time Li Fuchen arrived at a cave room, he would swiftly finish off the bandits within. With the wind shadow step's soundless presence, no one noticed anything amiss. Arriving at a spacious and luxurious cave room, Li Fuchen suddenly moved and drew his black iron sword. Within the cave room, 5 men were surrounding a stone table and gambling. The stone table was filled with gold coins. Based on the chi presence, 1 was at the 5th level of the origin realm, 2 were at the 3rd level of the origin realm, and 2 were at the 2nd level of the origin realm. The one at the 5th level of the origin realm was a bald man with bare arms. On his back was a tattoo of a ferocious-looking black tiger. It was probably one of the 3 leaders of the Black Wind Bandits, second leader Li Heihu, who had the same surname as Li Fuchen. The other 4 should be the leaders of the Black Wind Bandits. The 5 of them were having fun and were on their guard. What's more, the 5 of them didn't think that an enemy would sneak into their lair. When Li Heihu, who had the highest cultivation level, noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. With a flash of a shadow, a cold and sharp sword light formed into a single blade. PFFF PFFF PFFF, the 5 of them clutched their necks as they fell to the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that they would be killed in their lair. They didn't expect the assailant's sword skills to be so superb, to actually slice their throats in a split second. It was a little thrilling. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't wish to alert the enemy. The reason he was able to deal with the 5 of them in an instant wasn't because he was much stronger than them, but mainly because he had caught them off guard. If the 5 of them were on their guard, he could at most kill 2 of them in an instant, and that did not include the second-in-command of the Black Wind Bandits, Li Heihu. It was almost impossible to kill 3 people in an instant. Of course, if it was any other Zhanglan inner sect disciple, even if they were unprepared, they wouldn't be able to kill all 5 of them in a split second. To be able to kill 5 people in an instant, the requirements for one's movement technique and sword technique were too high. If his movement technique wasn't fast enough, the other party might be able to react. If his swordsmanship wasn't fast enough, he wouldn't be able to kill all 5 of them in an instant. Fortunately, I cultivated the Wind Shadow incantation. Even though the Wind Shadow technique was not as strong as the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique, it was fast and elusive. Moreover, with his strength, what he lacked was not attacking power. If the attack power was slightly weaker, but the speed was a level higher, it would be even more terrifying and difficult to defend against. Let's get rid of the main culprit first before going through the valuables. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the gold coins on the stone table. With a flash of his body, he skimmed out of the cavern. The cavern's main hall was grand and majestic. There were 4 entrances that were each guarded by 2 bandits. Bang bang! 2 charred corpses flew into the cavern's main hall, alerting the Black Wind Chief and the masked man. Who is it? The Black Wind Chief had an unpleasant expression on his face. The Black Wind Bandit Band had been established for more than a year, and this was the first time their nest was invaded by an enemy. This made him lose all face. Sitting on the stone chair, the masked man's palm was still caressing the naked girl's body. He spoke indifferently, "Black Wind Chief, it seems like your nest isn't that safe either." The Black Wind Chief spoke in a gloomy tone, "Lu Xiong, don't worry. I will deal with this person soon." As he spoke, he pushed away the naked girl on top of him and stood up. His cold eyes looked straight at the entrance where the 2 charred corpses flew in. Patter, patter. Footsteps could be heard as a gray-robed youth walked in. Chapter 93. Li Fuchen sized up the Black Wind Chief, who had a curly beard. The Black Wind Chief had a high cultivation level and was already at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. His weapon wasn't a sword but a saber. In the Azure Water region, most of the people used swords, and very few used other weapons. However, it was also because of this that one had to be careful when encountering martial artists using other weapons. Because you don't know his routine. As Li Fuchen was sizing up the Black Wind Chief, the Black Wind Chief was also sizing up Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was 1.8 meters in height, with a slender body that was as straight as a spear. Standing there, he gave off a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain. An expert. Intuition told the Black Wind Chief that Li Fuchen was an expert. "Brat, you barged into my Black Wind Mountain. Do you know the punishment?" The Black Wind Chief placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber. "Chief Black Wind, you've caused chaos in Azure Forest City. How should you be punished?" Li Fuchen asked the Black Wind Chief. "Brat, you must be tired of living." The Black Wind Chief's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ignoring the murderous intent in the eyes of the Black Wind Chief, Li Fuchen tilted his head and looked at the masked man who remained silent. In his eyes, the 6th level of the Origin Realm masked man was much more dangerous than the Black Wind Chief. Courting death. Drawing his long saber, the Black Wind Chief executed a leap slash at Li Fuchen. The timing of this blade was quite accurate, just at the moment when Li Fuchen looked at the masked man. The masked man nodded. The Black Wind Chief's combat experience was pretty good. It was a pity that he encountered Li Fuchen. Even without looking at the Black Wind Chief, Li Fuchen could sense the trajectory of this saber. With a sidestep, Li Fuchen easily avoided the slash of the saber. Chaotic Cloak Blade Art. The Black Wind Chief was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined. After missing his first saber move, he suddenly executed a yellow class, peak tier saber art. From the looks of the saber art's spirituality, it was obviously at the completion stage. It wasn't just geniuses who could train a peak-tier yellow-class martial art to great success. As long as an ordinary martial artist was willing to put in the time, they could also cultivate to great success. Within a radius of a few meters, Li Fuchen was instantly enveloped by the light green saber wind. Li Fuchen was trapped within and could be severed at the waist at any moment. Flying Dragon Sword Art. Against the completion stage saber style of the Black Wind Chief, Li Fuchen drew his sword and executed the yellow class, peak-tier Soaring Dragon Sword style. As he stepped into the Origin Realm, Li Fuchen's Soaring Dragon Sword style had already reached the trance stage from the perfection stage. With this execution, the sword presence burst into the sky. The Black Wind Chief felt as though he saw an illusory giant dragon shaking its head and tail as it charged at him. Crackle! The chaotic cloak blade technique was broken, and the blade wind dissipated. The masked man narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, "You are a Zhanglan inner sect disciple?" To have such sword Dao proficiency at such a young age, who else could it be other than the Azure Water sect's inner sect disciples? Zhanglan sect inner sect disciple. The Black Wind leader was startled. This group of prodigies were all malevolent stars. Before the Black Wind Bandit Band was established, one of the bandit bands was annihilated by the Azure Water sect's inner sect disciples. Li Fuchen didn't reply to them and used another Soaring Dragon Sword style to attack the Black Wind Chief. The Black Wind Chief's chi was slightly stronger than Li Fuchen's, but his saber skills were inferior to Li Fuchen's sword skills. Ding ding dang dang. The Black Wind Chief kept retreating, and before he knew it, he had retreated to the cave wall. Rumble. Li Fuchen's blade blasted a large hole on the cave wall. The Soaring Dragon Sword style didn't just have a high lethality, it had a wide attack range and was extremely domineering. But other than a trickle of blood from the corner of the Black Wind Chief's mouth, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Tripart Sword style. Suddenly, Li Fuchen's sword stance changed, as 3 sword lights lit up at the same time. Not good. The Black Wind Chief's eyes shrank, as more pale green chi was emitted from his body and saber. Sparks blossomed as the Black Wind Chief was able to block 2 of the sword lights in time. But he couldn't block the 3rd sword light no matter what and got cleaved at his chest. With his chi dissipating, the Black Wind Chief vomited blood as he leaned against the cave wall. He was about to be cleaved by the sword. Die! Right at this moment, the masked man made his move. The masked man's weapon was also a saber, a long and narrow saber. Once the saber was unsheathed, a majestic chi extended along the tip of the saber by 3 feet. The originally 4 feet long saber was now 7 feet long. Crack! The ground and the cave wall were split open, with gravel flying everywhere. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen tiptoed on the ground and dodged the saber like a phantom. Such strength! Li Fuchen couldn't help but take a deep breath. They were both at the 6th level of the Origin Realm, but the masked man was much stronger than the Black Wind Chief. If he didn't guess wrongly, the masked man's cultivation technique should be a peak-tier, yellow-class technique. He could easily kill Jiang Dahai and severely injure Zhang Xinyang with a single palm strike. It wasn't because of anything else, but because he cultivated the mystic class, mid-tier, Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, and it was at the 10th rank. In a battle between martial artists, cultivation was important, but so was cultivation techniques. Both were the foundation of a martial artist. Which is why, to judge a martial artist's ability, it wasn't just the cultivation level, it was also the cultivation technique. Using the wind shadow steps, Li Fuchen constantly dodged the masked man's attacks. Swish! A naked girl was cleaved in half, while the masked man rushed out from the blood rain, forcing his way towards Li Fuchen. Damn it! Watching an innocent person die in front of him, Li Fuchen couldn't possibly not feel anything. Let's risk it all. Withdrawing the wind shadow steps, Li Fuchen switched to the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and slashed with the Scarlet Fire Sword style's sword move, Impending Inferno. Clang! Sparks flew as Li Fuchen was sent flying. What great strength! Rubbing the ground with his feet, Li Fuchen slid a few meters away. Long River Saber style. The masked man took a few steps back too, but he quickly regained his balance and shot forward to catch up to Li Fuchen. The sounds of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. The masked man's saber style was broad, with the addition of his vigorous chi that extended for 3 feet, he completely suppressed Li Fuchen. Prairie Fire. With a burst of sword light, Li Fuchen obstructed the masked man for a split second. Making use of this split second, Li Fuchen hurriedly escaped from his opponent's sword presence. Only the meteor sword style can kill my opponent. But now is not the time, I need to land a hit. Revolving the wind shadow steps, Li Fuchen was like a lizard, sprinting along the walls of the cave, not giving the masked man a chance to catch up. What's going on? Why isn't he injured at all? As he pursued Li Fuchen, the masked man pondered. In terms of ability, he was much stronger than Li Fuchen. Logically speaking, Li Fuchen should have suffered some minor injuries after clashing with him. But looking at Li Fuchen, he was obviously full of vigor and didn't look like he was injured at all. Seems like my opponent cultivated a formidable body refinement technique. The masked man's eyes flashed with a cold light. Martial artists that dual cultivated martial arts and body refinement were much stronger than regular martial artists. Not only did they have superior ability, but their physical defenses were also several-fold stronger. Unless one was able to suppress their opponent, it was impossible to injure them with chi within a short period of time. Where do you think you're hiding? Chapter 94. Cool breeze blowing. Against so many hidden weapons, Li Fuchen didn't dare to be negligent. He executed his fastest sword style, the cool breeze sword style, to deflect all the hidden weapons. Just as Li Fuchen deflected all the hidden weapons, the masked man closed in again and cleaved mercilessly. Ka-la-la. The sturdy cave wall was like tofu, as a large hole was cut open by the saber. Dripping water pierces stone. Stepping on the cave wall, Li Fuchen did a somersault and instantly arrived behind the masked man. He then used the dripping sword-style sword move that was similar to Meteor Fall to stab at the masked man. This blade was unbelievably fast. Visible to the naked eye, at the tip of the black iron sword, there was an extremely condensed sword light. Get lost! The masked man reacted with extreme speed. He suddenly rotated his body and cleaved at the black iron sword. As the saber and sword clashed, a ripple spread out in the air. Li Fuchen was in mid-air, but under the force of the saber, he floated away as light as a swallow. Kid, go to hell. The Black Wind Chief had been waiting for the opportunity to kill Li Fuchen. Now that he saw Li Fuchen in mid-air and he was right behind him, how could he not know that the best opportunity was here? Bending his knee, the Black Wind Chief was like a giant grasshopper, rushing into the sky. A concentrated saber light enveloped the incoming Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen snorted. How could he not know that the Black Wind Chief had been waiting for an opportunity? This couldn't be hidden from his consciousness. Hell has no doors, yet you came. Even though he was in mid-air and had no leverage, he was still able to twist his body. Twisting his waist, Li Fuchen went from having his back to facing the Black Wind Chief. Using the flying stance, he executed the most dominant and most fearsome sword move of the Soaring Dragon sword style. Soaring Dragon in the sky. The fearsome sword presence made the Black Wind Chief feel as though he saw a nine heavens divine dragon soaring in the sky. That indescribable dominance shocked his spirit. Who could stop a dragon in the sky? No one. Crackle, crackle. As the saber light shattered, the Black Wind Chief let out a miserable shriek and was blasted into the pool by Li Fuchen. Splash, splash, splash. With a light tap on the surface of the pool, Li Fuchen came to the other side of the pool. No wonder you are an inner sect disciple of the Zhanglan sect. With your cultivation and ability, you should be one of the elite disciples in the Zhanglan sect. The masked man's voice was indifferent. Li Fuchen could feel an intense murderous aura and confidence from this indifferent tone. Boom! From bottom to top, the masked man swung his blade upwards. When the saber was brandished, the water in the pool was guided by the saber presence and turned into waves that surged towards Li Fuchen. Low-tier profound rank saber art, 100-layered waves. Li Fuchen didn't even have time to dodge. The 100-layer wave's attack range was too wide. Within a 10-meter radius, everything was within its attack range. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only take it head-on. A single spark makes a great fire. Gripping the black iron sword with both hands, Li Fuchen slashed with all his might. Whoosh! A spot of sword light burst out like a spark on the grassland, sweeping out wildly. But the masked man's ability was higher than Li Fuchen after all. In the face of absolute ability, no matter how exquisite the sword art was, it was still unable to make up for it. The wave extinguished the flames and crashed onto Li Fuchen. Kacha! Li Fuchen's entire body sank into the cavern wall behind him and was drenched in sweat. How is this possible? Nothing happened. Just as the masked man was about to deliver the fatal blow, he suddenly saw Li Fuchen jumping out from the cavern wall with eyes filled with disbelief. Sorry to disappoint you. Li Fuchen circulated his qi to evaporate the water on his body. As long as he didn't receive a direct attack, it was hard to injure him. After all, his body's defenses weren't to be trifled with. Peng 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 peng, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. A few of the Black Wind bandits that rushed in didn't even have the chance to speak before they died under Li Fuchen's blade. As for those innocent naked women, they all escaped from the karst cave hall. Inside the karst cave hall, there were thousands of holes and cracks everywhere. Be it the masked man or Li Fuchen, they weren't regular Origin Realm martial artists. With their full strength, there weren't many things that could remain intact. During the battle, Li Fuchen frequently executed the finishing moves of the dripping sword style. A pity that every move was easily neutralized by the masked man. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't interested in this. Dripping water pierces rock. Li Fuchen executed the dripping water pierces rock again. The masked man was enraged. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? After battling for such a long period of time, he roughly understood Li Fuchen's fighting style. Except for the tricolor sword style which posed a slight threat to him, he didn't even put Li Fuchen in his eyes. With the increase in saber presence, the masked man's battle strategy changed from 70% offense and 30% defense to 90% offense and 1% defense. He believed that 1 point of defense was enough. He needed to hit Li Fuchen with a single saber strike. If he didn't hit Li Fuchen directly, it would be hard to injure him. The saber light was like a waterfall. The masked man's saber moves were unrestrained and his defensive awareness was greatly reduced. This is the time. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Meteor fall. Aiming at a flaw in the masked man, Li Fuchen's sword was like lightning as he brandished it. With a burst of light, this sword was like a meteor that flew in from the heavens. With a sudden burst of light and speed, there was nothing that could stop it. Not good. The masked man tried his best to block, but it was too late. Clang! The black iron sword scraped across the long saber and pierced through the masked man's chi protection before penetrating his chest. Get lost! The masked man's eyes flashed with fear. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched at Li Fuchen's face. A pity that this punch was just a bluff. After being struck by the meteor fall, the masked man's chi was completely dispersed. Within a short period of time, it was already good enough for him to gather 20% or 30% of his chi. Tilting his head, Li Fuchen easily dodged this punch. At the same time, Li Fuchen quickly drew his sword and with a flick of his wrist, the sword light was like a venomous snake as it slashed across the masked man's throat. A large amount of fresh blood sprayed onto the ground. Clang! The long saber fell to the ground. The masked man covered his throat with one hand and pointed at Li Fuchen, trying his best to say something. Finally, the masked man breathed his last and fell to the ground. What a close shave. If I didn't cultivate the interception form Dao, I would have died at least 10 times over. A battle between martial artists was extremely dangerous. It didn't mean that if one's ability surpassed the opponent, it would mean that the opponent could be killed. Dual cultivation of martial body and martial arts gave Li Fuchen many more chances. In comparison, the masked man was rather miserable. His ability obviously surpassed Li Fuchen by quite a bit, but he still ended up like this. Removing the masked man's mask, what appeared in front of Li Fuchen was an ordinary pale face with eyes wide open. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen tilted his head and looked towards the pool. Unknowingly, the Black Wind Chief was also dead. He reckoned that when the masked man executed the 100-wave layer saber style, the shockwave killed the Black Wind Chief. Kill, take revenge for the chief. Outside the karst cave hall, dozens of bandits rushed in. The leader of the bandits was the skinny man who kidnapped Li Fuchen and brought him to the Black Wind's nest. Chapter 95. With you. Li Fuchen sneered, his eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. Swords are lethal weapons. Swords are created to kill. If swords can't kill, then it has lost its meaning. Li Fuchen's sword is undoubtedly a lethal weapon among lethal weapons. Every slash, at least 2 people died under the sword. In the karst cave hall, blood flowed like a river. Run, run quickly. The remaining few people were scared and wished their parents had more legs. They hurriedly fled out of the hall. PFFF PFFF PFFF, with a kick like lightning, Li Fuchen kicked away a weapon and penetrated the body of a horse gang. After a while, dozens of horse gang who rushed in were all beheaded. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Li Fuchen didn't have a trace of guilt. These people have hands and feet and their cultivation is not weak. If they are good people, they can live well, but they should not be horse gang. What kind of people are horse gang? They kill innocent people and bully men and women. Those naked women should have been caught by them for fun. If this kind of people doesn't die, who will? You find some clothes to wear and then find the horse gang's wealth. I will share a share with you. In one of the cavern rooms, Li Fuchen found a dozen shivering naked women and said, "Young hero, we still have many sisters locked in the prison." A woman bravely said. Li Fuchen said, "Take me there." The bandits in the cell obviously didn't know about the earth-shattering changes outside. When they saw Li Fuchen, they questioned him in a stern voice. Li Fuchen was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, one sword for one, killing them cleanly. The horse gang captured a lot of women, a total of more than 40 people. After being rescued by Li Fuchen, they couldn't help but cry. Li Fuchen sighed, "These women are very pitiful, even if they return to the original environment, I am afraid they will be discriminated. It is too difficult for women who are captured by the horse gang to keep their innocence. Don't cry, I know your heart is not good, the future is not easy, but things have come to this point, crying is useless. Now, let's empty the horse gang's wealth. When we get to the city, I will give each of you a share of the wealth. I believe with this wealth, you can live a new life." Li Fuchen said. Under Li Fuchen's persuasion, everyone got busy and searched for the horse gang's wealth. 150,000 gold coins. There was a total of 150,000 gold coins in the Black Wind Bandits' lair. This was a great fortune. Who knew how many villages and towns the Black Wind Bandits had looted? Other than that, the bandits' weapons and hundreds of inferior demonic blood horses were also worth a lot of gold coins. After finding a few carriages, Li Fuchen loaded all the gold coins and weapons onto the carriages. He then led a group of women and 100 inferior demonic blood horses towards Qinglin City. A few days later, Azure Forest City. 1,000 gold coins per person. Take care of yourselves from now on. Booking the second floor of a restaurant, Li Fuchen took out more than 40 gold cards worth 1,000 gold coins, one for each of the women, and then gave them some loose gold coins. He believed that with this 1,000 gold coins, as long as they didn't squander it wantonly, they wouldn't have to worry about the rest of their lives. Thank you, young hero, for your great kindness. This little girl has no way to repay you. In my next life, I am willing to be an ox or a horse to repay your kindness. Young hero, I will never forget your kindness. More than 40 women were all grateful. To be honest, Li Fuchen was still a little moved. Separating from the women, Li Fuchen brought along his astounding wealth and returned to the Zhanglan sect. On the way back, Li Fuchen had the thought of returning home. This time, not only did he obtain an astounding amount of wealth, he also obtained a yellow class, peak-tier technique manual. If he could allow the Li clansmen to cultivate it, the Li clan's ability would definitely rise to the next level within the next few years. What's more, he had close to 200,000 gold coins on him. If he could give 100,000 gold coins to his parents, it would definitely help his parents live a better life. But in the end, Li Fuchen didn't return. He believed that the news of him becoming an inner sect disciple had already reached the Li clan. The Li clan founder and the upper echelons of the Li clan wouldn't make things difficult for his parents anymore. Most importantly, he hoped that his return would change the Li clan. But now, he couldn't make the Li clan founder take a step back. Back at the Zhanglan sect, Li Fuchen submitted his mission. The mission hall deacon was surprised that Li Fuchen could complete the bandit extermination mission. But he thought that Li Fuchen was just lucky and coincidentally met the city lord who was exterminating the bandits. If not, Li Fuchen, who was only at the second level of the origin realm, wouldn't have been able to complete this mission. Of course, no matter what, as long as he brought back the head of the Black Wind Chief, Li Fuchen would have completed this mission. As for the process of the mission, it had nothing to do with him. After submitting the Black Wind Bandit mission, Li Fuchen didn't accept any more missions. He felt that the Wind Shadow Steps and Meteor Fall were showing signs of a breakthrough. For the past month, he had been using the Wind Shadow Steps to travel. As he hurried along, he gradually understood how to eliminate air resistance and how to make himself move faster and more stealthily. Even though he only executed Meteor Fall once, it allowed him to kill an enemy who was much stronger than him. In short, be it a light body technique or a sword style, it all had to be practiced. Only through practice would the essence be left behind. Spirit Elegant Peak, in the forest outside the courtyard. A ghostly black shadow, like a black smoke, quietly swept past. The black shadow's speed was abnormally fast. In the blink of an eye, it was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of you. To be able to move at such a fast speed and still remain stealthy, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a ghost. The black shadow went from extreme movement to extreme stillness, gently standing on a branch that even a bird wouldn't be able to stand on, swaying along with the wind. The fourth rank of Wind Shadow Steps is indeed incredible. Light body techniques were notoriously hard to cultivate, but once it was mastered, the benefits would be immense. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the effects of a light body technique in battle wasn't inferior to a chi cultivation technique. If the enemy's speed wasn't as fast as you could only passively take a beating. If the enemy's ability was too strong, you could use your light body technique to escape. In short, the stronger the light body technique, the stronger the initiative. It was up to you to fight or not. A few days later, PFFF. A piece of yellow class, mid-tier fine iron ore that was taller than a human was forcefully pierced through by Li Fuchen's sword. A few days ago, Li Fuchen couldn't even do this. Killing power and speed were related, but it wasn't an absolute relationship. Take the Clear Breeze sword style for example, it was extremely fast, but didn't have a strong killing power. But Meteor Fall was different, it had already fused speed and power together. The faster the speed, the stronger the killing power. Of course, meteor fall could only be used once within a short period of time, which was far inferior to the clear breeze sword style. Fuchin, 3 days later, our Li clan, Guan clan, and Yang clan will have a small duel. You can go take a look and make up the numbers. On this day, an exquisite-looking young lady came to Li Fuchin's courtyard. Sister Jinxiu. Li Fuchin recognized the person. Li Jinxiu, 31 years old this year and at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. Her talent was much better than Li Shanhe, who was 30 years old this year and was only at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. Okay, I will be there. Li Fuchin nodded. Chapter 96. Between the inner sect and outer sect, there were plenty of empty spaces. These empty spaces would often be used for duels and the inner and outer sect elders wouldn't bother about it. The disciples of the 3 clans gradually gathered in an open space with a pavilion nearby that was dozens of meters in circumference. It was obvious that the Guan clan and Yang clan were rather powerful. Each had over a dozen disciples while the Li clan only had 5 or 6. Guan Mei and Li Yunhai were here too. The 2 of them were outer sect odd job disciples and didn't have a high status. They were here to make up the numbers for the duel. Li Tianshi, your Li clan sure is shabby. Just a few of them. When you embarrass yourselves, don't say that our Guan clan is bullying you. Among the Guan clan's disciples, an arrogant youth mocked. Guanilong, it's too early for you to be happy. In this day and age, numbers are useless. What matters is strength. Among the Li clan's disciples, a tall and stern youth sneered. Li Tianshi, the Li clan's top disciple under the age of 35. He was 34 this year and was at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. The Guan clan's disciple, Guanilong, was the Guan clan's top disciple under the age of 35. He was also 34 this year and was at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. Before the Guan clan and Li clan had a falling out, their relationship wasn't good. Ever since they entered the sect, they had been fighting openly and covertly. There weren't any major grudges, but there were countless minor ones. The Li clan's disciples have always been thick-skinned. They are obviously weak but they have to act like they are great. What a joke. Among the Yang clan's disciples, a tall and sturdy youth with domineering eyes sneered. Yang Ao, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Li Jinxiu pointed at Yang Ao with slight anger. Li Jinxiu, you are just using your looks to hook up with a direct disciple. What a pity. Since when did the Li clan have to rely on their descendants to sacrifice their looks? Yang Ao's words were vicious and angered Li Jinxiu. You guys carry on, we are just here to take a look. Right at this moment, a group of people walked over. They were the Shentu clan's younger generation. Under the lead of the youth, the Shentu clan's group walked to the pavilion and sat down, as though they were watching a fire burn. Be it in Yinwu City or the Zhonglan sect, the Shentu clan's status was much higher than the 3 major clans. Hence, the 3 major clans didn't want to provoke the Shentu clan. They would even try to curry favor with the Shentu family clan. Whoever could obtain the Shentu family clan's support and friendship would gain an advantage in Cloud Fog City. However, a few years ago, it was unknown how the Li family had offended the Shentu family clan. They had been banished to the Cold Palace and had been given the cold shoulder. As for the Guan family and Yang family, their relationship with the Shentu family clan was not bad. In the pavilion, Shentu Ju and Shentu Liang sat in a corner. After being in the Zhonglan sect for over 2 years, Shentu Ju had just broken through to the 9th level of the Qi realm. It was estimated that once he becomes an inner sect disciple, he would be around 19 years old. Shentu Liang, on the other hand, was still an outer sect odd job disciple. In the previous odd job disciple selection, he did not stand out. Glancing at the disciples of the Guan clan and the Li clan, Shentu Liang felt extremely sullen. The Guan clan had Guan Shui and the Li clan had Li Fuchin. These 2 actually stepped into the Origin realm at the age of 16 and became inner sect disciples. This made him extremely frustrated. He was a disciple of the Shentu family clan, but he had yet to become an outer sect disciple. Guan Shui was now at the second level of the origin realm. She looked at the Li clan's camp and realized that Li Fuchen wasn't here. Shui Mei, this is your first time participating in the fight between the three clans. Just watch carefully. Maybe in a few years' time, you will become the leader of our Guan clan. Guan Hong spoke with a relaxed expression. That's right. Other than the Yang clan, which our Guan clan has to treat seriously, the Li clan isn't even worth mentioning. We don't even need to make a move. As a member of the Guan clan, Guan Yen was extremely proud. Guan Shui didn't speak, not knowing what she was thinking. Jinxiu, why isn't Li Fuchen here yet? Li Tianchi asked Li Jinxiu. Li Jinxiu frowned and said, I have already invited him, and he agreed immediately. Maybe he was delayed by something. Humph, not even coming to the fight between the three clans. This Li Fuchen sure is arrogant. Li Shanhe said with dissatisfaction. Li Yunhai whispered, if he had any sense of honor for the clan, I wouldn't have become an odd job disciple. He always thought that it was Li Fuchen who stole the opportunity that was supposed to be his. It's about time, let the fight between the three clans begin. Li Tianchi, Yang Ao, do you have any objections? Guan Ilong asked. Yang Ao replied, I have no objections. Li Tianchi sighed, I don't have any objections either. Alright, since that is the case, everyone can start the fight. Guan Ilong looked at Guan Peng. Receiving the signal from Guan Ilong, Guan Peng walked out from the crowd. Li Yunhai, get your ass out here. Between the Guan and Li clans, only he, Guan Mei, and Li Yunhai were at the Qi realm. Hence, he could only look for Li Yunhai. Guan Peng, watch your words. Li Yunhai walked out with a gloomy face. Guan Peng laughed, you are just an odd job disciple with a low status. What qualifications do you have to gain my respect? Enough nonsense, let's fight. Guan Peng didn't give Li Yunhai any chance and immediately revolved the 7th rank white wave technique and cleaved at Li Yunhai. Li Yunhai was shocked, Guan Peng's chi presence was too strong. During the genius contest, he still had the confidence to fight against Guan Peng. But now, he had no confidence at all. His opponent's chi presence caused his battle intent to crumble. In the end, Li Yunhai couldn't even withstand a single blade from Guan Peng and was sent flying. Li Fuchen, it's all your fault. Li Yunhai screamed in his heart. As an odd job disciple, even though he obtained the Scarlet Fire Technique manual, he didn't have the aid of the Scarlet Fire Pill. Hence, his Scarlet Fire Technique was only at the 6th rank. Other than that, an odd job disciple had to do a lot of chores, which reduced his cultivation time. His sword skills were also far from Guan Peng's. Being defeated by Guan Peng in a single blade, Li Yunhai felt ashamed and hated Li Fuchen to the core. Li Tianchi's expression turned ugly. Guan Hong, you get your ass out here too. Li Shanhe was eager to show off in front of Li Tianchi and shouted while pointing at Guan Hong. Hearing this, a 5th-level Origin Realm clansman from the Guan clan stood out. Li Shanhe, do you have any shame? Guan Hong is only 22 years old and you are already 30 years old. How dare you call out his name? I, Guan Yao, will teach you how to behave. Li Shanhe replied, Guan Yao, who do you think you are? I, Li Shanhe, need you to teach me how to be a man. How dare you speak so rudely to me? Li Shanhe, when did you become so daring? Guan Yao cleaved at Li Shanhe. Afraid of you. Li Shanhe countered with a blade. A fight between Origin Realm martial artists was much more exciting than a Qi Realm martial artist. The black iron swords in both of their hands had their qi extending to a length of 4 feet. It was much stronger than the masked man that Li Fuchen met. Luckily, I made it in time. Li Fuchen arrived late. At noon, he cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique as usual. Chapter 97. Fuchen, you are here. Li Jinxiu said. Apologies everyone, I am late. Li Fuchen cupped his fist towards Li Tianchi and the others. Humph. Li Yunhai snorted and turned his head away from Li Fuchen. It's good that you're here. Li Tianchi nodded. Guan family's camp. This person is Li Fuchen. It doesn't seem like much, Guanilong said. Guanhong said, I will go and test him later. I don't believe that he can improve so quickly after becoming an inner sect disciple. It's good to test the waters. Guanilong didn't think that Guanhong was a match for Li Fuchen, but someone had to test the waters. Beside Guanilong, Guan Shui's eyes flickered. Is this kid really that powerful? The Yang clansmen and Shintu clansmen didn't believe in Li Fuchen's innate talent and were skeptical. Guan Yao and Li Shanhe's battle was very intense, but Li Fuchen could see that Li Shanhe's sword art rank was inferior to Guan Yao's. Within 100 moves, Li Shanhe was bound to lose. Sure enough, on the 95th move, Guan Yao sent Li Shanhe's black iron sword flying with a single slash and kicked Li Shanhe flat on his face. Li Shanhe's face turned red. Guan Yao, I'll kill you. After saying that, he got up and charged at Guan Yao. Bang! Guan Yao directly swept his leg across Li Shanhe's face, sending Li Shanhe flying and fainting. What a disgrace! Guan Yao said with disdain. Seeing this, the faces of the Li family members turned ugly, especially Li Tianchi. Every time there was a small fight between the three families, the Li family would always be the most cowardly one and suffer the most mockery. As the leader of the Li family's younger generation, Li Tianchi felt extremely aggrieved. Li Fuchen, Guanhong, shall seek advice from you. Guanhong took a few steps forward, drew his black iron sword and pointed it at Li Fuchen. Hearing the statement, everyone's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. They wanted to see what capabilities Li Fuchen had. Why? Is there no one else from the Guan clan? Li Fuchen took a glance at the Guan clan's camp. Guanilong frowned and said coldly, it's too early to be so arrogant. Li Fuchen, don't spout nonsense. Receive my sword. Guanhong was infuriated. Even though he didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen, he didn't want others to look down on him. Dashing towards Li Fuchen, Guanhong executed the soaring dragon sword style at Li Fuchen. They were both at the second level of the origin realm, but in Li Fuchen's eyes, Guanhong was too weak. So weak that Li Fuchen wasn't even interested. The black iron sword struck like lightning, but Li Fuchen didn't move an inch and didn't seem to have any intention to dodge. Seeing this, Guanhong's eyes flashed with delight. If Li Fuchen lost to him due to carelessness, it would definitely be great news. Who? The black iron sword instantly pierced through Li Fuchen's body. Guanhong was delighted at first, then shocked. Unexpectedly, this sword did not feel like it had come into contact with a physical object. But he clearly saw the black iron sword pierce through Li Fuchen's body. Was he hallucinating? Guanhong naturally didn't have an illusion. At the crucial moment, Guanhong's body shifted half a step to the side and dodged the blade. However, Li Fuchen's speed was too fast and there wasn't any sound of the wind. It made the afterimage very realistic and stacked with Li Fuchen's true body. Facing the defenseless Guanhong, Li Fuchen sent a palm strike at his opponent's chest. PFFF. Spurting out fresh blood, Guanhong's feet left the ground and flew backwards. Such an incredible body technique. Li Tianchi, Guanilong, and Yang Yao narrowed their eyes. With their incredible eyesight, they could naturally see that Li Fuchen shifted half a step to the side, causing Guanhong to have an illusion. Seems like he cultivated a mystic class, low-tier light body technique. Guanilong didn't have any expectations of Guanhong, so he wasn't surprised that Guanhong lost. The only surprise was that Li Fuchen's light body technique cultivation wasn't low. Li Fuchen, let me try you. Reaching out to catch Guanhong, Guan Yen couldn't hold back her anger. With a flash, she landed in the middle of the stage. It's the cloud goose technique. Li Fuchen immediately recognized the light body technique that Guan Yen displayed. Guan Yen was 23 years old this year and was at the third level of the origin realm. Her innate talent was much higher than Guanhong's. Having been in the Zhonglan sect for 8 years, she naturally had a deep understanding of light body techniques. Her cloud goose technique was already at the subcompletion stage and was rather impressive. This was also the main reason why she dared to challenge Li Fuchen. After all, the speed of Li Fuchen's movement technique had moved her. "You are not a match for me." Li Fuchen shook his head. "That might not be the case. The difference between the second and third level of the origin realm is much bigger than you can imagine." Guan Yen had a lot of confidence in her heart. She who was at the third level of the origin realm had once defeated a fifth-level origin realm martial artist. "Make your move." Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to debate with his opponent. A light piercing sound could be heard. Guan Yan's figure blurred, and when she reappeared, she was already behind Li Fuchen. Cloud Goose Technique, a mystic class, low-tier light body technique. Once cultivated to a certain level, the user would be like a wild goose, able to eliminate a large amount of wind resistance and greatly increase one's speed. Defeat. Drawing her black iron sword, Guan Yan thrusted at Li Fuchen's back. Huff! Guan Yan's thrust missed. Startled, she hurriedly dodged to create a distance. Li Fuchen turned his head and laughed, "Your sword is too slow." Arrogant. With an unpleasant expression, Guan Yan brandished the black iron sword in her right hand. 3 sword lights shrouded Li Fuchen. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, tripart sword style. And it was at the trance stage. It was 1 level higher than Guan Hong's soaring dragon sword style at the perfection stage. "Your sword skills aren't bad, but your body technique is too slow." It was just 1 step, but in the next moment, Li Fuchen was behind Guan Yan and sent a palm strike. Just like Guan Hong, Guan Yan vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying, looking extremely pathetic. Hiss! Many of the spectators took in a deep cold breath. Li Fuchen's light body technique was too insane, even Guan Yan couldn't react in time. Great! Li Tianchi and Li Jinqiu cheered loudly. Li Yunhai and Li Shanhe were humiliated by the Guan clansmen, causing them to lose face. But now they managed to turn the tables. Looking at Li Fuchen's relaxed expression, it was obvious that he didn't go all out. What's more, Li Fuchen didn't even draw his sword. Right now, it was the Guan clansman's turn to have an unpleasant expression. Guan Mei's eyes widened, she couldn't believe that Li Fuchen even defeated Guan Hong and Guan Yan. When the news of Li Fuchen first reached Yunwu City, she didn't believe it. But when she came to the Zhonglan sect and found out that Li Fuchen won the outer sect #1 disciple title, she didn't witness it with her own eyes and didn't have any idea. But now she had an idea. Li Fuchen was much stronger than she imagined. At this moment, she didn't feel good. At the same time, she felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Her woman's intuition told her that Li Fuchen might affect the Guan clan's development in the future. Li Yunhai was also in a bad mood. His heart was filled with despair, feeling that the heavens were unfair. Why wasn't he the one in the limelight? Why was he still an odd-job disciple with no status? This Li Fuchen seems to have some ability. It seems the Li clan is finally in luck. The Shantu clansmen who were watching from the other side of the river chatted cheerfully with a hint of superiority. Li Fuchen, you and I have yet to spar. Let's fight today. Guan Shue's elegant face was filled with battle intent as she spoke. Taking a deep look at Guan Shue, Li Fuchen nodded, sure. It was true that he had yet to spar with Guan Shue. It didn't matter if he felt like it or not, it was still a regret. Chapter 98. On the empty ground, Guan Shue and Li Fuchen stood 10 meters apart. One was a prodigy of the Guan clan who had a 4-star extraordinary bone frame. One of them was a disciple of the Li family who was not valued, but now, he relied on his super-strong comprehension ability to achieve glory. The battle between the two of them was of great importance. Even Guan Yilong and Li Tianchi had a serious expression on their faces. Li Fuchen, I have no regrets about the annulment of the engagement. This is my own destiny and no one can control it. Guan Shue spoke slowly. Li Fuchen replied, to tell you the truth, I have never liked you. If I, Li Fuchen, want something, I will grab it with my own hands. I don't need charity from others, especially marriage. Never liked me? Not knowing why, after hearing this statement, Guan Shui felt a little stifled in her heart. She was very confident in her looks and talents. But when she found out that a youth who she once looked down on had never put her in his heart, anyone would feel uncomfortable. Since this is the case, let us settle our grudges in this battle. Taking a deep breath, Guan Shui's eyes were filled with pure battle intent and nothing else. Regrettably, this battle, I will win. Li Fuchen still didn't have the intention to draw his sword and calmly looked at Guan Shui. With a flash of coldness in her eyes, Guan Shui drew her black iron sword and sprinted towards Li Fuchen. Guan Shui's cultivation was one level lower than Guan Yan, but her ability was on par with Guan Yan. Not only did she cultivate the mystic class, mid-tier, Jade Shadow Mystic technique to the 9th rank, she also cultivated a low-tier, mystic class, Mystic Water Sword style to the sub-completion stage. In addition, the Cosmic Cloud Battle Body was also cultivated to the completion stage and her physical strength rose to 7,000 kilograms. With these three factors stacked together, she was able to defeat a regular 4th-level Origin Realm, 3rd-grade Inner Sect disciple. Guan Yan was only a 3rd-grade Inner Sect disciple. Among the crowd, only Guan Shui and Li Fuchen were 1st-grade Inner Sect disciples. The 2nd-grade Inner Sect disciples could be counted on one hand. Mystic Water Surge. With a swing of the sword, the air vibrated and rippled like a stream of water. Guan Shui's sword style was abnormally exquisite and uninterrupted. Red Jade Illuminating Snow. Against Guan Shui's all-out strike, Li Fuchen made his move. When he struck out with his palm, the blazing palm energy caused everything within a radius of several meters to turn red. Even the void seemed to have turned into a piece of red jade that emitted a scorching heat. Walala! When Guan Shui's sword art met with Li Fuchen's palm force, it was like the scorching sun melting the snow. The sword presence and the sword light rapidly melted. Not good. Guan Shui's expression changed. Li Fuchen was obviously executing the Li clan's high-tier, yellow class palm art, red jade palm. But when executed by Li Fuchen, the power of the red jade palm was excessively domineering. Guan Shui hurriedly changed her sword stance. Take another palm strike from me. Li Fuchen sent out another palm strike. The blazing palm force was like a furnace, forcing Guan Shui to take a few steps back. Scarlet Flame Mystic Art Stage 10, or Li Tianchi was bewildered. Most of the Li clansmen cultivated either the Scarlet Fire technique or the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Li Tianchi, who cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to the 11th rank, felt that Li Fuchen's Qi wave was very familiar. It was almost similar to his own 11th rank Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. This caused him to be appalled. It was said that Li Fuchen's perception was astounding, but this was too astounding. He cannot be allowed to defeat Guan Shui. Guan Yilong's expression was ashen. Guan Shui was the symbol of the Guan clan. If Guan Shui was defeated, it would have a huge impact on the Guan clansmen. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Guan Yao, make your move at the crucial moment. If there is an opportunity, I don't mind if you injure him in one move. Guan Yilong whispered to Guan Yao. As the leader of the Guan clan, he wasn't suited to do such a thing. Leaving it to Guan Yao was the most suitable choice. Don't worry. Guan Yao laughed coldly. Guan Peng, who could vaguely hear their conversation, let out a cold laugh. To be able to suppress Guan Shui with just his palm arts, this Li Fuchen may be a disaster. The Yang clansmen who didn't care at the start had now turned serious. No matter what Li Fuchen's bone frame was like, at least in terms of his improvement speed, he was a huge threat. With the years of conflict between the Yang and Li clans, once Li Fuchen matured, the Yang clan wouldn't have it easy either. Although the possibility was low, even a low-leveled Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to do anything to the Yang clan. With Li Fuchen's talent, it was unknown if he could even become an Earth Realm martial artist. But no matter what, this possibility existed. In an instant, the Yang clansmen developed a deep enmity towards Li Fuchen. In the middle of the empty space, Guan Shui pursed her lips and retreated step by step. Li Fuchen suppressed her with just his palm arts, causing her to fall into a trance. Back then, she never thought that she would have a chance to meet Li Fuchen again. Never did she think that such a situation would occur. Li Fuchen's existence had subverted her beliefs and pride to a certain extent. Lose. Revolving the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, Li Fuchen brazenly sent out a palm strike. The blazing palm force condensed into a ball and collided with Guan Shue's sword style. With fresh blood leaking from the corner of her mouth, Guan Shue's black iron sword was repelled and she was about to lose. Li Fuchen, your ability isn't bad. Let me, Guan Yao, give you some pointers. Right at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Guan Shui and sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen. Despicable. Shameless. Li Tianchi and Li Jinxiu were enraged. They never would have thought that the Guan clan would be so shameless to do such a despicable thing. But it was too sudden and they couldn't provide aid in time. They could only watch as the situation unfolded. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't retreat and welcomed Guan Yao with a palm strike. Rumble. It was as though a thunder had exploded. A horrifying chi force spread out and scraped the ground by 3 inches. In the next moment, the two figures each took 7 to 8 steps back. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. How could this be? Guan Yao was shocked. He was a 5th-level Origin Realm martial artist and he couldn't even injure Li Fuchen with a single palm strike. Guan Yao wasn't the only one who was shocked, everyone else was too. Li Tianchi and Li Jinxiu were both surprised and delighted. Guan Yao, who allowed you to make a move? Get lost. Guan Shue's expression changed as anger flashed across her face. Hearing this, Guan Yao's expression didn't look good. It was fine if he didn't injure Li Fuchen, but he was reprimanded by Guan Shui instead. This was simply 2 different sides of the coin. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. Suppressing her anger, Guan Shui took a deep breath and said to Li Fuchen, I admit my loss in this duel. Finishing her statement, she turned and left, ignoring the Guan clansmen. From now on, you and I will have no more interactions. Li Fuchen let out a breath and thought in his heart. Defeating Guan Shui didn't give him any satisfaction. His goal was to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Be it Guan Shui, Yuan Tian, or any other prodigies, he didn't care. His opponent was himself. As long as he unearthed all of his potential, there would be a day when he would reach the peak and look down on the 9 heavens. Chapter 99. With Guan Shui gone, Guan Yao had nothing to fear anymore. Li Fuchen, Shui Jia is magnanimous and admits defeat. But I won't. Guan Yao made up his mind to severely injure Li Fuchen. It would be best if he could crush Li Fuchen's fighting spirit and cripple him. Guan Yao, if you want to fight, I shall accompany you. Li Jinxiu stood out. Li Jinxiu, you are just an 8th-level Origin Realm martial artist and you dare to challenge Guan Yao? An 8th-level Origin Realm martial artist stepped out. Li Tianchi stood beside Li Jinxiu and spoke in a deep voice, Guan Yao is a 5th-level Origin Realm martial artist. How could he dare to challenge Fuchen? Guan Yilong laughed with disdain, my Guan clan is powerful and the rules are set by us. Your Li clansmen can only obey. Li Tianchi, Guan Yilong is right. Your Li clan is no longer as glorious as before. Just accept your fate. I believe Guan Yao knows his limits and won't cripple this kid. Yang Ao realized that the fight between the 3 clans had turned into a fight between 2 clans. His Yang clan couldn't interfere at all, but he was happy about it. In every fight, be it the Guan clan or the Yang clan, it was always fun to bully the Li clan. Yang Ao, you! Li Tianchi was infuriated. Tianchi ji, since he wants to fight, I shall accompany him. You don't have to interfere. Li Fuchen was infuriated. The current him might not be able to wipe out the Guan and Yang clans, but he could still wipe out any Guan clansmen who were below the 5th level of the Origin Realm. Other than that, Li Fuchen was never a saint. Since the Guan and Yang clans dared to be so arrogant, he would soon let them know the price of being arrogant. With his perception, he believed that as long as he could break through to the 4th level of the Origin Realm, he would be able to defeat the leaders of the Guan and Yang clans. Fuchen, Guan Yao is at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. Li Tianshi reminded. Li Fuchen replied, I know my limits. Alright then. Jinxiu, let's back off. Li Tianshi said to Li Jinxiu. Li Jinxiu nodded helplessly and retreated with Li Tianshi. She then looked at Li Fuchen with a worried expression. Did I hear it wrong? This kid wants to fight Guan Yao. The Yang family juniors were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The difference between the 2nd and 5th level of the Origin Realm was 3 whole levels. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a 2nd-level Origin Realm martial artist defeating a 5th-level Origin Realm martial artist was as difficult as a 2nd-level Qi Realm martial artist defeating a 7th-level Qi Realm martial artist. It was almost impossible. Stupid. Kai Yang, who had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi Realm, spat out a few words. It is very stupid. Yang Zhan and Yang Lai sneered. In the pavilion, the Shen-Tu clansmen were waiting to see Li Fuchen make a fool of himself. Compared to the previous battles between the 3 clans, this year's battle between the 3 clans was especially interesting. It was worth coming to watch. Ignorant kid, I really don't know how you got to this step. Maybe God is blind and let you get away with it. Guan Yao grinned, revealing his white teeth. You can try. Li Fuchen placed his right hand on the black iron sword's hilt. Against a 5th-level Origin Realm Inner Sect disciple, he couldn't possibly fight with his bare fists. Kid, get down. Guan Yao's bone frame wasn't that great, but he had been in the Zhonglan sect for more than a decade. More than 10 years was enough for him to cultivate the Green Shadow Mystic Technique to the 9th rank. At this moment, the Green Shadow Mystic Technique was fully revolved. A 4-foot-long true Qi blade suddenly appeared on the black iron sword and slashed at Li Fuchen. Revolving the 11th rank Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique, Li Fuchen met the attack with his sword. As the 2 swords clashed, the ground was filled with thousands of holes. These holes were caused by the Qi forces from the 2 black iron swords. Slightly stronger than the masked man. Li Fuchen instantly judged Guan Yao's ability. The masked man cultivated a peak-tier, yellow-class technique. Even if he cultivated it to the highest rank, it would only be equivalent to the 7th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Guan Yao's Jade Shadow Mystic Technique should be at the 9th rank, which was 2 ranks higher than the masked man. But the masked man's cultivation was 1 rank higher than Guan Hao's. Which was why both of their Qi levels were about the same. But Guan Yao's physical strength was much higher than the masked man's. Therefore, his ability was naturally a notch higher. A pity, I am no longer the same person I was back then. Had it been a while ago, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to go against Guan Yao head-on. He could only rely on his superior physical defense and wind shadow steps to deal with Guan Yao, waiting for an opportunity to defeat his opponent. But now, Li Fuchen's Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique had broken through to the 11th rank. His wind shadow steps and meteor sword style were both at the completion stage. His ability had increased by a notch. Dang 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 dang, the 2 of them clashed in a frenzy. Sparks flew in all directions, accompanied by a violent Qi force. He actually blocked my full force attack. Guan Yao didn't believe it and pushed his Qi to the limit. Maintaining the length of the Qi blade, he frenziedly slashed at Li Fuchen. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. He wanted to make use of his advantage in length to defeat Li Fuchen in a single blade. But Li Fuchen was experienced and didn't give Guan Yao the chance to utilize his advantage in length. Either he attacked in close range, or he would widen the distance and use his exquisite sword skills to neutralize the Qi blade. Soaring Cloud Slash. After a dozen exchanges, Guan Yao seized the opportunity and suddenly slashed with his sword. The violent Qi blade was like a whip, lashing at Li Fuchen. PFFF. The Qi blade penetrated Li Fuchen's body. But it was just an afterimage. With the wind shadow steps at the completion stage, Li Fuchen's speed was extremely fast and easily circled to Guan Yao's side. Meteor Fall. While in midair, Li Fuchen executed his ultimate sword move. A stream of light flashed in midair. Guan Yao's chi protection was broken and the black iron sword pierced into his shoulder. Li Fuchen exerted strength in his arm and lifted Guan Yao up. You have lost. Landing on the ground, Li Fuchen lifted his opponent in midair and spoke in a cold tone. Guan Yao's body was twitching in pain, along with endless humiliation. To be lifted up by a sword, what kind of humiliation was this? Is Fuchen still human? Li Tianchi and Li Jinxiu were flabbergasted. Surpassing 3 levels to defeat Guan Yao was something they didn't even dare to think about. Guan Yao wasn't a martial artist of the pugilistic world and didn't have any good cultivation techniques or sword art manuals. As a 5th-level Origin Realm Inner Sect disciple, Guan Yao's resources were much richer than the pugilistic world. Impossible. This was the first time Guan Yilong lost his composure as his lips twitched. The Guan clansmen behind him looked at each other in dismay. Some even rubbed their eyes, suspecting that they were hallucinating. If there is a chance, I must eliminate this person. Yang Ao squeezed each word out from the gaps of his teeth. With Li Fuchen around, the Yang clan was in danger. If Li Fuchen continued to grow, once he progressed to the Earth Realm, even Yunwu City's city lord, Shentu Jianhe wouldn't be able to suppress him. What do you guys think? Is it better for our Shentu clan to be the only clan in Yunwu City, or are there other clans that share the limelight with us? Shentu Jianming stood up and squinted his eyes. Of course it is better for our Shentu clan to be the only clan in Yunwu City. A Shentu clansman replied. Chapter 100. Pa! Swinging his sword, Guan Yao was flung away. Li Fuchen shook off the bloodstains on the black iron sword and spoke indifferently, who else? Apart from Guan Shui, as long as the rest of the Guan clansmen didn't exceed the 5th level of the Origin Realm, Li Fuchen had the confidence to win. Even if he was at the 6th level of the Origin Realm, he could rely on his tough physical defense to fight against them. Of course, he didn't want to be so tired. The disciples of the Guan family were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Among them, there were only 2 who were at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. The other one didn't think he was any stronger than Guan Yao and would at most be on par with Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, very good. Seems like we have underestimated you. But you should show some respect to your seniors. The Yang clan's Yang Lai walked out. On the eve of the Cloud Mist City Genius Tournament, the Inner Sect disciples of the 4 major clans rushed back. The Inner Sect disciples from the Yang family were Yang Lai and Yang Zhan. Yang Lai was 26 years old this year and was at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. In terms of talent, he was much better than the 27-year-old Guan Yao. Right now, he was looking at Li Fuchen with eyes filled with jealousy and gloominess. During the Cloud Mist City Genius battle, Zhang Xian was still a small fry. It had only been 2 years, but he had grown to such an extent. Back then, Yang Lai could crush Li Fuchen with a single finger. Senior, do you think you're worthy? Li Fuchen was indifferent. What a disrespectful guy. Yang Lai's eyes narrowed into slits. Previously when Li Fuchen was able to defeat Guan Yao, he mainly relied on the meteor sword style. But coincidentally, he had sparred with an Inner Sect disciple who cultivated the meteor sword style, hence he had some understanding of the meteor sword style. The meteor sword art only had one move, and this move was extremely extreme. Not only was its speed astonishingly fast, but its lethality was also astonishing. If he wanted to contend against the meteor sword art, he could only counter it with his own move. He could not allow his opponent to find an opening where he had already used up all his strength. Xiao! 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 But after exchanging moves, Yang Lai knew he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's meteor sword style had an extremely short chi recovery time, allowing him to execute the second and third sword within a short period of time. Tired of dealing with them, he couldn't organize an effective counterattack. You've cultivated the meteor sword art to the great accomplishment realm? Yang Lai exclaimed. You don't need to know. Li Fuchen naturally cultivated the meteor sword style to the sub-perfection stage. Normally speaking, yellow class martial arts were meant for Qi realm and origin realm martial artists. Mystic class martial arts corresponded to earth realm and heaven realm martial artists. Hence, when an origin realm martial artist executed a mystic class martial art, it would be rather strenuous. They would require a certain amount of time to recharge their Qi and couldn't execute it continuously. But if one were to cultivate a profound level martial art to the great accomplishment realm, the time needed to recover Qi would be greatly reduced. Qi! A light flashed, and Yang Lai's chest was pierced by a sword. If he didn't react in time, this sword was enough to make him lose his combat power. Yang Lai, come back! Yang Ao suddenly said. You do have some strength. I've learned a thing or two. Yang Lai didn't have a chance to get off the stage. Hearing this, he quickly jumped back and jumped out of the battle circle, but his face didn't look good. Who else? Li Fuchen continued to scan the Guan and Yang clansmen. The eyes of the two clans' disciples twitched. How arrogant! The Shen Tu family clan disciples could not stand it any longer. Of course, with their high status, they were not willing to get involved in this mess. Huh! Li Tianchi laughed loudly. Fuchen, come back too. From what I see, no one below the 5th level of the origin realm is a match for you. And those above the 5th level of the origin realm wouldn't be so thick-skinned to challenge you. He was afraid that a 6th level origin realm martial artist would challenge Li Fuchen. If that was the case, it wouldn't be easy for him to stop. Li Fuchen knew when to stop and silently retreated to the Li clan's camp. Li Tianchi, don't be too happy yet. What happened earlier was just the appetizer. Next is the main course. Guan Yilong spoke with a gloomy expression. Guan Xiong is right. Li Tianchi, you better be mentally prepared. Yang Ao stared at Li Tianchi. Bring it on. My Li clan never fears a battle. Li Tianchi spoke with a heroic tone. The Li clan only had 3 individuals above the 5th level of the origin realm. One was Li Tianchi at the 8th level of the origin realm, Li Jinxiu at the 8th level of the origin realm, and Li Xuantu at the 6th level of the origin realm. The Guan clan had 6 individuals above the 5th level of the origin realm, while the Yang clan had 5. After a few battles, the Guan clan and the Yang clan were evenly matched, while the Li clan was much weaker. Fortunately, Li Jinxiu defeated a Guan clan clansman and a Yang clan clansman respectively, which didn't make the Li clan look bad. Li Tianchi, come out. Let's have a showdown. In the end, only Guan Yilong, Li Tianchi, and Yang Ao had yet to make a move. Guan Yilong pointed at Li Tianchi and spoke arrogantly. I will accompany you to the end. Li Tianchi dashed out. Boom 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 boom, an intense battle between martial artists at the 8th level of the origin realm was too horrifying. The Qi on the black iron sword extended to a length of 7 to 8 feet. With the addition of the black iron sword's length, it was over a dozen feet. Which means to say, with a distance of a dozen feet, the two of them could slash a weaker martial artist to death. Mystic Water Sword Style. Radiance Sword Style. Guan Yilong's black iron sword released a large amount of Qi, condensing into a large water ball shape and blasted at Li Tianchi. Li Tianchi's black iron sword also released a large amount of Qi, condensing into a dazzling light ball the size of a millstone. He then slashed at Li Tianchi. Rumble. There was a tremor as the ground between the two of them exploded into a crater that was a few meters in size. Gravel and dirt flew everywhere, just like countless hidden weapons. In the end, the two of them couldn't determine a victor. The Li clan might have weakened, but this was something that happened in the recent decades. During Li Tianchi's generation, the Li clan was at its peak. The younger generation wasn't inferior to the Guan and Yang clansmen. After the battle with Guan Yilong, Li Tianchi had another battle with Yang Ao. One had to admit that with their similar innate talents, unless one of them had a breakthrough, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the other in a short period of time. Such an exciting battle. My hands are itching to watch. In the pavilion, the Shentu clan's youth generation leader, Shentu Jianming, stood up and laughed heartily. Jianming Xiong must be joking. Guan Yilong and Yang Ao cupped their fists towards Shentu Jianming. Shentu Jianming, 32 years old, 9th level of the Origin Realm. With a 3-star bone frame, he had hopes of breaking through to the Earth Realm before the age of 35 and becoming a direct disciple of the Zhanglan sect. Among the 4 major clans, there wasn't a single direct disciple in the Zhanglan sect. If any of the clans had a direct disciple, it would be enough to intimidate the other 3 clans. But if the Shentu clan had a direct disciple, it would solidify the Shentu clan's position. Li Tianchi twitched his mouth and didn't say a word. All these years, the Li clan's descendants had been bullied by the Shentu clan's descendants. They used the fact that they were descendants of the City Lord's clan and were bossy and arrogant. They even helped the Guan and Yang clans in the dark. Li Tianchi wasn't going to curry favor with them. Looking at Li Fuchen, Shentu Jianming said, "You aren't bad. Not sure if you are interested in becoming my follower." He wanted to subdue Li Fuchen. No matter what his bone frame was, at the Origin Realm, he was definitely a formidable individual. "Sorry, I am not interested." Li Fuchen immediately rejected. Giving a light smile, Shentu Jianming said, "I hope you won't regret it. Let's go." Chapter 101. Fuchen, you were too dazzling today. I'm afraid the Guan clan and Yang clan won't tolerate you. The Shentu clan will fear you too. After everyone left, Li Tianchi said to Li Fuchen. Li Jinxiu, who stayed behind, nodded. Try not to leave the sect in the future. When you are out on missions, you have to be careful. Better safe than sorry. Li Fuchen's normal bone frame was too strange. To be honest, the two of them suspected if Li Fuchen's bone frame was a demonic one, but the bone frame stone couldn't detect it. If not, why would a normal bone frame be so domineering? Understood, I will not give them the chance. Li Fuchen nodded. At the current stage, he didn't have the ability to protect himself, no matter how much of a perception he had. Only after becoming an Earth Realm martial artist, would he have the qualifications to go against the 3 major clans. After separating from Li Tianchi and Li Jinxiu, Li Fuchen headed towards the inner sect martial hall. 2 missions gave Li Fuchen an additional 9,800 contribution points. With the points from before, Li Fuchen had a total of 42,000 contribution points. This amount of contribution points was too little and could only redeem 1 mystic class, mid-tier martial arts manual. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and decided to redeem 1 or 2 mystic class, low-tier martial arts. A swordsman mainly cultivated sword arts, but they couldn't do without other martial arts. Without a sword, a swordsman's combat ability would drop to a very low level. Arriving at the martial hall, Li Fuchen paced around the mystic class, low-tier martial arts manual section. When walking out, Li Fuchen picked 2 secret manuals. They were a palm technique and a leg technique respectively. The palm art was the iron smelting hand. The leg art was the shadowless leg. The iron smelting hand was very dominant. At a high rank, one could melt steel with their bare hands and extract impurities. Using it to attack the enemy was a form of torture. The shadowless leg was a leg art that specialized in speed. At a high rank, the leg's speed would be astonishing. Most importantly, as long as it was a leg art, it would be enhanced with a light body technique. As for how much it would be enhanced, it would depend on the mastery of both the shadowless leg and the light body technique. Because he was a first-grade inner sect disciple, 2 martial arts manuals that were worth 30,000 contribution points, after a 30% discount, only cost 21,000 contribution points. It helped Li Fuchen save 9,000 contribution points. For the next few days, Li Fuchen diligently practiced the shadowless leg and iron smelting hand. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't neglect the cultivation of the wind shadow steps and meteor sword style. However, after the wind shadow incantation and meteor sword technique reached great perfection, the focus was on comprehension. There was no need to train diligently. In a flash, Li Fuchen had been an inner sect disciple for an entire year. In a world of ice and snow, the young man activated his scarlet fire vital chi and struck out with his palm. A dazzling red light blossomed, melting all the ice and snow within a few meters radius. As expected of the iron smelting hand, to be able to unleash the heat of the scarlet fire chi to such an extent. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with the prowess of the iron smelting hand. As he let out an arc withdrawing the scarlet mystic flame technique, Li Fuchen revolved the wind shadow steps and leapt high into the air. With a flash of his body, he kicked at the iron ore that was as tall as a human. In a single breath, it was unknown how many times Li Fuchen kicked the fine iron ore. Due to the extreme speed, it was as though there were 3 or 4 Li Fuchen kicking the fine iron ore. The scariest thing was that apart from the loud sound of kicking the ore, Li Fuchen didn't make any movement. It was as if he had transformed into a ghost, tangible but intangible. Pang! With the last kick, Li Fuchen's body flashed and landed on the ground like a wisp of green smoke. 5 meters away, the fine iron ore was split into 7 or 8 pieces. After a few months of cultivation, Li Fuchen had cultivated both the iron smelting hand and shadowless leg to the completion stage. As compared to the wind shadow steps and meteor sword style, the difficulty of cultivating the iron smelting hand and shadowless leg was much lower. With the green soul spirit, Li Fuchen had an easy time cultivating. Immersing his consciousness into his mind, Li Fuchen saw that the green ball of soul spirit had turned pale blue by 20%. The transformation speed is very slow. It seems like it will take a long time before the soul spirit is completely pale blue. Even though it was a little helpless, Li Fuchen had no other choice. Fortunately for him, the green soul spirit was more than enough. It is time to earn some contribution points. After becoming an inner sect disciple for a year, Li Fuchen didn't go to the Zhanglan Lake even once. To him, if he were to sacrifice the time and space to cultivate his martial arts in order to earn contribution points, it would be a waste. After all, the purpose of earning contribution points was to become stronger. Now that all of his martial arts and sword arts were at completion stage, he didn't need to concentrate on cultivation anymore and just needed to slowly comprehend them. So going to the Zhanglan Lake wouldn't affect his progress. On this day, on a fishing platform at the Zhanglan Lake, there was a strange sight. An inner sect disciple actually came to the Zhanglan Lake to fish. It was a known fact that inner sect disciples had many ways to earn contribution points. A simple mission could easily earn 1 or 2,000 or even a few thousand contribution points. But fishing at the Zhanglan Lake, if one was lucky, one might be able to catch a treasure fish worth up to 1,000 contribution points in a month. But if one was unlucky, it was normal to only catch 1 or 200 contribution points worth of treasure fish in a month. This is so weird. An inner sect disciple actually came to join in the fun. Could it be that he isn't doing well in the inner sect? Some of the outer sect disciples were discussing in low voices. What do you guys know? He is Li Fuchen Shixiang and was once the outer sect's #1 disciple. How could he be doing badly? An outer sect disciple who knew Li Fuchen replied. So he is Li Fuchen Shixiang. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Li Fuchen's achievements in the outer sect left a deep impression. Just the result of the Tower of Tribulations of 6 ticks was enough for everyone to worship him. Li Fuchen Shixiang has another nickname, Fishing King. Fishing King. What does that mean? A new outer sect disciple asked. Others can at most catch 1,000 plus contribution points worth of treasure fish in a month. But Li Fuchen Shixiang can easily catch over 10,000 points worth of treasure fish in a month. It can't be. How is that possible, 10,000 plus points a month? I heard that most of the outer sect elders only get around 10,000 or 20,000 points a year. Why would I lie to you? Who doesn't know Li Fuchen Shixiang? This is too scary. 10,000 plus points a month, how many mid-tier, yellow-class body tempering pills can that be exchanged for? Li Fuchen's appearance instantly became the center of attention. After hearing about his achievements, everyone was filled with admiration and envy. Li Fuchen only gave a light smile and didn't say anything. The days of fishing were dull and boring. Time flowed like water. 1 month passed, 2 months passed, in the blink of the eye, 9 months had passed. After fishing for 9 months, Li Fuchen's contribution points had increased from 21,000 to 150,000. With his status as a first-grade inner sect disciple, he could redeem a yellow class, high-tier body refinement technique with his contribution points. Chapter 102. Elite Class, Mid-Tier Mission, Kill the Wanted Criminal, Zhao Dahu. Zhao Dahu, 7th level of the Origin Realm. Cultivation Technique, Yellow Class, High Tier, Fierce Tiger Technique. Martial Arts, Fierce Tiger Fist and Fierce Tiger Sword Style. Mission Reward, 5,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen didn't accept a difficult class, mid-tier mission, but an elite class, mid-tier mission instead. It was also an elite class, mid-tier mission, but the reward for killing Zhao Dahu was much lower than the mission to eliminate the Black Wind Bandit Band. The latter rewarded 8,000 contribution points. This was a peaceful little town. The town's roads were full of potholes, and from time to time, cow dung and horse dung could be seen. In the middle of the town, in a simple and crude restaurant, a fierce-looking man was eating and drinking to his heart's content. On the right side of the table, there was a sheathless broadsword that looked like it could kill. Clatter, clatter. A youth walked in. The youth took a quick glance and found the man. Zhao Dahu. Li Fuchen spoke. Zhao Dahu lifted his head and sized up Li Fuchen. Are you here to kill me? That's right. With just you. With just me. In your dreams. Clatter. Zhao Dahu flipped the table, sending the food and soup flying. He was like a ferocious tiger, sprinting onto the streets. With a bend of his knee, he jumped onto the roof and started sprinting. Inside the restaurant, Li Fuchen's figure had long vanished without a trace. Outside the restaurant, one could occasionally see a shadow flitting by. On the slope outside of the town, Zhao Dahu stopped. In front of him, was Li Fuchen quietly standing there. You can't escape. Li Fuchen was unruffled. Zhao Dahu's vicious aura exploded. Little brat, do you really think I am afraid of you? I am only afraid that if I kill you, the Zhanglan sect will pursue me. Killing a Zhanglan inner sect disciple would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Zhanglan sect. Zhao Dahu didn't wish to be pursued by an even stronger inner sect disciple. As long as you can block a palm strike from me, I can let you go. Li Fuchen placed his left hand behind his back, while his right hand hung down naturally. Die! Zhao Dahu wielded his steel broadsword with both hands and slashed at Li Fuchen in a frenzy. The sound of qi tearing through the air was like the roar of a ferocious tiger. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged Zhao Dahu's frenzied slash and struck at Zhao Dahu's shoulder. A bright red light blossomed. Li Fuchen's palm strike. Zhao Dahu's shoulder instantly caved in and was charred black. His entire body was like a scarecrow as he flew out. In an instant, he couldn't be more dead. 13 months, my ability has at least quadrupled. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised to kill Zhao Dahu with a single palm strike. No one knew his own strength better than him. After 13 months, 50% of his soul had turned light blue. The Scarlet Flame mystic art broke through to the 13th stage. Origin Realm, 4th level realm. Apart from this, his Wind Shadow Incantation, Meteor Sword Art, Iron Smelting Hand Technique, and Shadowless Kick all broke through to the Greater Perfection realm. After experiencing so many breakthroughs, Shi Feng had no idea what his current strength was. Hence, he had accepted a mid-tier elite quest to test himself. All Li Liang class. Criminal Dahu, Li, Demon class. 13 months ago, Li Fuchen had to rack his brains to kill the masked man. Li Fuchen found a few 1,000 gold cards on Zhao Dahu's body. He took off his head and left quietly. Mission Hall. A team mission. After handing in the mission, Li Fuchen didn't leave immediately. He wanted to pick a hard class, mid-tier mission. Carrying out sect missions may not be as fast as fishing for treasure fish, but it was still worth a lot of gold coins. Within the sect, the value of gold coins was far below contribution points. But in the outside world, contribution points were worthless, while gold coins were the currency. There were plenty of hard-class, mid-tier missions. After browsing for a while, Li Fuchen found a team mission. This team mission was to help Quanzhou City defend against a beast wave. The mission reward was 10,000 contribution points. Defend against demonic beasts? Li Fuchen was curious about this mission. Yinwu City had experienced many beast waves, but he had never seen one before. This shitty, I advise you not to accept this mission. A square-faced inner sect disciple who was 10 years older than Li Fuchen advised. Li Fuchen asked, why? Defending against a beast wave is extremely tiring and dangerous. Those who accept this mission are either inner sect disciples who are at least at the 5th level of the origin realm, or have astounding talent in body refinement. Li Fuchen replied, even if it isn't dangerous, I'm afraid I wouldn't accept it. Shaking his head, the square-faced inner sect disciple said, the beast wave isn't as simple as you think. Not only does it require a strong ability, it also requires a strong chi. If you only have a strong ability but not enough chi, you won't even have time to consume a chi returning pill. If your chi isn't strong enough, your life will be in danger. Every year, at least 8 out of 10 inner sect disciples die on this mission. Thank you Shixiang for the reminder, but I have confidence in myself. Li Fuchen rejected his kind intentions. I am just giving you a piece of advice, it is up to you whether you want to listen or not. The square-faced inner sect disciple sighed and left. He suddenly had a sudden thought and wanted to advise Li Fuchen to prevent him from losing his life in Shoshua town. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to be so stubborn and not listen to his advice. Seems like these newly promoted inner sect disciples wouldn't know the immensity of heaven and earth without going through some hardships. If a difficulty class, mid-tier mission was so easy to complete, would it still be called a difficulty class, mid-tier mission? After spending half a month, Li Fuchen finally arrived at Quanzhou City's Shoshua town. The reason why Quanzhou City was called Quanzhou City was due to its proximity to the Quanzhou Mountains. The demonic beasts of the Quanzhou Mountains were extremely violent and would wreak havoc in Quanzhou City every year. Every decade, there would be a large-scale beast wave. Shoshua Town, the first strategic town of Quanzhou City. It was said that there was once a Class 5 demonic beast's fresh blood that spilled on the ground of Shoshua Town, causing the heaven and earth energy here to be extremely dense. Cultivating here would yield twice the results with half the effort. Perhaps it was because of this reason that Shoshua Town became one of the main targets of the Quanzhou Mountains' demonic beasts. Arriving at Shoshua Town, Li Fuchen couldn't help but sigh at the scale of Shoshua Town. Shoshua Town was a few folds bigger than a regular town. The outer walls were at least 20 meters tall and 10 meters thick. They were all forged with ores and had an unimaginable toughness. Li Fuchen wasn't able to break the walls in a single strike, not even a few dozen strikes. His meteor fall could only pierce a 1-meter-long hole in the walls. Even if he were to consecutively execute a few dozen strikes, it would only cause the walls to look like a hornet's nest. Shoshua Town had a total of 2 town gates. Li Fuchen entered from the west gate. Within Shoshua Town, there were many martial artists and troops patrolling the town. These troops were the Shoshua Town's army. The lowest cultivation level of the soldiers was at least at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Other than that, Li Fuchen saw plenty of Zhanglan inner sect disciples. Just like what the square-faced inner sect disciples said, they were all above the 5th level of the origin realm. Li Fuchen. Chapter 103. You accepted this mission too? Li Fuchen asked. Li Fuchen was surprised to bump into Wu Qingmei. After becoming an inner sect disciple, everyone was busy with their own things. If there wasn't anything important, there wouldn't be any interactions. It has been a long time since he bumped into Yuan Tian and Wu Qingmei. Wu Qingmei replied, why? Can't I? Do you think my ability isn't enough? Of course not. Li Fuchen sized up Wu Qingmei. Wu Qingmei's cultivation was already at the 4th level of the origin realm. This was the benefit of having a high bone frame. The cultivation speed was extremely fast. Li Fuchen was only able to progress to the 4th level of the origin realm after reaching the 13th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Your cultivation speed is rather fast. Seems like we have underestimated you. Wu Qingmei was surprised to find out that Li Fuchen was at the 4th level of the origin realm. She thought Li Fuchen was at most at the 2nd or 3rd level of the origin realm. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't say a word. Wu Qingmei said, "Other than me, Gao Changtian is here too. How about joining our team? When the beast wave erupts, we can take care of each other. Gao Changtian is in your team too." Hearing that Gao Changtian was in Wu Qingmei's team, Li Fuchen was tempted. Back in the outer sect, Gao Changtian once helped him. This was a favor that Li Fuchen had never forgotten. That's right. Other than Gao Changtian, our team has 7 other Zhanglan inner sect disciples. The team leader is Liao Hailong Shixiang. He is at the 6th level of the origin realm and has completed high-tier missions before. With him around, we will be much safer. Wu Qingmei said. Liao Hailong ha. Li Fuchen had heard of him before. Just like Wu Qingmei and Gao Changtian, Liao Hailong was also an inner sect prodigy. Wu Shimi, who is this? Why don't you introduce him to us? Right at this moment, 8 youths walked over from a nearby street. The leader had broad shoulders and a slender waist, carrying a black iron broadsword on his back. Li Fuchen. Beside the youth, Gao Changtian's eyes lit up as he laughed. Gao Changtian. Li Fuchen laughed too. The Azure Water sect's prodigies were all extremely arrogant, but only Gao Changtian gave off a different vibe. He had a gentle and scholarly feeling. Why are you here too? You have progressed to the 4th level of the origin realm? Such speed. Gao Changtian was surprised. He progressed to the origin realm a few months earlier than Li Fuchen, but he was only at the 4th level of the origin realm now. I was lucky. Li Fuchen replied humbly. When the young man in the lead saw that the two of them had ignored him, his face darkened and he said ambiguously, "Junior brother Gao, I thought that your personality was like this when I saw your usually taciturn look. So it was just an act." Hearing this, Gao Changtian's face darkened. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but after glancing at Wu Qingmei, his lips tightened and he remained silent. Wu Qingmei quickly introduced, "Liao Shixiang, this is the Li Fuchen who defeated you in Tian." Li Fuchen. Never heard of you. Wu Shimi, the beast wave might erupt at any moment. It is best for you to stay with me. Liao Hailong ignored Li Fuchen and spoke to Wu Qingmei. Wu Qingmei laughed awkwardly, "Many thanks for Liao Shixiang's concern. But Li Fuchen is my friend, can he join our team?" Your friend? Liao Hailong glanced at Li Fuchen, "Since you are Wu Shimi's friend, I will give you some face. But you must remember, I am the captain of this team. When the time comes, listen to my orders. If you don't blame me for kicking you out of the team." Li Fuchen looked at Liao Hailong, Wu Qingmei, and Gao Changtian and sighed. To be honest, he didn't know what Wu Qingmei was thinking. If Gao Changtian had a poor bone frame, he wouldn't have said anything. But Gao Changtian's bone frame wasn't any worse than Liao Hailong's, just that he was born a year or two later. Could it be his background? From what he knew, Gao Changtian came from a small clan that couldn't even be compared to his Li clan. What's wrong? Are you mute? Liao Hailong frowned. The more he looked at Li Fuchen, the more he disliked him. Li Fuchen cleared his throat, "Apologies, I was distracted. Regarding the matter of joining the team, just treat me as an external member. I don't like to listen to other people's orders." Had it not been for Gao Changtian, he wouldn't have interacted with these people. External member? You mean you can ignore my orders and still accept my protection? Isn't that a little better? Liao Hailong's face darkened. Li Fuchen replied, "I will take care of my own safety. You don't have to worry about it. Who do you think you are?" Liao Shixiang allowing you to join the team is giving face to Wu Shimi. If you aren't willing to follow Liao Shixiang's orders, you can leave now. Humph, arrogant. With your ability, once the beast wave erupts, you will still need Liao Shixiang's protection. Don't flatter yourself. A few of the inner sect disciples behind Liao Hailong mocked. At this moment, Wu Qingmei regretted. She knew Liao Hailong had his pride. All geniuses had their own pride. What's more, Liao Hailong had the backing of a clan that spanned over a dozen cities. As the young master of a clan, anyone would have their own pride. But she didn't expect Li Fuchen's pride to be on par with Liao Hailong's. Compared to Gao Changtian, they were two extremes. To be honest, she didn't want Li Fuchen to join them at first. But after seeing Li Fuchen break through to the 4th level of the Origin Realm, she felt he wasn't as simple as he seemed and wanted to befriend him. Li Fuchen, it isn't possible to be an outside member. Actually, an official member is good too. I think Liao Shixiang wouldn't give out an unacceptable order for no reason. Wu Qingmei advised. Forget it then. I am not used to being managed. Gao Changtian, let's catch up when we have the time. Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen turned and left, heading towards the center of Shoshua town. There were plenty of ways to repay Gao Changtian's favor. There wasn't a need to throw away his pride and allow Liao Hailong to trample on him. What's more, if he agreed, Liao Hailong might even step on his pride. There wasn't a need. At most, he would pay more attention to Gao Changtian. If he was in danger, he would step up and help. Count on Liao Hailong. Liao Hailong's mind was on Wu Qingmei. Gao Changtian was nothing in his eyes. What's with the act, Pui? Liao Shixiang, don't bother with such a person. If he thinks he is great just because he was once the outer sect #1 disciple, then he is wrong. He is just a normal bone frame, what's there to be proud of? Right, this kind of person doesn't have much ability, but he sure is arrogant. A few of the inner sect disciples discussed with extreme disdain. Liao Hailong said, the more arrogant he is, the more inferior he feels. Why would I lower myself to his level? Wu Shimi, let's go for a meal. Even though he said so, in his heart, he had already memorized Li Fuchen. Chapter 104. In the middle of Shoshua town was a majestic grand hall. Resisting the Beast Wave mission required one to register at the grand hall, if not, it would not count. Entering the grand hall, Li Fuchen saw a few inner sect disciples registering their identities. There were also plenty of outer sect elders dressed in blue robes. Outer sect elders could not only receive job contribution points, they could also carry out elder missions like inner sect disciples to receive bonus contribution points. But elder class missions were rare and not every outer sect elder had the chance to do so. Li Fuchen didn't know how it was arranged. After registering his identity, Li Fuchen received a distress talisman. During the beast wave, inner sect disciples had to head out to kill demonic beasts. They wouldn't allow you to stay in Shoshua town and enjoy the fruits of your labor. If you met with any danger, you could crush the distress talisman and an outer sect elder would come to your rescue. Of course, after one distress talisman was used up, no one would come to your rescue the second time. You could only pray for your own luck. Chen Shiji, I didn't expect so many people to accept this mission. There must be at least a few hundred inner sect disciples. Resisting the beast wave might be dangerous, but the rewards are plenty. If you are lucky, you could even get a few Class 2 demonic beast cores. That would be considered a small fortune. Your Shiji is here for the demon cores. Just as Li Fuchen was about to exit the grand hall, two girls walked in. The three of them looked at each other and recognized each other. The two girls were Plum Sword, Chen Fanghua and Zhao Mingyue. Plum Sword, Chen Fanghua, 8th level of the Origin Realm, 23 years old this year. It could be said that the direct disciple status was within her reach. After all, there was still another 12 years before she turned 35. Zhao Mingyue, the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder, 4th level of the Origin Realm. What a coincidence, Li Fuchen. Zhao Mingyue's appearance was extremely beautiful. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her entire person was like a jade statue, without any flaws. When she was in the outer sect, she was already the leader of the outer sect's 4 great beauties. After becoming an inner sect disciple, her temperament became even more refined. It is indeed a coincidence. Li Fuchen nodded with a smile on his face. 4th level of the origin realm, Li Shidi sure is a surprise. Chen Fanghua was also a beauty. She sized up Li Fuchen without a trace. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but when she looked, she was shocked and couldn't help but ask. 4th level origin realm. With Zhao Mingyue's qi intent, she could sense that Li Fuchen was already at the 4th level of the origin realm. He looked extremely deep and unfathomable, like a deep pool of water. What secrets are you hiding in your body? A normal bone frame wouldn't be able to make such progress. Zhao Mingyue was very curious and asked straightforwardly. Li Fuchen rubbed his chin. A secret isn't a secret anymore once it is revealed. What's more, I don't have any secrets, I just have some perception. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't reveal his secret. Zhao Mingyue said, "It's fine if you don't want to say it. I don't think you will. Go back to your work. I shall make a move first." Li Fuchen didn't wish to speak more with the two of them and walked out of the mayor's hall. Chen Fanghua gazed at Li Fuchen's departing back and smiled at Zhao Mingyue. This Li Shidi is rather peculiar. If it was anyone else, they would have wanted to travel with us. But he treated us like air. Senior apprentice Sister Chen, what realm do you think he will reach in the end? Zhao Mingyue asked. Chen Fanghua shook her head, it's hard to say. According to Bone Frame, the Earth realm is his limit. Even if he has a heaven-defying fate, he can only reach the heaven realm. But what? But just like what you said, if he is hiding any secrets, then it would be incredible. You have to know that he defeated you and Shidi. Zhao Mingyue pursed her lips, her eyes that were as black as the stars flickered a little as she smiled. Time will prove everything. If he is able to break through to the Earth realm before the age of 25, his future achievements might even surpass Yuan Tian. Maybe. Chen Fanghua didn't comment. Li Fuchen was a special case, no one could predict his future. There sure are a lot of inner sect disciples. On the streets, there were Tsang inner sect disciples everywhere. All of them were at least at the 5th level of the origin realm. There weren't many who were below the 5th level of the origin realm. Ga. In the sky, a gigantic shadow flitted across. A horrifying sound was emitted, echoing across a radius of 12 miles. On the streets, everyone was panicking, thinking that a beast wave was about to break out. Usually, when a beast wave broke out, it would be the flying demonic beasts that attacked Shoshua town first. Li Fuchen felt an itch in his ears and couldn't help but look up. With his astounding eyesight, Li Fuchen could see a gigantic demonic bird flying a few hundred meters in the sky. Its body was about 7 to 8 meters long, and its feathers faintly glowed with a cold, metallic luster. Its huge claws were golden in color, as if they were made of gold. The strangest thing was that it had 2 heads, each with a single horn growing from its head. Class 3 mid-tier flying demonic beast, single-horn twin-headed bird. It's a Class 3 demonic beast. This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing a Class 3 demonic beast. Class 3 demonic beasts were on par with Earth Realm martial artists. Due to their tough bodies and terrifying demonic chi, a regular middle-leveled Earth Realm martial artist would be instantly killed by the single-horn twin-headed bird. The single-horn twin-headed bird didn't intend to attack Shoshua town. It flew across the skies of Shoshua town and soon became a black dot. Shoshua town is much more dangerous than I imagined. Li Fuchen lamented. Once a beast wave broke out, it wasn't just Class 1 and 2 demonic beasts, even Class 3 demonic beasts would appear. Accompanying them were Class 1 and Class 2 demons. Class 3 demons were rarely seen, and once they appeared, only a Heaven Realm martial artist would be able to kill them. After finding an inn, Li Fuchen checked into it. It was currently noon, and after having his lunch, Li Fuchen began to cultivate the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and thought to himself, this is Shoshua Town indeed. The heaven and earth energy here is 30% denser than the outside world. I don't even need any pills. Because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique progressed too quickly, he would usually need pills to cultivate, or else the heaven and earth energy wouldn't be enough. But in Shoshua Town, Li Fuchen realized that he didn't even need to consume pills. The dense heaven and earth energy was enough to satisfy his needs. Pills have impurities, consuming too many isn't a good thing. Too many qi impurities will affect the cultivation speed. But if I don't consume pills, I won't be able to increase my cultivation speed. It is all about balance. At this stage, it would be great if I could cultivate in Shoshua Town. The heaven and earth energy here was 20% denser than the outside world. It was enough for Li Fuchen to increase his cultivation at a high speed without consuming pills. Of course, this was only at this stage. Once his cultivation level increased, he would require more heaven and earth energy. By then, he would still require pills. 3 days later, the atmosphere of Shoshua Town was getting tense. The scouts of Shoshua Town had already detected that the demonic beasts at the edge of the Quanshou Mountains were increasing. It was estimated that within a week, the beast wave would erupt. Chapter 105. My soul spirit is already 50% pale blue in color, but I am still unable to cultivate for mystic class, low-tier martial arts to the highest rank. It seems like something is restricting me. In the inn's guest room, Li Fuchen was trying to comprehend the Meteor Fall sword move. Meteor Fall was a kill move. When martial artists dueled, under the condition that both sides had similar basic ability, speed and kill move was the deciding factor. If the kill move was strong enough, it would be enough to kill in a single blow. This was something other moves couldn't achieve. But for the past 2 years, Meteor Fall was still unable to reach the trance stage. Cultivation was one of the reasons, but there was another more important reason. Mystic class martial arts corresponded to Earth Realm and Heaven Realm martial artists. Normally, only Earth Realm martial artists could cultivate a mystic class, low-tier martial art to the trance stage. But other than that, there was something else that was restricting Li Fuchen. After all, when Li Fuchen was at the Qi realm, he was able to cultivate a yellow class, peak-tier martial art to the trance stage. With his perception, it wasn't difficult for him to surpass a realm to comprehend a martial art. Perhaps, it is because of my foundation. Li Fuchen's mind was sharp, he found the crux of the problem from the 3 stages of the completion stage. The Mastery Realm was divided into 3 realms, namely the Perfection Realm, the Great Perfection Realm, and the Trance Realm. Generally speaking, sub-perfection was already considered to be the highest level of a martial art. But the Perfection stage was at the extremity. Not only was it powerful, it was also exquisite. The Trance stage, as the name suggests, was beyond the original level of the martial art. It was a fusion of other martial arts, which required the support of a foundation. Which is why any martial art that reached the trance stage would be considered as one's own martial art. It would be different from the original creator's martial art. The reason why Origin Realm martial artists couldn't cultivate a mystic class, low-tier martial art to the trance stage wasn't only because of their cultivation level, but also because of their lack of foundation. Li Fuchen was able to comprehend yellow class, high-tier, and peak-tier martial arts to the trance stage when he was at the Qi realm, mainly because he had already cultivated plenty of yellow-class martial arts. Other than that, yellow-class martial arts were foundation martial arts and didn't contain much mysticism. But mystic-class martial arts contained much more mysticism and required a higher foundation. No wonder all the powerful swordsmen practice the 100 sword arts. Just one sword art is not enough to make a powerful swordsman. Li Fuchen understood in his heart. At this moment, if there were others here and heard Li Fuchen's words, they would definitely be indescribably shocked. Generally speaking, it was hard for Earth Realm martial artists to have such comprehension. Only when one's martial Dao or sword Dao reached an extremely high level would one be able to clearly feel the importance of one's foundation. Looks like I'll have to exchange for some yellow-class martial arts when I return. Finding the source of the problem, Li Fuchen felt a lot more relaxed. There was nothing to be afraid of when there was a problem, but he was afraid of not being able to find a solution. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the 4th night. Buzz! A mournful horn sounded. The demonic beasts are attacking. The demonic beasts are attacking. Outside the east gate of Shoshua town, more than 10 scouts on demonic blood horses were running back, screaming. What? Attack at night? Damn it, I can't see well at night. It's too dangerous. Shoshua town, everyone put on their clothes and ran to the streets. Attack at night? In the inn's guest room, Li Fuchen frowned. When the beast wave broke out at night, it was the most dangerous. The casualty rate was at least double of the daytime. Picking up the leather armor on the side of the bed, Li Fuchen put it on. This leather armor was a Class 3 demonic beast leather armor. It was worth at least 20,000 gold coins in the outside world and was redeemed by Li Fuchen after spending 10,000 contribution points. It was able to reduce the damage sustained by the martial artist, especially the laceration damage. Exiting the inn, Li Fuchen skimmed towards the east gate's wall. Along the way, Li Fuchen could already hear the faint rumbling of thunder. On the wall, there was a dense crowd of people standing on it. They were basically all Origin Realm martial artists. Within the crowd, Li Fuchen gathered chi in his eyes. Looking through the night, he gazed into the distance. He couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. Under the night sky, a black mass of demonic beasts surged over like a tide. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, all sorts of demonic beasts were gathered together. It was hard to imagine how the Quangshou Mountains could have so many demonic beasts. Demonic beasts are too fertile. Every year during the beast wave, so many demonic beasts would die. The next year, there would still be the same number. Some demonic beasts can only give birth to one at a time. Some can give birth to dozens or even hundreds of demonic beasts. It is impossible to kill them all. That's right. The Quangshou Mountains has limited resources. If there are too many demonic beasts crowding inside, it will only bring about their own destruction. That is why they need to invade more places and require more food. The Quangshou Mountains is too huge. It is the largest mountain range in the Zhanglan region. I reckon that not only Quangshou City is facing a beast wave, but also the nearby Iron Blood City and Violent Wind City. Even the Violent Saber sect on the opposite side of the Quangshou Mountains are facing a beast wave. The Origin Realm martial artists around Li Fuchen were discussing with helpless expressions. Hearing the discussions, Li Fuchen agreed in his heart. For millions of years, demonic beasts were never eradicated. It was because of their fast reproduction rate. If you killed one, it would give birth to 2. If you killed 10, it would give birth to 20. Small mountains like the Misty Mountains were still alright. There would only be a beast wave every few years. But the Quangshou Mountains was huge. Basically, there would be a beast wave every year. Every decade, there would be a large-scale beast wave. During the large-scale beast wave, many experts from the sect would rush over to help defend against the beast wave. If not, the Quangshou city wouldn't be able to defend against it. As everyone was discussing, the beast wave was getting closer. The ground shook violently, as though a flood was about to overflow. Everyone listen to my command and attack at any time. On top of the wall stood the mayor of Shoshua town. Shoshua town was the first strategic town of Quangshou city. The mayor was also an Earthrealm martial artist. Other than that, many outer sect elders, inner sect deacons, outer sect deacons, and inner sect deacon disciples were also here. Below the wall, there was an army of a few thousand men. Among them, other than the army of Shoshua town, there was an even stronger army. Zhanglan army. The Zhanglan army was a sect army. The lowest cultivation level of the soldiers was at the Origin Realm. Once a sect war broke out, the Zhanglan army would be at the forefront. Hence, during normal times, it was especially important to train the soldiers. Defending against the beast wave was undoubtedly a good opportunity to train the soldiers. This was just a small portion of the Zhanglan army. the Zhonglan army had a total of more than 200,000 men. When the beast wave was 1,000 meters away from Shoshua town's first wave of long-range attacks began. Hundreds of catapults hurled out giant rocks. These rocks smashed into the beast wave and easily killed 3 to 5 demonic beasts. At the same time, it slowed down the spreading speed of the beast wave. But even though the catapults were formidable, there were too many demonic beasts. In just a short moment, the beast wave had already spread to a few hundred meters away. Open the gates and attack. Chapter 106. When everyone landed, the beast tide was already in front of them. Kill! At the beginning of the beast tide outbreak, everyone was not afraid. Generally, the ones charging at the front were all level 1 demonic beasts, while the stronger demonic beasts were at the back. Therefore, as long as they were not alone, there was basically no danger to their lives. Seeing that the demonic beasts were right in front of them, all of them burst forth with their jinshi and killed the demonic beasts courageously. Pu, the blood of the demonic beasts splattered crazily. Like harvesting rice, the demonic beasts fell one after another. Li Fuchen's wind shadow steps had already reached the perfection stage and his body was as light as a feather. After he jumped down from the sky, his feet didn't touch the ground, and he easily slid more than 10 meters away. While he was sliding, he waved the black iron sword in his hand, and a huge arc of sword light appeared, killing 3 or 4 level 1 beasts. Then, a cross-shaped sword light flashed, and another 3 or 4 level 1 beasts were killed. Using powerful martial arts to deal with low-level demonic beasts was a very stupid action. The more powerful a martial art was, the more jinshi it would consume, resulting in unnecessary wastage. Of course, if one was strong enough, they wouldn't even need to use low-tier yellow-class martial arts. They could just use normal attacks. Li Fuchen wanted to clear a place to land, which was why he executed the low-tier, yellow-class crescent sword style and tiger fang cross slash. After landing, Li Fuchen slashed a class 1 demonic beast with each slash. Not far away, Liao Hailong, Wu Qingmei, and Gao Changtian were also killing demonic beasts. But it was different from Li Fuchen's solo fight. Liao Hailong's group of 9 formed a formation. This formation was like a meat grinder. Wherever they moved, there would be a rain of blood and the demonic beasts would fall in droves. There is indeed strength in numbers. In fact, Li Fuchen didn't reject joining the team. But it was a pity that Liao Hailong didn't see eye to eye with him. If he joined, he would only be bullied. Myriad Blossom Sword Art. On the other side, the moment Plum Sword, Chen Fanghua, and Zhao Mingyue landed on the ground, they immediately burst forth with astonishing attacks. Especially Chen Fanghua. She, who was at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, was incomparably powerful. With a flick of the pale red artifact sword in her hand, countless pale red sword lights blossomed like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. Pu. At least dozens of level 1 demonic beasts had died under this sword. This was no longer a simple instant kill, but a group kill. Chi release. An Origin Realm martial artist is actually able to release chi. This is unimaginably terrifying. The surrounding Origin Realm martial artists were overwhelmed with shock as their voices trembled. Normally, only an Earth Realm martial artist would be able to externalize chi. Those who were able to externalize chi at the Origin Realm were all elite prodigies. Chen Fanghua and Zhao Mingyue landed on the ground after clearing a huge area. Then, just like everyone else, they killed the demonic beasts one at a time or two at a time. Is this the Myriad Blossom Sword Art, an area of effect sword technique? Li Fuchen saw this scene in his eyes. It was the same sword technique, but there were many types. Some sword techniques had many variations and were good at confusing the opponent. Some sword arts were lethal and suitable for solo duels, like Li Fuchen's meteor sword style. Some sword techniques were suitable for group attacks, such as Chen Fanghua's Myriad Blossom sword technique. Of course, the area of effect sword technique was also quite powerful in a one-on-one fight. In a situation where the opponent had no flaws, a single myriad blossom sword technique attack would be enough to make the opponent flustered and unable to take care of himself. However, no matter how powerful an Origin Realm martial artist was, he was still an Origin Realm martial artist. On the walls, none of the Earth Realm martial artists moved. A mere Class 1 demonic beast wasn't worthy for them to make a move. Their opponents were Class 3 demonic beasts. But if any demonic beasts approached the walls, they would still make a move. A wave of dozens of demonic beasts didn't even have the chance to collide with the walls, when one of the Zhonglan Outer Sect elders made his move. With a wave of his hand, a ferocious chi force was like an enraged dragon, colliding with the demonic beasts and creating a bloody storm. A wave of demonic beasts were all jolted to death. Such a simple method was several folds better than Qin Fanghua's. No wonder he is an Earth Realm martial artist. To Li Fuchen, beheading Class 1 demonic beasts was as easy as eating and drinking. Others would put all their attention on the demonic beasts, but he was able to see and listen in all directions. As long as a demonic beast came near, he would immediately pierce through its vitals with a single blade. The commotion at the back naturally didn't escape his eyes. This was the first time he saw an Earth Realm martial artist in action. It was indeed horrifying. Of course, when compared to a Heaven Realm martial artist, it was still a far cry. During the Inner Sect Disciple exam, that Heaven Realm Inner Sect Elder created an ice road on the 1000 Waterfall River with a wave of his hand. Don't even mention one Earth Realm martial artist, even 10 Earth Realm martial artists would probably be frozen in a single palm. As time passed, Class 2 demonic beasts started to appear. Class 2 demonic beasts were extremely formidable. A single Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast was enough to go against a mid-level Origin Realm martial artist from the Zhonglan army. As for those Origin Realm martial artists that didn't belong to the Zhonglan sect, it would take 2 or 3 of them to go against a single Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast. Only the Zhonglan Inner Sect disciples could suppress a Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast at the same cultivation realm. Speaking of which, one has to mention the difference between demonic beasts and martial artists. Every time a demonic beast advanced a cultivation realm, its ability would increase by at least 10 folds. But if a martial artist didn't cultivate a formidable technique, every time they advanced a cultivation realm, the increase in ability would be far inferior to a demonic beast. For example, if you cultivated a yellow class, high-tier technique during the Qi realm, and when you reached the Origin realm, you would still be cultivating a yellow class, high-tier technique. Then you wouldn't be a match for a Class 2 demonic beast at the same cultivation realm. Hence, to deal with a Class 2 demonic beast, one would need to cultivate at least a yellow class, peak-tier technique. In the Zhonglan army, most of the Origin Realm martial artists cultivated yellow class, peak-tier techniques. Only a small portion of them cultivated mystic class, low-tier techniques. As for the Zhonglan Inner Sect disciples, they were all at least at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. Hence, they all cultivated mystic class, mid-tier techniques, which allowed them to suppress Class 2 demonic beasts. Piercing the throat of a Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast, Li Fuchen thought to himself, when I reach the Earth Realm, if I am still cultivating the mystic class, mid-tier Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, I won't have much of an advantage against Class 3 demonic beasts. Unless I have other advantages, or cultivate a higher tier technique. Thinking about this, Li Fuchen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The growth potential of demonic beasts was simply terrifying. It was said that to deal with a Class 5 demonic beast, one would need to cultivate at least a mystic class, peak-tier technique. But a mystic class, peak-tier technique wasn't too safe, only an earth class, low-tier technique was the real insurance. Does the Zhonglan sect have any earth class techniques? Li Fuchen had his doubts. Of course, other than cultivation techniques, martial artists also had martial arts. Relying on martial arts, one could make up for their weaknesses. If not, the human race would have long been wiped out by the demonic beasts. N. Class 2 high-tier demonic beast. Returning to his senses, Li Fuchen saw a high-leveled Origin Realm martial artist being torn apart by a gorilla. Blood rained down from the sky, creating a bloody scene. Howl howl. The gorilla demonic beast beat its chest with a violent chi presence. Suddenly, it turned its scarlet eyes and looked at Li Fuchen. Boom, 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 as it strode forward, all the Origin Realm martial artists along the way were sent flying. Their bones were broken and their tendons snapped. If they didn't die, they would be crippled. Chapter 107. This is not good. It's actually an ironback gorilla. Li Fuchen frowned. The steelback gorilla was a Class 2 high-tier demonic beast that was extremely powerful. Its physical strength was around 20,000 kilograms. Coupled with its savage demonic chi, tearing apart a high-leveled Origin Realm martial artist wasn't a problem. As for the reason why he was targeted, it was very simple. Humans needed materials from demonic beasts, and demonic beasts needed human flesh and blood. Li Fuchen's physical strength was at least 15,000 kilograms. In the eyes of the ironback gorilla, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly a great tonic that could move. A dozen steps later, the ironback gorilla arrived in front of Li Fuchen. With a height of 3 to 4 meters, its fist was the size of a water tank. It sent a punch at Li Fuchen. The violent fist wind scraped the ground by 3 inches, causing Li Fuchen's hair to fly up. Rumble. A huge pit appeared, and mud flew everywhere. The ironback gorilla retracted its fist and looked into the crater. It couldn't help but be puzzled. Could it be that this punch had smashed the other party into smithereens, to the point where not even his bones remained? Watch my sword! Behind the ironback gorilla, Li Fuchen was in midair, brandishing his sword. This sword was extremely dazzling, like a meteor streaking across the sky. The light and speed of that instant was enough to make one's heart tremble. Poochie! The demonic aura of the ironback gorilla was no different from a piece of paper in front of the sword. Once the demonic aura was broken, the ironback gorilla was directly exposed to this sword. The next moment, blood spurted out, and a bloody hole appeared at the back of the ironback gorilla's head. But Li Fuchen shook his head. Based on the subtle reaction from the black iron sword, he knew that this sword didn't penetrate the skull of the ironback gorilla. Stepping on the back of the ironback gorilla, Li Fuchen flew backwards and dodged the ironback gorilla's punch. The injured ironback gorilla was enraged and chased after Li Fuchen in a frenzy. But the ironback gorilla wasn't good at speed. How could it catch up to Li Fuchen? It was so angry that it kept howling. Myriad blossom sword art. Countless sword lights burst out. It was unknown when Li Fuchen and the ironback gorilla entered Chen Fenghua's battle zone. Taking a glance at Li Fuchen, Chen Fenghua brazenly made her move. In the blink of an eye, the ironback gorilla had turned into a hornet's nest. Its entire body was covered in bloody holes. However, the tough defense of the ironback gorilla did not die, which surprised Chen Fenghua a little. Die! Chen Fenghua changed her sword technique and pierced through the ironback gorilla's throat. Many thanks. Li Fuchen thanked. Chen Fenghua smiled faintly and said, your qinggong isn't bad. Even the ironback gorilla can't catch up to you. Although the ironback gorilla was not good at speed, it was only relatively speaking. Li Fuchen, who was only at the 4th level of the Origin Realm, was able to escape the pursuit of the steelback gorilla so easily. It was obvious that his light body technique was at a high level. Why don't the 3 of us form a team? Zhao Mingyue suggested. She was rather curious about Li Fuchen. If they teamed up, she might be able to find out a thing or two. Alright, I have no objections. Chen Fenghua nodded. I have no objections either. Li Fuchen thought about it and nodded. No matter what, the other party had helped him solve a problem, and he couldn't just turn his back on him. With the 3-man team, their efficiency increased significantly. Chen Fenghua was the spearhead, while Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingyue were on the left and right. Their efficiency in killing the demonic beasts wasn't inferior to Liao Hailong's group. But the only thing that made Li Fuchen gloomy was that Chen Fenghua and Zhao Mingyue would occasionally look at him. He didn't think that the 2 of them had a good impression of him and were probably trying to dig out his secret. If a secret is so easy to dig out, is it still a secret? Li Fuchen thought to himself. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that Chen Fanghua and Zhao Mingyue were shocked in their hearts. They witnessed Li Fuchen's moves. It was abnormally sharp. With a flash of his sword, his speed was as fast as a spark. Every blade had immense power, far exceeding an inner sect disciple who was at the 5th or 6th level of the origin realm. Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but ask, Li Fuchen, what rank is your Scarlet Mystic Flame technique at? Her cultivation was on par with Li Fuchen. The Bright Jade Mystic technique was at the 10th rank. She reckoned that Li Fuchen's Scarlet Mystic Flame technique should be at the 11th rank. Chen Fanghua couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen too. She had been an inner sect disciple for over 6 years, but was only at the 12th rank of the Green Origin Mystic technique. Li Fuchen felt there was no need to hide. 13th rank. 13th rank? That's good. What? Zhao Mingyue nodded subconsciously, but soon realized something was wrong. Her mouth opened wide and was dumbfounded. 13th rank, Chen Fanghua took in a deep cold breath. Cultivation techniques were always harder to cultivate than martial arts. The difficulty of a mystic class, mid-tier technique was comparable to a mystic class, high-tier martial arts. Even though it didn't have many restrictions for martial artists, as long as they were at the origin realm, they could cultivate it. But for a mystic class, high-tier martial art, without reaching the earth realm, it was hard to grasp its essence. But no matter what, it was still a mystic class, mid-tier technique. To break through 1 rank in a year was already considered a prodigy. To break through 2 ranks in a year, even a 5-star bone frame couldn't do it. Li Fuchen broke through from the 7th rank to the 13th rank, a total of 6 ranks. When I was in the outer sect, I had already cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to the 9th rank. 2 ranks in a year isn't too bad, right? Li Fuchen replied. Zhao Mingyue rolled her eyes. The higher the rank, the harder it is to progress. Wait, what did you say just now? You cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to the 9th rank when you were in the outer sect? How is that possible? At the Qi realm, to be able to raise a mystic class, mid-tier technique by 1 rank, to the 8th rank, was already considered a demon class. Only 5-star bone frames could do it. 5-star bone frames and below required the consumption of cultivation technique pills. Li Fuchen actually raised 2 ranks in the Qi realm. Did he even want to live? Chen Fanghua tried her best to suppress her emotions. Your perception, in our Zhanglan sect, is probably only comparable to Sword Maniac Xixiang. She didn't mean that Li Fuchen could be compared to Sword Maniac, but that Sword Maniac could be compared to him. In her heart, she felt that Sword Maniac was only a so-so. My perception is the only thing that is worth mentioning. Li Fuchen used a single blade to slay a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast. Zhao Mingyue said, if only I had your level of comprehension. Finishing her statement, her face was filled with envy. With a 4-star bone frame, if her perception was at Li Fuchen's level, even a 5-star bone frame wouldn't be as valuable. Is your bone frame really just a normal bone frame? Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen replied, if I had a star-grade bone frame, do you think I would still be at the 4th level of the origin realm? That's true. Zhao Mingyue nodded. Yuan Tian's perception isn't as good as yours, but he is already at the 5th level of the origin realm. The improvement of the bone frame was a multifaceted process, but perception was just one aspect. As time passed, the pressure on everyone increased. At the start, there would only be 1 Class 2 demonic beast in 100 Class 1 demonic beasts. Now, there would be 1 Class 2 demonic beast in every 10 Class 1 demonic beasts. Bang, bang! On the battlefield, an inner sect disciple crushed his SOS talisman. Following which, a colorful firework shot up into the sky. On top of the wall, an outer sect elder flew over and grabbed the inner sect disciple. Then, he killed 3 Class 2 demonic beasts that surrounded him with a single palm strike. Consuming a Qi returning pill, Zhao Mingyue said, there are more and more Class 2 demonic beasts. We have to team up with the others. Chen Fanghua didn't have much pressure at the moment, but she agreed with Zhao Mingyue's opinion. Just as the 3 of them were preparing to move, from afar, there was a sudden explosion of dozens of horrific chi presences. Countless Class 1 and Class 2 demonic beasts were stimulated by the boundless chi presences, becoming even more frenzied and fearless. Class 3 demonic beasts. Chapter 108. With the addition of dozens of Class 3 demonic beasts, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed and the number of casualties increased rapidly. At this time, the help talisman was not very useful. The outer sect elders and inner sect deacons who were at the Earth realm had basically all gone up to deal with the Class 3 demonic beasts. There were only a few outer sect elders left. If too many people crushed the talisman at once, even the outer sect elders would not be able to deal with it. What's that? Zhao Mingyue pointed at a group of green or blue humanoid creatures amidst the demonic beast horde. Demons. Chen Fenghua's expression changed. Be it a level 1 fiendish demon or a level 2 fiendish demon, they were all extremely terrifying. After all, demonic beasts were just beasts with low intelligence. As for the demons, their intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. It was fine if that was all. Unfortunately, demons were 10 times stronger than demonic beasts. A level 1 fiendish demon was strong enough to sweep away any level 1 demonic beast. Its strength was even stronger than a low-level level 2 demonic beast. As for the tier 2 demons, they were even more terrifying. They were strong enough to rival the tier 3 low-rank demon beasts. The combination of wisdom and strength made fiendish demons a taboo that would cause warriors to pale at the mere mention of it. Is this a demon? It can actually devour flesh and blood essence to heal its injuries. Li Fuchen saw that after a Class 1 demon was injured, it actually grabbed the martial artist's corpse on the ground and started to tear it apart. In just a short moment, the injuries on its body were completely healed. You can also use weapons. Zhao Mingyue was shocked. The weapons of these magical beasts were all heavy weapons. They were either hammers, axes, or maces. Although they were very crude, and not as exquisite and sharp as the weapons of martial artists, they had the advantage of being heavy and powerful. The demons are coming. Be careful. Chen Fenghua did not dare to be careless against fiendish demons, even if they were level 1 fiendish demons. Jia 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 jia. A group of demons let out cruel laughter and charged at Li Fuchen and the others. Myriad Blossom Sword Art. Chen Fenghua took a deep breath and activated the Myriad Blossom Sword technique. Countless faint red sword gleams enveloped the demon. Pu. At least half of the level 1 fiendish demons died under Chen Fenghua's sword. The remaining dozen or so fiendish demons blocked the sword with their shields. Luckily, there aren't many fiendish demons. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. Li Fuchen's mouth twitched. Close combat. Over a dozen demons were mixed among the demonic beasts and surrounded Li Fuchen's group. Dang! During the battle, a demon emerged from the monster beasts and cleaved at Li Fuchen with an axe. The surface of the axe was the size of a millstone and the weight was estimated to be no less than 1,000 kilograms. When the axe cleaved down, the force was incomparably huge. Li Fuchen's sword actually wasn't able to shake off the opponent's axe, but only caused the opponent's body to lean back and mix into the demonic beasts. Li Fuchen was speechless. In a one-on-one fight, he could instantly kill a Class 1 demon. His opponent's attacks didn't have any technique. But in a chaotic battle, the demons were too cunning. They would always wait for an opportunity to attack, and would never fight alone. Obviously, Chen Fenghua and Zhao Mingyue had noticed this as well. Myriad Blossom Sword Art. Chen Fenghua repeatedly executed the Myriad Blossom Sword Art, killing one group of demonic beasts after another. Several level 1 fiendish demons couldn't raise their shields in time and were also killed by Chen Fenghua's sword. However, in this way, the consumption of true qi would also increase by several times. Even with Chen Fenghua's cultivation, she had no choice but to consume a yellow-class high-tier qi replenishing pill. Had it not been for Chen Fenghua and Li Fuchen, she would have died a few times over. Dripping water pierces stone. With a sword light, Li Fuchen pierced the throat of a Class 1 demon. At the same time, he swung his left palm and killed a Class 2 mid-tier demonic beast with a blazing palm force. Li Fuchen and the other two could still hold on. But on the other side, Liao Hailong's group was in a perilous situation. Bang, bang! Two inner sect disciples couldn't take it anymore and crushed their help talismans. Soon enough, an outer sect elder rescued the two inner sect disciples, one in each hand. Bang, bang! Another two inner sect disciples crushed their help talismans. As such, Liao Hailong's group was left with 5. Damn it, these demons are too cunning. Liao Hailong's face turned black. He was a 6th level Origin Realm prodigy, but he was actually in such dire straits by a group of Class 1 demons. Had it been a group of Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Liao Shixiang, Wu Shimi, Li Fuchen is over there. Chen Fonghua Shiji and Zhao Mingyue Shimi are there too. Why don't we group up with them? Gao Changtian suggested. Alright. Liao Shixiang, what do you think? Wu Qingmei looked at Liao Hailong. Liao Hailong wouldn't admit that he needed help and nodded, they are weak in numbers. We can help them out too. The two groups weren't too far apart. After some effort, they finally met up. I was wondering why you dared to come to Shoshua town. So you have Chen Shiji's protection. Liao Hailong sneered at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sneered, so what if Chen Shiji is protecting me? Unlike you who can't even protect your own team members. You! Liao Hailong was enraged, his eyes were spitting fire. Alright, the most important thing now is to defend against the beast wave. You guys don't want to crush the help talisman, right? Chen Fonghua glared at Liao Hailong. Even though the help talisman could save one's life, but after being rescued, the spoils of war would have nothing to do with them. Only those who persevered would have the right to reap the spoils of war. There were more than 100,000 demonic beasts on the battlefield. Even if only 1 out of 100 demonic beasts had a demon core, it would still be enough for everyone to make a small fortune. Of course, the prerequisite was to win this war. Humph. With a cold glare at Li Fuchen, Liao Hailong didn't say anything else. With the 8 of them together, their combat strength increased. Even if they were surrounded by more demonic beasts and demons, the 8 of them still felt a lot more relaxed. As the battle got more intense, the 8 of them brought out their true abilities. Especially Li Fuchen, with the 13th rank Scarlet Mystic Flame technique revolving, Wu Qingmei and Gao Changtian could feel the unbearable heat from a distance away and couldn't help but feel shocked. Seems like Li Fuchen's ability improved even faster after entering the Origin Realm. Wu Qingmei's eyes rolled. Even though she, Wu Qingmei, liked to befriend strong prodigies, but she wasn't a casual person. Be it Shang Guanhong, Yuan Tian, or Liao Hailong, she only had an ambiguous relationship with them and didn't have any substantial development. After all, she herself was a 4-star bone frame and wasn't willing to give up on herself. Vaguely, she felt that Li Fuchen wasn't just a normal bone frame and was worth befriending. Li Fuchen, let's change positions. There is a Class 1 demon here that is too cunning. Wu Qingmei suddenly said. Sure. Li Fuchen didn't suspect anything and swapped positions with her. PFFF. Executing the dripping sword style, Li Fuchen used a single blade to slay the cunning Class 1 demon. Li Fuchen, you sure hid your abilities well. From what I see, Yuan Tian is only a so-so. Wu Qingmei's pure and charming face had a trace of a smile. At the side, Gao Changtian's expression dimmed. Be it compared to Yuan Tian or Li Fuchen, he felt inferior. Just a mere 4th level Origin Realm martial artist, how good can he be? Liao Hailong saw Wu Qingmei and Li Fuchen getting intimate and his expression turned gloomy. Revolving the Jade Shadow Mystic technique, he purposely bumped into Li Fuchen, almost sending him into the demonic beast horde. Li Fuchen took the opportunity to bump into Liao Hailong as well. Liao Shixiang is so strong, maybe you can fight alone. Li Fuchen, you are courting death. Forcefully enduring the sneak attack of a demon, Liao Hailong was burning with anger and wanted to kill Li Fuchen. Liao Hailong, if you speak any more nonsense, get lost. Chen Fenghua spoke coldly. Good, very good. Li Fuchen, you took advantage of Chen Shiji's protection and dared to disrespect me. After the beast wave is over, I will settle the score with you. Liao Hailong forcefully suppressed his anger and cleaved a Class 1 demon to death. Chapter 109. The battle lasted until late into the night. Towards the end, the intense stench of blood dyed the stars in the sky red. Due to the darkness, no one knew how many more demonic beasts were rushing towards them. They only knew that after killing one batch of demonic beasts, another batch would come. Damn it, I have already consumed 5 yellow class, high-tier chi replenishing pills. Mine is the 6th. A single yellow class, high-tier chi replenishing pill is worth at least 3,000 gold coins. If we can't recoup the cost after the battle, it would be a huge loss. You are still thinking about the battle? Get through the beast wave first. Some of the inner sect disciples were regretting. If they knew the beast wave was so dangerous, they wouldn't have come. Roar! Just as everyone was slaughtering, a beast's roar could be heard from afar. The beast's roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing the ground to tremble. Immediately after, a violent gale blew over, sending sand and pebbles flying. Be it martial artists or demonic beasts, they all felt their blood flow stagnating and their movements becoming stiff. Howl! Before the previous wave subsided, another wave arose. After the loud beast roar, a deep howl of a wolf could be heard. This wolf howl wasn't as loud as the beasts, but it had a penetrating power. Those with weaker cultivations could only feel their heart palpitating and their vision blurring. At the same time, an equally violent whirlwind engulfed them, causing them to have difficulty breathing. Such a fearsome chi presence. Li Fuchen and the others had a change in expression. A chi presence causing a violent gale wasn't something a Class 3 demonic beast could do. Only a Class 4 demonic beast could do it. And a Class 4 demonic beast was comparable to a Heaven Realm martial artist. Through the darkness of the night, everyone seemed to see 2 huge black shadows enveloping the starry sky. That wasn't a real entity, but an illusion caused by the aura. Under such a terrifying aura, anyone below the Heavenly Dipper realm wouldn't have any fighting spirit at all. Their fighting spirit would directly collapse. My God, it's a Class 4 demonic beast. We are finished. A Class 4 demonic beast is enough to massacre an entire city. Why would a Class 4 demonic beast appear in a small-scale beast wave? I thought only a large-scale beast wave would have Class 4 demonic beasts. Guangzhou City has a small-scale beast wave once a year, a large-scale beast wave once a decade, and a super-large-scale beast wave once a century. Could it be that this isn't a small-scale beast wave, but a large-scale beast wave? Impossible. It's impossible for there to be only 2 Class 4 demonic beasts in a large-scale beast tide. There should be at least dozens of them. That's right. There are examples of Class 4 demonic beasts appearing in a small-scale beast tide. It's just that we were unlucky and happened to bump into one. Everyone's fighting spirit weakened. How could they fight against 2 Class 4 demonic beasts? Even if everyone joined forces, it would still not be enough. I wonder if there are any Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists guarding Shoshua town. If there aren't any, we need to retreat from the battlefield now. Chen Fenghua laughed bitterly. Liao Hailong's eyes flickered. He already had the intention to retreat. Zhao Mingyue hesitated. There should be. They were just puny origin realm martial artists and were here to assist. If they were to encounter a Class 4 demonic beast, they would be fools if they didn't flee. Humph, just 2 level 4 demonic beasts and they dare to be so arrogant. Just as Zhao Mingyue finished speaking, a cold snort came from Shoshua town. The next moment, a dazzling red light burst out, as if a red sun was rising. The red sun rose to a height of a few tens of meters and suddenly turned into a red pillar of light, shooting towards the direction of the beast roars. Everywhere it passed through, the air seemed to boil. The terrifying temperature caused all the flammable items on the battlefield to be incinerated and turned into ashes. True Inferno Technique. Li Fuchen recognized the technique that his opponent executed with a single glance. In the Zhonglan sect, there were two absolute arts. One was the true Zhonglan technique, a soft technique. The other was the true Inferno technique, a yang technique. It was said that these two absolute arts were mystic class, peak-tier techniques and had a total of 21 ranks. Li Fuchen's 13th rank Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was only at the 11th rank when compared to the true Inferno technique. It was at least 10 ranks away from the highest 21st rank. It's Uncle Wuji. Zhao Mingyue blurted out. The Zhonglan sect didn't have a lot of Heaven Realm martial artists, but it wasn't a small number either. There were quite a number who cultivated the true Inferno technique. If it was someone who wasn't familiar with the red light, they wouldn't be able to recognize who it was. But Zhao Mingyue could. Are you Elder Zhao Wuji? Chen Fenghua asked. Zhao Mingyue nodded, yes. Her grandfather was the inner sect Grand Elder and Zhao Wuji was her grandfather's godson. His ability was ranked at the top of the inner sect elders. With Elder Zhao here, these two class 4 demonic beasts aren't even worth mentioning. Chen Fenghua let out a breath of relief. Zhao Wuji was at the 7th level of the Heaven Realm and had a record of killing class 4 high-tier demonic beasts. If these two class 4 demonic beasts weren't class 4 high-tier demonic beasts, he would definitely lose. Even if they were class 4 high-tier demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to deal with Zhao Wuji. The red light beam pierced through the middle of the 4 strongest class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. In an instant, the 4 demonic beasts turned into fireballs and perished. As for the remaining class 3 demonic beasts and class 2 demons, Zhao Wuji didn't bother to deal with them and left them to the outer sect elders and inner sect deacons. Thank you, Elder Zhao. One of the outer sect elders bowed respectfully with a cupped fist. Zhao Wuji didn't reply and increased his speed towards the 2 class 4 demonic beasts. Boom, boom. In the thick night sky, a pillar of fire burst into the sky. The intense light illuminated the pitch-black battlefield as though it was daytime. Everyone looked over and saw an imposing figure standing in the middle of the pillar of fire, just like a demon god. Is this a Heaven Realm martial artist? Li Fuchen took a deep breath. To be able to fly with Qi, stand in the air, and contest with class 4 demonic beasts. No matter which one it was enough to make one's heart flutter and look forward to it. Zhao Wuji didn't want to implicate the rest of the crowd and intentionally lured the 2 class 4 demonic beasts away. The sounds of the battle gradually faded away, with the occasional clashing of thunder. Kill! Without the interference of the class 4 demonic beasts, everyone's battle intent was restored and they fought with all their might. And they worked even harder than before. The appearance of a Heaven Realm martial artist brought them confidence and hope, as though a ray of light pierced through the dawn. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen noticed that the demonic beasts were gradually decreasing. Previously, there would be 2 or 3 demonic beasts attacking him at the same time. Now, there were only 1 or 2 demonic beasts attacking him. The demonic beasts are decreasing. The beast wave is ending. Many of them realized this and laughed hysterically. The corpses of the demonic beasts on the battlefield were at least a few 100,000. A few 100,000 corpses would produce a few thousand demon cores. If one was lucky enough to obtain a few class 2 demon cores, it would be enough to make a small fortune. After all, a class 2 low-tier demon core was worth at least 10,000 gold coins. A class 2 mid-tier demon core was worth at least 20,000 gold coins. A class 2 high-tier demon core was worth at least 40,000 gold coins. A mutated demon core was worth 5 times more than a demon core of the same class. Other than that, the materials from the demonic beasts were also of considerable value. The demonic beast hide could be used to make leather armor, the claws and teeth could be used to make accessories or weapons. Some of the materials from the body of some special demonic beasts could even be used to refine pills. Chapter 110. At the break of dawn, Zhao Wuji rushed back with a face full of smiles. No matter what, he didn't expect that of the two Class 4 demonic beasts, the Class 4 low-tier one would have a demon core. A Class 4 low-tier demon core was worth around 15 million gold coins. This was definitely a windfall. Zhao Wuji had accumulated for so many years and his total net worth was only a few million gold coins. Of course, this was mainly due to his high expenditure. I wonder when will I be able to get my hands on a Class 4 demon core? On the way back, Zhao Wuji thought to himself. But soon enough, he dispelled this extravagant hope. This was definitely luck. On average, out of 100 Class 4 demonic beasts, there might not even be one with a demon core. This time, he was just lucky. Due to his good mood, Zhao Wuji helped the crowd to clean up some demonic beasts on the way back. With his ability, he didn't even need to make a move against low-tier demonic beasts. He could just use his chi to kill a large number of demonic beasts. With Zhao Wuji's help, the beast wave ended even faster. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the ground, the battle was finally over. It is everyone's credit that we were able to defend against the beast wave. Now, the spoils of the battlefield are all yours. But let me say this first. When fighting for the spoils of war, no killing is allowed and no crippling is allowed. Those who violate this rule will have to bear the consequences. Standing on top of the tall walls of Shoshua town, Zhao Wuji raised his voice. "Thank you, my lord." Everyone shouted in unison and began to fight for the spoils of war. On top of the walls, the Earth Realm martial artists didn't go down to fight for the spoils of war. The corpses of the Class 3 demonic beasts were already cut open by them. If there was a demon core, they would have already taken it. As for the Class 2 demon core, they didn't even bother about it. "Elder Zhao, you seem to be in a good mood." An outer sect elder who knew Zhao Wuji smiled. Zhao Wuji's serious face was filled with pride. "I was lucky to get a Class 4 low-tier demon core." "What? Class 4 low-tier demon core?" The outer sect elder was dumbfounded. The outer sect elders and inner sect deacons who heard this news were also dumbfounded. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji was even more proud. "Congratulations, Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao, you have to treat us." "Yes, Elder Zhao's luck is monstrous. You should treat us." Hearing this, Zhao Wuji laughed. "Of course I will treat, and I won't be stingy. Once we return to the sect, I will treat all of you." The outside world basically didn't have any precious delicacies, unlike the Azure Water sect which had precious ingredients like treasure fish. Li Fuchen and the others also joined the looting camp immediately. Basically, if they saw a complete demonic beast corpse, they would split it open and search carefully. Of course, they didn't care about the level 1 demonic beast's corpse. Their target was the level 2 demonic beast's corpse. Haha, mid-rank 2 demon core. An Origin Realm martial artist found a Class 2 mid-tier demonic core and laughed heartily. Seeing that someone had already gained something, everyone worked even harder. With a strong consciousness, Li Fuchen does not need to be like others, a sword to split the monster beast corpse, and then slowly search. He pressed his palm on the surface of the demon beast's corpse, and his consciousness entered it along with his true chi. In just 1 or 2 breaths, he would know whether the demon beast had a demon core or not. Because of this, his efficiency was naturally much higher. In less than half an hour, he had found 3 level 2 demon cores. One of them was a level 2 mid-tier demon core. This looks like a Class 2 high-tier mutated demonic beast, Golden Fur Bear. Underneath a pile of corpses, Li Fuchen suddenly found a demonic beast with golden fur. Shaking off the other corpses, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This golden fur bear's corpse was complete. Who killed it? Why didn't they split it open to search for the demon core? Li Fuchen didn't understand. That's right, it must have been killed by Elder Zhao Wuji. But Elder Zhao Wuji was too strong. With just a burst of true chi, a large number of demonic beasts were killed. No one else noticed. Not bothering to check with his true chi, Li Fuchen cleaved at the golden fur bear. The dead golden fur bear's corpse didn't have a tough defense and was easily split open by Li Fuchen. His true qi entered the corpse along with his true qi, causing Li Fuchen's heart to race. At the abdomen of the golden fur bear, he found a pale gold demon core that was so beautiful. Executing the red jade palm, Li Fuchen extracted the pale gold demon core. This one demon core is worth 200,000 gold coins. Li Fuchen let out a smile. A Class 2 high-tier demon core was worth about 40,000 gold coins. A Class 2 high-tier mutated demon core was 5 times that, which was worth about 200,000 gold coins. This was undoubtedly a windfall. Heavens, a Class 2 high-tier mutated demon core. What great luck! Near Li Fuchen, a Zhonglan inner sect disciple exclaimed. Li Fuchen frowned. He understood the logic of not flaunting one's wealth, but he still got exposed. Not far away, Liao Hailong looked over. Seeing Li Fuchen keeping the pale gold demon core, his eyes couldn't help but have a flash of delight. Li Fuchen, I shall give you a chance to apologize. Hand over that demon core. Liao Hailong quickly walked over and said. Li Fuchen replied, based on what? Based on what? You don't have the qualifications to obtain this golden fur bear's demon core. Liao Hailong didn't like Li Fuchen at all. Under normal circumstances, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with the golden fur bear. But now, Liao Hailong took advantage of this opportunity. Then what qualifications do you have? Li Fuchen countered with a question. Liao Hailong spoke in a gloomy tone, Li Fuchen, I don't know who gave you the guts to provoke me. This is a foolish action. I advise you not to anger me, if not, I will beat you into a dead dog and step on you. You will never be able to rise again. Then I would like to see if you are the dead dog, or if I am the dead dog. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Even though he didn't have the confidence to defeat Liao Hailong, but he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Look, Li Fuchen and Liao Shixiang are going against each other. This Li Fuchen is too arrogant. It is fine if he is arrogant in the outer sect, but he is also arrogant in the inner sect. Liao Shixiang is 2 levels higher than him. A dog-like thing dares to provoke Liao Shixiang. He is simply looking for death. The 2 inner sect disciples that followed Liao Hailong sneered. Not good, Li Fuchen is going to suffer. Gao Changtian, Wu Qingmei, and the others saw Li Fuchen and Liao Hailong. Gao Changtian was a little anxious as he had a good impression of Li Fuchen. Gao Shixiang, don't say anything. Otherwise, Liao Shixiang might vent his anger on you. Let me go persuade him. Wu Qingmei thought for a moment and decided to persuade Liao Hailong and Li Fuchen to admit his mistake. It was better than being humiliated on the spot. Good, very good. A dog-like thing dares to talk back to me. I shall pluck out your dog teeth and break your dog legs. Let's see if you still have the qualifications to provoke me. Liao Hailong was enraged. 6th level of the Origin Realm burst out. 11th rank Jade Shadow Mystic Technique burst out. Full force of his body. Liao Hailong furiously cleaved with his blade. It was like a violent storm, lightning and thunder. Chapter 111. Liao Hailong, others might be afraid of you, but it doesn't mean I, Li Fuchen, am afraid of you. Let's see who will be the dead dog today. Li Fuchen's body shook. 4th level of the Origin Realm burst out. 13th rank Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique burst out. 15,000 kilograms of physical strength was unleashed. Leaping forward, the black iron sword in his hand followed a unique path. In a split second, a stream of light burst out and the speed of the sword increased to the limit. Mystic Class, Low-Tier Sword Art, Meteor Sword Style. 2 black iron swords, one like lightning and the other like a meteor, clashed together. Clang! The horrifying sound of metal clashing was so loud that it hurt the ears of those nearby. The weeds on the ground were all pulverized, even the fine soil was pulverized. Between the 2 of them, green and red lights intertwined. Sparks shot out a few meters and ignited the grass. A huge force was felt. Liao Hailong and Li Fuchen each took 7 to 8 steps back. Li Fuchen blocked Liao Shixiang's full-powered blade. Wu Qingmei, who was walking over, was in a daze, unable to believe her eyes. Liao Hailong was an inner sect prodigy. His cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Yuan Tian because they were of similar cultivation levels. If Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the Qi realm back then, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yuan Tian. Hiss! Gao Changtian took a deep cold breath. Interesting, this Li Shidi is much stronger than I imagined. Chen Fanghua observed the situation. He can go against Liao Hailong Shixiang. Zhao Mingyue was flabbergasted, but soon after, her eyes lit up. It must be because Liao Shixiang didn't use his full strength. How could he block a single blade from Liao Shixiang? The 2 inner sect disciples who mocked and ridiculed Li Fuchen earlier were dumbfounded. Son of a bitch, die! Liao Hailong consecutively slashed at Li Fuchen for 12 times. Clang 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 clang, Li Fuchen's meteor sword style was much stronger than his opponent's. Not only did it block Liao Hailong's wind and thunder sword style, it even slightly suppressed Liao Hailong. Liao Hailong's face turned pale. Li Fuchen, you son of a bitch. You are just a 4th level origin realm martial artist. How can you block my wind and thunder sword style? Are you cheating? I wonder if you still have the mouth to curse later. Every time Liao Hailong called him a bastard, Li Fuchen was infuriated. He decided that even if he didn't have a chance, he would create an opportunity to defeat Liao Hailong and give him a few tight slaps. 10 moves. 50 moves. 100 moves. Soon, 100 moves had passed. Neither side could do anything to the other. But with Chen Fanghua's eyesight, she could faintly see that Li Fuchen had a slight advantage. The combination of wind and thunder. Liao Hailong's Tempest Sword art had become even more ferocious. He, who had cultivated the Tempest Sword art to near the greater mastery stage, had never lost before. Break! Li Fuchen's meteor sword style was already at the perfection stage. Be it the power or the exquisiteness, it was at the extremity of the meteor sword style. In the air, streams of light burst forth. Liao Hailong's wind and thunder sword style was utterly defeated. 3 sword moves couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. At this moment, it showed the importance of an all-round ability. Just slightly suppressing Liao Hailong, Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. He executed the shadowless leg and came and went without a trace. He didn't execute the wind shadow steps. Even though the wind shadow steps combined with the shadowless leg could increase his speed, it would be lacking in attack power and wasn't as good as the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique. Liao Hailong was careless and got grazed by Li Fuchen's blade on his back. He was wearing a Class 3 demonic beast pelt armor and had a tough physical defense. This blade didn't seriously injure him, but it did affect his condition. Tripart sword style. Li Fuchen circled around Liao Hailong and constantly attacked. His sword style was erratic, sometimes it was meteor fall, sometimes it was the tripart sword style. Die! Liao Hailong was extremely aggrieved. He swept his black iron sword in a circle. In the air, there was a thunderstorm and the sword presence was oppressive. Without a sound, Li Fuchen's figure was blown away. When he reappeared, Li Fuchen was on the right side of Liao Hailong. Meteor fall. With a swing of the sword light suddenly disappeared, turning into a shooting star and disappearing. TFFF. The Qi protection crumbled and the Class 3 demonic beast pelt armor was penetrated. Liao Hailong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, suffering a severe internal injury. Meteor fall was too strong, it had extreme lethality and speed. The Class 2 high-tier ironback gorilla almost got its skull pierced by Li Fuchen. Xiao! 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 After injuring Liao Hailong with a single blade, Li Fuchen held his breath and consecutively executed 3 meteor fall. 2 of them hit the same spot. The Class 3 demonic beast pelt armor and flesh were instantly penetrated, causing Liao Hailong's face to turn pale. Clang! Li Fuchen repelled Liao Hailong's black iron sword. Now who is the dog? Li Fuchen stood in front of Liao Hailong, coldly staring at him. The two inner sect disciples who followed Liao Hailong were stunned. They never expected Liao Hailong to lose. Liao Hailong was an inner sect prodigy and his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen won. Gao Changtian and Wu Qingmei looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't imagine what stage Li Fuchen's ability had reached. Chen Shiji, Li Fuchen won. Zhao Mingyue's eyes were intense. This was the first time she was so interested in someone. Even if it was Yuan Tian who had a 5-star bone frame, she didn't care about him. In her opinion, even though Yuan Tian had a high chance of progressing to the Heaven Realm, she was still the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder. A Heaven Realm cultivator wasn't worthy of her attention. Unless Yuan Tian could progress to the Reincarnation Realm. A pity, even if he was a 5-star bone frame, he couldn't guarantee that he could progress to the Reincarnation Realm. Looking at the entire Zhanglan sect and the surrounding sects, the Reincarnation Realm was the pinnacle of combat strength. A Reincarnation Realm expert was enough to dominate this land and live a carefree life. That's right. What a surprise. Chen Fanghua stroked the hair on her forehead, her eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Fuchen, you son of a bitch. One day, I will kill you with my own hands and destroy everything you have. Despair, ha! Liao Hailong's face was filled with madness and hatred. Paw! Li Fuchen landed a slap on Liao Hailong's face, causing it to swell up. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Liao Hailong screamed. Paw! Li Fuchen gave another backhand slap on Liao Hailong's face. Paw, 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 paw. Li Fuchen didn't give Liao Hailong any chance to speak. Slap after slap ruthlessly. Liao Hailong was slapped silly, his eyes glazed over. This too. Everyone who witnessed this scene was in a daze. Domineering, truly domineering. He didn't even want to waste his breath, he slapped him straight away. Damn it, Li Fuchen is too reckless. Liao Hailong is the young master of the ancient Liao clan. His status is even higher than Fang Liahai's. Gao Changtian was well aware of Liao Hailong's background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swallowed his anger and humiliation. Damn it, he dares to humiliate my clan's young master. He deserves to die, no one can save him. Chapter 112. These two inner sect deacon apprentices were around 40 years old and were at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. With their speed, they arrived at Li Fuchen's side in a short moment. Jade Wave Sword Style. Soaring Sword Style. The two of them came at Li Fuchen from the left and right. With Li Fuchen's current cultivation level, he wasn't a match for two 9th level Origin Realm inner sect deacon apprentices. Myriad Blossom Sword Style. At the crucial moment, Chen Fanghua rushed over and used the Myriad Blossom Sword Style to break their Jade Wave Sword Style and Soaring Sword Style. Chen Shiji, what is the meaning of this? One of them raged. Chen Fanghua replied, don't forget, you two are just inner sect deacon apprentices. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the disciplinary hall? An inner sect deacon apprentice had a lower status than an inner sect disciple. Offending one's superior was a serious violation of the sect rules. The other said, Chen Shiji, you better be clear about one thing. Our Liao clan is one of the ancient clans in the Zhanglan region and Liao Hailong is our young master. Let me advise you, don't get yourself into trouble or you will have to bear the consequences. That's right, offending the Liao clan will not end well. The reason why they dared to kill Li Fuchen was because they had the support of the Liao clan. As one of the ancient clans, the Liao clan had plenty of Earth Realm martial artists and a few Heaven Realm martial artists. They had quite the say in the Zhanglan sect. Chen Fanghua sneered, then I would like to see how your Liao clan is going to deal with me. Do you think your Liao clan can surpass the Zhanglan sect? At this moment, Liao Hailong finally came to his senses, he hysterically said, Li Fuchen, you dare to slap me? Do you know you have committed a grave sin? An unforgivable sin. Kneel down and break both your arms, then you still have a chance to save yourself. If not, no one in this world can save you. And Chen Fanghua, you still have time to scram. If not, I swear you will regret it for the rest of your life. Presumptuous. Chen Fanghua was enraged. She was an 8th-level Origin Realm Inner Sect disciple and had never been threatened by anyone. Not even the Liao clan. Once she became a direct disciple, even the Liao clan wouldn't dare to touch her. Presumptuous, huh? I have even more presumptuous. I will humiliate you in every possible way. Liao Hailong wasn't afraid of Chen Fanghua at all. In terms of talent, he wasn't any worse than Chen Fanghua. He was confident that he could catch up to Chen Fanghua within a few years. Zhao Mingyue, who was standing next to Chen Fanghua, couldn't hold it in any longer. Her pretty face turned frosty as she asked, Liao Hailong, is your Liao family very powerful? Our Liao clan is naturally powerful, but... Liao Hailong looked at Zhao Mingyue, unable to continue. The Liao clan was ancient and powerful, but there was always a higher mountain. The Zhao clan that Zhao Mingyue belonged to didn't have many members and didn't have a long history. However, Zhao Mingyue's grandfather was an inner sect grand elder and her father was also an inner sect elder. There was also Zhao Wuji, who was one of the top inner sect elders. With the three of them's power and strength, even the Liao clan had to bow down to them. In this world, the background was important, but the background also had to bow to the absolute strength. If a reincarnation realm martial artist came, the sect had to treat him with respect. One person was equivalent to a sect. Why aren't you talking? Isn't your Liao family quite powerful? You can kill whoever you want. Even inner sect disciples aren't worth mentioning. Zhao Mingyue wasn't courteous at all, her words were sharp. Liao Hailong braced himself and said, Zhao Mingyue, I didn't offend you. Why do you have to go against me for an unrelated person? What's going on? Suddenly, a dignified voice sounded. Uncle Zhao. Zhao Mingyue quickly looked over. In midair, Zhao Wuji stood in midair. He smiled and nodded at Zhao Mingyue. Mingyue, tell me about the situation here. Zhao Mingyue pointed at Liao Hailong and the two inner sect deacon apprentices, they are Liao clansmen. Had it not been for Qin Shiji, Li Fuchen would have died in their hands. Furthermore, they even used the Liao clan to bully Qin Shiji. I can't stand it. Liao clan. Zhao Wuji laughed. Elder Zhao, we didn't mean it that way. This piece of shit is too despicable. He humiliated our Liao clan's young master. One of the inner sect deacon apprentices explained with a trembling voice. A powerful chi presence was released, forcing the two inner sect deacon apprentices to kneel on the ground. Zhao Wuji spoke word by word, since when did the life and death of inner sect disciples belong to your Liao clan? Then what is the use of my Zhanglan sect? Is your Liao clan trying to replace the Zhanglan sect? Elder Zhao, please spare our lives. Our Liao clan wouldn't dare. The two inner sect deacon apprentices crumbled. Their expressions were filled with fear and didn't dare to explain anymore. When we return, go to the enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Zhao Wuji spoke indifferently. Yes. The two of them kowtowed repeatedly. Liao Hailong lowered his head and clenched his fist tightly. The killing intent in his heart had reached an uncontrollable level. Zhao Wuji might be formidable, but his great-grandfather was one of the top-ranked elders in the inner sect. Of course, he didn't dare to talk back to Zhao Wuji. But that didn't mean he would let Li Fuchen and Chen Fanghua off. Today's humiliation, he shall bear it first. In the future, he would return it 100-fold. Glancing at Liao Hailong, Zhao Wuji said, your great-grandfather, Elder Liao, is also an important figure. Do not give him any trouble, or else the sect rules will not be merciful. As an inner sect elder, Zhao Wuji had to give some face to Elder Liao. Alright, you may all disperse. Zhao Wuji waved his hand and floated away. Just you wait. Giving a venomous look at Li Fuchen and Chen Fanghua, Liao Hailong turned and left. Many thanks to the two of you for your help. After Liao Hailong left, Li Fuchen cupped his fist and thanked Chen Fanghua and Zhao Mingyue. Had it not been for the two of them, he would have lost his life here. He didn't expect the Liao clan to be so brazen and kill an inner sect disciple. At this moment, he felt that he was still too weak. He didn't expect to become a Heaven Realm martial artist within a few years. It was impossible and unrealistic. But, he could still become a direct disciple within a few years. Direct disciples were the future pillars of the Zhanglan sect. Anyone who dared to touch a direct disciple would be the same as touching the foundation of the Zhanglan sect and would suffer the wrath of the upper echelons of the Zhanglan sect. Li Fuchen, you have to be careful. Liao Hailong has an uncle, Liao Tianjun, who is also an inner sect disciple and is at the 8th level of the origin realm. For you to bully Liao Hailong like this, his uncle will not let you off. Zhao Mingyue reminded. Ancient clans were terrifying. They had a deep foundation and could constantly produce outstanding talents. Even though Liao Tianjun wasn't a 4-star bone frame and was only a 3-star bone frame, his cultivation time was a few times longer than Li Fuchen's. The current Li Fuchen couldn't deal with Liao Tianjun yet. Liao Tianjun, huh? I got it. Li Fuchen memorized this name. He wasn't worried about Liao Tianjun's revenge. A mere 8th level origin realm inner sect disciple wasn't worth his worry. Give him another year and Liao Tianjun wouldn't be a problem. Chen Fanghua said, since I have offended the Liao clan, if there is anything you can't solve, you can look for me. She felt depressed in her heart. Offending the Liao clan wasn't the result she wanted, but she didn't expect the Liao clan to be so arrogant. Stopping them from killing Li Fuchen would result in them bearing a grudge. In her heart, she thought, Li Fuchen, I hope you can still be this demonic in the future. I didn't save your life in vain. Chen Shiji, today's saving grace will be repaid tenfold in the future. Li Fuchen spoke seriously. Chapter 113. The beast wave didn't just engulf Shoshua town, it also engulfed other towns. In the entire Guangzhou city, the density of demonic beasts was a few times higher than before. Even the normally safe little forest might have a few demonic beasts hiding within. The few of them didn't head to Guangzhou city to trade for demon cores. Within the sect, there were also demon cores that could be traded. The sect was actually equivalent to a city, but this city was filled with experts. 3 Class 2 low-tier demon cores, 2 Class 2 mid-tier demon cores, 1 Class 2 high-tier mutated demon core. A total of 300,000 gold coins. In the trading hall, the 6 demon cores that Li Fuchen obtained from the battlefield of Shoshua town were sold for 300,000 gold coins. Li Shidi, you have made a fortune this time. You should treat us to a meal at the delicacy pavilion. Chen Fanghua suggested. Yes. Zhao Mingyue nodded. Li Fuchen laughed, no problem. The delicacy pavilion was the Zhanglan sect's high-class dining hall. It was similar to the restaurants outside, but the food inside was extremely expensive. A single meal could easily cost up to a few thousand gold coins. If it was extravagant, a single meal could easily cost tens of thousands of gold coins. The Zhanglan sect had 4 delicacy pavilion. 1 for the outer sect, 1 for the inner sect, 1 for the direct disciples, and 1 for the core sect. Inner sect delicacy pavilion. Delicious. The last time I came here, I couldn't forget about it. Now I finally get to eat it again. Chen Fanghua used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and stuffed it into her mouth, her face filled with happiness. Zhao Mingyue ate happily too. Even though she was the granddaughter of the inner sect grand elder, she had always been independent and rarely asked for resources. Looking at the table full of dishes, Li Fuchen finally understood why the delicacy pavilion was so expensive. The ingredients here were all mid-grade, like mid-grade spirit vegetables, second-tier treasure fish, tofu made from mid-grade spirit beans, mid-grade spirit birds, mid-grade spirit bird eggs, One had to know that a second-tier treasure fish that had just been caught was worth 1,000 contribution points per caddy. 10 caddies would be 10,000 contribution points. If it could be converted into gold, then it would be 20,000 gold. Including the processing fees, this treasure fish was worth a total of 21,000 gold. The good thing was that the other mid-grade ingredients were cheaper and only cost a total of 9,000 gold coins. This meal cost Li Fuchen a total of 30,000 gold coins. But Li Fuchen didn't feel any heartache. He was just like the other two, immersed in the process of enjoying the food. The processed mid-grade ingredients were indeed a delicacy of the world. The taste was indescribable. If the food here was compared to delicacies, the food he had eaten before would be tasteless. After the meal, the three of them felt their bodies heating up. The higher the grade of the ingredients, the more nourishing they would be. This meal of theirs was equivalent to eating several high-tier yellow-grade dragon tiger pills. It would be strange if their bodies did not heat up. After exiting the delicacy pavilion, the mountain breeze blew, cooling him down a lot. Li Fuchen, you are finally willing to come out. Break one of your arms. Don't test my patience. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I'm Liao Tianjun, Liao Hailong's uncle. 10 meters away from the main entrance of the delicacy pavilion, a stalwart-looking youth stared at Li Fuchen as though he was a dead man. Liao Tianjun, Li Fuchen is my friend. I advise you to leave now. Chen Fenghua spoke coldly. Liao Tianjun looked at Chen Fenghua. Chen Fenghua, are you sure you want to get involved in this? That's right, I'm going to take care of this. Chen Fenghua did not hesitate at all. Kiki. Liao Tianjun let out a sinister smile. Chen Fenghua, you shouldn't have done this. You could have had a bright and beautiful future. But a pity, because of a lowly ant, you are ruining your future. Maybe you think I am bragging, but in the future, you will know what a wrong decision you have made. Not knowing why, when Chen Fenghua heard Liao Tianjun's words, she felt a chill. Zhao Mingyue couldn't bear to see Liao Tianjun threatening Chen Fenghua. Squinting her eyes, she said, Liao Tianjun, I am warning you. If you dare to touch Chen Shiji, I will make you pay. Hearing this, Liao Tianjun didn't mind. Who said I am going to touch her? Is talking about breaking the sect rules? You! How could Zhao Mingyue win against Liao Tianjun in an argument? She was immediately stopped by him. Shifting his gaze back to Li Fuchen, Liao Tianjun spoke with disdain. What? Are you going to hide behind these two women for the rest of your life and be a coward? If you break one of your arms now, I can let bygones be bygones. If not, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Don't think I am joking, I am a very serious person. When Liao Tianjun spoke, he spoke in a refined manner, but gave off the vibe of a venomous snake. Every word carried a chill that could penetrate one's heart. Li Fuchen laughed. Liao Tianjun, if I remember correctly, you are 31 years old this year, right? So what if I am? Do you think I will be too embarrassed to find trouble with you because I am older than you? You are wrong. Liao Tianjun sneered. Li Fuchen shook his head. Give me 1 year. 1 year later, let's have a showdown on the inner sect's Fengyun stage. The Fengyun stage was a place for disciples to settle their grudges. Even though the Fengyun stage prohibited killing, but it was permissible to cripple the other party. The loser was not allowed to take revenge. If the sect found out and took revenge, the loser would be sentenced to death. 1 year. Liao Tianjun sized up Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's body was like a spear. Under the mountain breeze, he didn't move an inch. Liao Tianjun's eyes were unfathomable and didn't reveal any emotions. Apologies, I don't want to give you even 1 year. Break one of your arms now. They can't be by your side forever. Liao Tianjun shook his head. He was a person who liked to do things he was confident in. 1 year later, there would be too many variables. What's more, why would he give Li Fuchen a year? Liao Tianjun, you are such a coward. You are at the 8th level of the Origin Realm while Li Fuchen is at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. You don't even dare to wait for a year. What kind of hero are you? Zhao Mingyue said with disdain. The commotion here attracted the attention of many inner sect disciples. After hearing Zhao Mingyue's words, everyone looked at Liao Tianjun with a strange expression. Liao Tianjun's expression turned ugly. Fine, I will give you 1 year. 1 year later, I will see you at the Fengyan stage. I will cripple your dantian, break all your limbs and let you spend the rest of your life in bed. I will return the same words to you. Li Fuchen was indifferent and replied. Li Fuchen's calmness almost caused Liao Tianjun to lose control of his emotions. He was always the one in control, but in front of Li Fuchen, he had a passive feeling. No matter what he said, Li Fuchen didn't reveal any emotions. I don't believe that you can improve so much in 1 year. I hope you won't be crying and begging for mercy. Liao Tianjun threw out a statement and left. 1 year later, Liao Shixiang is going to duel with Li Fuchen at the Fengyan stage? Isn't Li Fuchen being too reckless? Liao Shixiang stepped into the 8th level of the Origin Realm half a year ago. 1 year later, he might even step into the 9th level of the Origin Realm. He is indeed a little reckless. Li Fuchen is only at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. 1 year later, he will at most be at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. What's more, each level of the martial Dao is harder to advance. Chapter 114. Li Shidi, are you confident 1 year from now? Chen Fenghua looked at Li Fuchen. Liao Tianjun was now at the 8th level of the Origin Realm. 1 year from now, he would most likely be at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. If Li Fuchen wanted to defeat Liao Tianjun, he would need to reach the 7th level of the Origin Realm within a year. If not, there would be no hope. I wouldn't dare to say 100%, but 80% to 90%. Li Fuchen replied. As long as he broke through to the 6th level of the Origin Realm, he had the confidence to defeat Liao Tianjun. After all, 1 year was enough for him to increase his Scarlet Mystic Flame technique by another rank. Since you are so confident, I am looking forward to the outcome 1 year from now. Chen Fenghua's eyes were filled with splendor. Perhaps this 1 year promise would allow her to understand Li Fuchen's potential. If Li Fuchen could really defeat Liao Tianjun 1 year from now, so what if she offended the Liao clan? She didn't care. Seems like I have to work hard too. I cannot be left too far behind by you. Zhao Mingyue said. After the three of them separated, Li Fuchen went to the martial hall. He had 150,000 contribution points now and reckoned that he should be able to redeem a mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique. A mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique required peak-tier, yellow class, body tempering pills to progress quickly. But it didn't matter without pills, it would just slow down the progress. With pills, and a ridiculously high perception and willpower, 1 or 2 years would be enough to reach completion. Without pills, it might take 10 or 20 years to reach completion. If he had extra contribution points, Li Fuchen intended to redeem some yellow class, low-tier sword art manuals. As the saying goes, the higher the level of the martial arts, the higher the requirement for one's foundation. Only with a solid foundation could one cultivate higher-tier martial arts. If not, even if a high-tier martial art was presented to you, you would only be able to learn the basics. Arriving at the martial hall, Li Fuchen first went to the body refinement technique section. Silver Dipper Body, Mystic Class, High-Tier Body Refinement Technique. At completion, 35,000 kilograms of physical strength. 160,000 contribution points. Gold Battle Body, Mystic Class, High-Tier Body Refinement Technique. At completion, 36,000 kilograms of physical strength. 170,000 contribution points. Blood Concealment Body Refinement Art, Profound Level High Rank Body Refinement Art. When cultivated to perfection, one will possess a strength of 40,000 jin. Worth 200,000 contribution points. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen chose the Hidden Blood Body technique. Either he didn't choose, or he chose the strongest. In addition, the hidden blood body refinement technique was slightly less reliant on body tempering pills than other body tempering techniques. Because Li Fuchen was a first-grade inner sect disciple, he had a 30% discount. 200,000 contribution points, he only had to pay 140,000 contribution points. After some consideration, Li Fuchen spent another 2,000 contribution points to redeem 100 yellow class, low-tier sword art manuals. He wanted to see how long it would take for him to train a low-tier yellow class sword technique to the trance stage. 100 sword art manuals? The martial arts Great Hall Elder fumed with rage. Yes. Li Fuchen nodded. Although the foundation is important, you can't be impatient to improve. Otherwise, you will drag down your progress and easily get stuck in a dead end, the martial arts hall elder reminded. Li Fuchen replied seriously, Elder, I understand. I just want to give it a try. The martial arts hall elder didn't say anything and looked at the hidden blood body technique manual. He continued, to cultivate a body tempering technique, it requires a large amount of body tempering pills. If you have demonic beast blood essence, the effects will be even better. Of course, demonic beast blood essence contains evil qi. If you cannot refine the evil qi, consuming it will be harmful. You can give it a try first. Demonic beast blood essence? Li Fuchen raised his brows. He didn't know that demonic beast blood essence could replace body tempering pills. If he knew, he would have gathered enough demonic beast blood essence from the battlefield of Shoshua town. But what Li Fuchen didn't know was that demonic beast blood essence wasn't something that could be easily gathered. Refining demonic beast blood essence was a skill that required one to be at least at the earth realm to barely do it. Exiting the martial arts hall, Li Fuchen headed towards the resource hall. Class 1 demonic beast blood essence, 20,000 gold coins for a small bottle. Class 2 demonic beast blood essence, 200,000 gold coins for a small bottle. Class 3 demonic beast blood essence, 2 million gold coins for a small bottle. Arriving at the resource hall, Li Fuchen saw the price of the demonic beast blood essence. After some understanding, Li Fuchen realized that demonic beast blood essence wasn't expensive at all. All the small bottles were of the same size, with a small bottle containing 100 drops of demonic beast blood essence. A single drop of Class 1 demonic beast blood essence was far more effective than a single mid-tier, yellow class body tempering pill. But a single body tempering pill was worth around 500 gold coins, while a single drop of Class 1 demonic beast blood essence was only 200 gold coins. Class 1 demonic beast blood essence is useless to me. Only Class 2 demonic beast blood essence is useful. Class 2 demonic beast blood essence was far more effective than a high-tier, yellow class dragon tiger pill. It was almost on par with a peak-tier, yellow class body tempering pill. What's more, a single drop was only 2,000 gold coins, it was practically free. Hesitating for a moment, Li Fuchen purchased a small bottle of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence. After a 30% discount, it was 140,000 gold coins. He wanted to see how effective a Class 2 demonic beast blood essence was, and if it really surpassed the dragon tiger pill. Returning to his courtyard, Li Fuchen consumed a drop of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence. Roar! Li Fuchen felt as though he heard the angry roar of a demonic beast. Caught off guard, Li Fuchen's heart started to race. Such an intense evil qi. Li Fuchen was shocked. How could he have known that a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast could only produce 2 to 3 drops of blood essence? Class 2 mid-tier demonic beasts could produce 5 to 6 drops, and Class 2 high-tier demonic beasts could only produce 10 drops. This small bottle of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence was the sum of a few dozen Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts. With so many types of demonic beast blood essence mixed together, the evil qi was unimaginably intense. Those without a firm will shouldn't consume too much of it, or they would go insane and go berserk. After refining a drop of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence, Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. The effect is about 3 times that of the dragon tiger pill. But refining this evil qi requires time, which would delay my cultivation speed. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Laughing bitterly, Li Fuchen muttered to himself, "It is probably because of the evil qi that the demonic beast blood essence is so cheap. Without the evil qi, a small bottle of Class 2 demonic beast blood essence wouldn't be 200,000 gold coins, but 600,000 gold coins. Forget it, I didn't expect to cultivate the hidden blood body technique to the completion stage, as long as I can improve." Li Fuchen only carried the hidden blood body technique for practice, his true focus was still on sword arts. Yellow class sword arts were foundation sword arts. Mystic class sword arts were sword arts that contained mysticism. If one could comprehend a mystic class sword art to the trance stage, one would be able to produce sword intent. A sword art that contained sword intent would be several-fold stronger than a sword art that didn't contain sword intent. Be it speed or power, they would all reach an inconceivable level. On the first day, Li Fuchen took out a yellow class, low-tier sword art manual and started cultivating. 5 days passed. The willow sword art reached the trance stage. On the 6th day, Li Fuchen chose a yellow class, low-tier sword art manual called Casual Cleave. It took him another 5 days to reach the trance stage. Chapter 115. 1 month later, Li Fuchen had cultivated a total of 6 yellow class, low-tier sword arts to the trance stage. This speed was enough to shock the world. Even though yellow class, low-tier sword arts were the most basic of the basic sword arts, they still contained the essence of the sword Dao. Like the horsetail willow sword, it was a soft sword that could be slashed at any time. Within a limited space, it could bring out the full potential of the slash. It wasn't difficult to cultivate a yellow class, low-tier sword art to the sub-perfection stage. But to fuse it with one's own understanding of the sword Dao to reach the trance stage, the difficulty would increase by a few folds or even 10 folds. If one wasn't a prodigy, it would take a month, a year, or even a few years to cultivate a yellow class, low-tier sword art to the trance stage. Those who were slow would never be able to cultivate a yellow class, low-tier sword art to the trance stage. This wasn't something that could be solved with time. In the first month, Li Fuchen cultivated 6 yellow class, low-tier sword arts to the trance stage. In the second month, it was 7. In the third month, it was 9, and in the fourth month, it was 12. The further he progressed, the faster Li Fuchen's comprehension speed became. Split. His body skimmed past the fine iron ore, and in the instant he passed it, Li Fuchen drew his black iron sword. Without even looking, he slashed at the fine iron ore behind him. This slash was much stronger than a regular slash. A hole was formed on the fine iron ore, sending shards of rocks flying. Landing on the ground, he stood straight and slowly sheathed his sword. Li Fuchen let out a breath of turbid air and thought to himself, there are tens of thousands of sword arts, but the core of all of them are the same. It is all about maximizing the speed, skill, and power of the sword art. Another month passed. This month, Li Fuchen cultivated a total of 18 yellow class, low-tier sword arts to the trance stage. It was 6 more than last month. At the same time, Li Fuchen's cultivation naturally broke through to the 5th level of the origin realm. But Li Fuchen knew that his cultivation speed wasn't considered fast. Those prodigies from his batch had already reached the 5th level of the origin realm. Especially Yuan Tian, who had already broken through to the 6th level of the origin realm 2 months ago. Those with superior bone frames would have a greater advantage in the later stages of cultivation. With his astounding perception, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was on par with a 4-star bone frame. But compared to a 5-star bone frame, it was still lacking. According to the Azure Water sect's historical records, 5-star bone frames would normally break through to the Earth realm at the age of 22. 4-star bone frames would normally break through to the Earth realm at the age of 25, a difference of around 3 years. Of course, for the same 4-star bone frame, depending on the difference in perception, the time taken to break through to the Earth realm would be different. The fastest would be at the age of 21 or 22, which was equivalent to a 5-star bone frame. However, the Tsong Lan sect's 5-star bone frame breakthrough record was at the age of 18. This record had not been broken for decades. Li Fuchen had a good attitude. he didn't need to compare himself with others. His only opponent was himself. As long as he surpassed one limit after another, he firmly believed that he would be able to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and look down on the universe. Inner Sect Cafeteria. Senior Brother Yuan, congratulations on defeating Senior Brother Taifeng. Taifeng Shixiang is at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, but he still couldn't withstand 100 moves from Yuan Shixiang. Maybe in less than a year, Yuan Shixiang will become one of the top 10 Inner Sect disciples. At a dining table, 2 Inner Sect disciples were having a meal with Yuan Tian. The two of them were praising Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian's expression didn't change. Defeating Taifeng isn't much. He is just a 3rd-grade Inner Sect disciple. You can't say that. Not everyone can cross 2 levels to defeat Taifeng Shixiang. In the entire Inner Sect, there wouldn't be more than 10 who can do it. That's right. Taifeng Shixiang has been an Inner Sect disciple for more than a decade. He has accumulated a lot of experience and isn't just any regular 8th-level Origin Realm martial artist. Oh right, Yuan Shixiang, have you heard of the Inner Sect disciple named Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun Shixiang having a 1-year appointment? Overestimating himself. Mentioning Li Fuchen, Yuan Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was a prideful person. Losing to Li Fuchen was a thorn in his heart. Every time he thought about it, he would lose control of his mind. The two of them observed Yuan Tian's expression and knew he wasn't happy. One of them mocked Li Fuchen, overestimating himself. Liao Tianjun Shixiang is a 2nd-grade Inner Sect disciple and his cultivation level is 4 levels higher than Li Fuchen. Who does he think he is? Even Sword Maniac Shixiang couldn't cross 4 levels to defeat a 2nd-grade Inner Sect disciple when he was at the Origin Realm. Blindly arrogant will only bring about one's own destruction. The Fengyun stage isn't a good place. The two of them severely belittled Li Fuchen. I hope his injuries aren't too severe on the Fengyun stage. If not, I will lose a lot of fun. Even though he lost to Li Fuchen, Yuan Tian still didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. He had a 5-star bone frame and his cultivation was progressing at a rapid pace. This gap would only get bigger and bigger. In just a few years' time, he and Li Fuchen would no longer have any interactions. After all, he would be an Earthrealm martial artist in a few years' time. Why would an Earthrealm martial artist have any interactions with an Origin Realm martial artist? 7th month, Li Fuchen had comprehended 26 yellow class, low-tier sword arts. Close to 1 sword art a day. At the end of the 8th month, Li Fuchen had redeemed 100 yellow class, low-tier sword arts. All of them had been comprehended to the trance stage. 100 sword arts were created by 100 individuals. It was considered 100 sword arts. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt as though 100 individuals were executing sword arts in his mind. An indescribable thing was growing and growing. Break! In the courtyard, Li Fuchen wielded the black iron sword and with a simple thrust, he thrust at the fine iron ore. Buzz! A mystical chi presence was emitted. This thrust of Li Fuchen's was obviously just a simple thrust, but it gave off a feeling of myriad changes. If someone was to fight with Li Fuchen now, there was a high chance that they would make a mistake in judgment. Crackle! The fine pieces of the fine iron ore sputtered in a spiral shape. A nearly perfect hole appeared on the iron ore that was the height of a human. The sword moves with the heart moves with the sword. With the sword and heart as one, nothing can stop it. Li Fuchen had a flash of enlightenment in his mind. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. Li Fuchen was still immersed in this mystical state. At the start of the 9th month, Li Fuchen began to practice the meteor sword style. Unsure if it was Li Fuchen's illusion, he felt that his meteor sword style had come alive and had its own breath. And even though it was just a single sword move, meteor fall, it had evolved into countless possibilities. Just like a meteor shower, with countless meteors. Each meteor might look similar, but their final destination was entirely different. Pu 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 pu, on the fine iron ore, a stream of light burst forth and holes appeared. Break! As the countless streams of light faded, the last stream of light appeared. The speed of this stream of light had reached a limit. It was so fast that it seemed to be fixed in time. Pop! A beautiful and shocking sound echoed. The fine iron ore was penetrated by the sword. Due to the extreme speed of the sword, it wasn't fine pieces of ore that sputtered, but powder. Chapter 116. Sword Intent. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. In that instant, all the sword arts that he had learnt were infused into Meteor Fall, giving it a unique life force. And this life force was exactly Sword Intent. Of course, this Sword Intent was still very weak, just like a budding seed that had yet to grow. But it was already very strong. Terrifyingly strong. Li Fuchen didn't know that a slight adjustment to the Meteor Fall would allow the sword move to burst out with a power that was several times stronger. It was simply unimaginable. Sword Intent may be the essence of the Sword Dao. A complete Sword Dao contains countless Sword Intents. When all these Sword Intents are fused together, it becomes the ultimate Sword Dao. Li Fuchen's mind flashed with a bold idea. As the days passed, Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall Sword Intent was perfected. With a swing of the blade, without any change in force, the sword speed would at least double. With the same amount of force, the sword speed would increase by at least 3 folds. Middle of the 10th month, on the fake mountain in the middle of the courtyard. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged, his body emitting a fiery chi presence. After 10 months, the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique finally showed signs of a breakthrough. If the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique broke through again, it would be at the 14th rank. No matter what technique, the last 3 ranks were of utmost importance. With every increase in rank, one's combat ability would greatly increase. It was the same for the 13th rank, and even more so for the 14th rank. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Li Fuchen's chi presence was getting increasingly fiery. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen's body suddenly emitted a layer of chi flames. That's right, it was chi flames. Previously, when Li Fuchen's chi was exposed, his chi protection was just like a flame, but it wasn't at the level of chi flames. Now that he had broken through to the 14th rank, his chi had a qualitative change. It was even more significant than advancing from the 4th level to the 5th level of the Origin Realm. Boom! The chi flames intensified by a few folds. Li Fuchen's entire body became a flaming man. The surging chi flames rushed into the sky, blowing away all the debris within a few meters radius. Such a strong burst strength. Li Fuchen's eyes were flashing with passion. He could feel that his burst strength had increased by a few folds. He was now an Origin Realm martial artist and not a Chi Realm martial artist. An Origin Realm martial artist's explosive strength was extremely terrifying. There is less than 2 months left. I wonder how is Li Fuchen's strength progress? The 1-year promise was gradually approaching, and it affected many people's hearts. Among them, Chen Fanghua was the most concerned. If Li Fuchen could really defeat Liao Tianjun, it would prove that Li Fuchen's potential was definitely at the demonic class and not just a normal bone frame. Of course, even if Li Fuchen didn't defeat Liao Tianjun, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen's potential was lacking. After all, Li Fuchen had only been an inner sect disciple for 3 years. Li Fuchen, my grandfather will be watching this match personally. I hope you don't disappoint my grandfather. That day when Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun agreed on the 1-year pact, Zhao Mingyue informed the inner sect Grand Elder, Zhao Tianda about it. Zhao Tianda was interested in Li Fuchen's normal bone frame and decided to take a look himself. In a spacious courtyard in the inner sect. Li Fuchen, wait for your death. Liao Tianjun laughed heartily. Just today, he had broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. At first, he was a little worried that there would be variables. But now, he wasn't worried at all. Even if Li Fuchen were to advance 2 levels in a year, he still had the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. The difference of 3 levels wasn't something that could be easily overcome. Li Fuchen, you shouldn't have offended my Liao clan. Offend me, Liao Tianjun. I will break all your limbs, cripple your dantian, and let you live in agony for the rest of your life. Those who go against my Liao clan will never have a good ending. Liao Tianjun was confident and had a sinister expression on his face. After the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique broke through to the 14th rank, Li Fuchen's absorption speed of heaven and earth energy increased by several folds. It was as though his dantian was hiding a furnace. No matter how much heaven and earth energy entered his body, it would be quickly converted into scarlet fire qi by the furnace. What's more, Li Fuchen could faintly feel a surge of energy being born. This energy was similar to sword intent, but it was more reserved and violent. Li Fuchen knew that this was scarlet fire intent. Mystic class martial arts, when cultivated to the extremity, would give birth to intent. Mystic class sword arts were sword intent. Mystic class fist arts were fist intent. But for mystic class techniques, it was technique intent. In fact, no matter what technique was cultivated or what rank the technique was at, the martial artist would always feel the existence of technique intent. But this technique intent didn't provide any substantial help to the martial artist. Only when a mystic class technique broke through to the highest rank, would the martial artist truly experience the benefits of technique intent. For example, when a cultivation technique was of a low grade or rank, the technique intent was just a fetus. Only when a mystic class technique broke through to the highest rank, would the fetus turn into a human and allow the technique's power to increase exponentially. I wonder what kind of power the 15th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique would have. Li Fuchen had an intense anticipation towards the true Scarlet Fire intent. The Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was a mystic class, mid-tier technique. The Scarlet Fire intent that was born should be much stronger and more fearsome than the Meteor Sword intent. Most importantly, to cultivate a mystic class sword art, it required a certain level of sword Dao foundation. But mystic class techniques didn't have this problem. From the first rank, mystic class techniques were already in the process of developing technique intent. It required a gradual process. On the 11th month, Li Fuchen had complete mastery of the Meteor Sword intent. The advantage of having complete mastery of the Meteor Sword intent was that he could execute the Meteor Sword style as he wished. It wasn't like the beginning where he could only release it but not retract it. Once it was executed, the opponent would surely die. On the 12th month, Li Fuchen broke through from the 5th level of the Origin Realm to the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Originally, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. The Origin Realm, each level was harder than the previous. At the Origin Realm, other than the 4-star and 5-star bone frames, no one could break this rule. Especially Li Fuchen, who had a normal bone frame. Luckily, Li Fuchen's perception made up for his lack of bone frame. After becoming an inner sect disciple for less than 3 years, his Scarlet Mystic Flame technique broke through from the 9th rank to the 14th rank. The increase in rank of his technique was the same as increasing his bone frame star grade in a short period of time. At least it was so up until now. But Li Fuchen knew that his cultivation speed was closely related to the increase in rank of his technique. When the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was at the highest rank, it wouldn't take long before he would need to switch to a higher rank technique. If he didn't have a higher level cultivation method for him to display his skills, then his cultivation speed would gradually slow down. By the time those who had better bone frames than him cultivated their profound level middle tier cultivation method to the highest realm, his cultivation speed would be several times slower than them, maybe even 10 times slower. Without bone frame, the path of perception was destined to be a path of improvement. Chapter 117. 1 year was up and it was the appointed time for Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun. On this day, there were plenty of inner sect disciples gathered around the Fengyan stage. Most of them were here to spectate the duel between Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun. There was also a small portion who came to spectate the duels of other inner sect disciples. The Fengyan stage was a square platform made of white jade. It was 10 meters tall and 100 meters long. It was rumored that the Fengyan stage was reinforced with a sturdy array. Even an Earthrealm martial artist wouldn't be able to damage it. On the Fengyan stage, 2 inner sect disciples were in the midst of a duel. Zhou Xiaotian, you snatched my childhood sweetheart. I will not let you live under the same sky as me. Today, either you or I will be crippled. Zhang Xiaohai, do you think you are worthy of Wang Li Shimi? Since you don't know your place, then I shall let you know what it means to have no way out. The battle between the two inner sect disciples was extremely intense. The inner sect disciple named Zhang Xiaohai had blood on his cheek, which was left with a cut. Die! Zhang Xiaohai's sword presence burst forth as he used the soaring sword style to attack the inner sect disciple named Zhou Xiaotian. This soaring sword style was obviously at the completion stage. In a single move, the sword light was erratic and chilling, as though dozens of swords were attacking Zhou Xiaotian at the same time. Zhang Xiaohai, no wonder you dared to challenge me. It turns out that you have cultivated the soaring heavens sword skill to near major completion. Unfortunately, my soaring cloud killing slash is also near major completion. Break for me. Zhou Xiaotian let out a long howl as his sword light was like a waterfall, piercing through the sky and slicing apart Zhang Xiaohai's sword presence. Kacha! An arm fell off and was turned into a mist of blood by the sword light. Ah! Zhang Xiaohai let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. He looked at Zhou Xiaotian with a twisted expression. Zhou Xiaotian's cultivation level was higher than his by 1 level. He thought that with his sword skills at the completion stage, he would be able to fight with Zhou Xiaotian to a draw. This was the result he wanted. As for defeating Zhou Xiaotian, he didn't have much confidence. But the heavens were blind and couldn't even fulfill this small wish of his. Pointing his black iron sword at Zhang Xiaohai, Zhou Xiaotian laughed sinisterly, "Don't think I will let you off just because you lost an arm. Don't worry, I will slowly sever your tendons and cripple your dantian. Then you will never be able to cultivate again." Before going on the Fengyan stage, both sides had signed the Fengyan agreement. If the opponent wasn't killed, the loser would be dealt with. For the Feng Tian, there Reverence Tian and Li Fengyun and Li Fuchen, the Fengyan stage was Tian had was. Of course, the other party had to agree first. If the other party did not agree, no one could force him to go up. Feng of Xiao Xiao Futian. With a shake of the black iron sword, Zhou Xiaotian cut off one of Zhang Xiaohai's tendons. Zhang Xiaohai's face turned pale from the pain, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. "Senior brother Zhou, forget it. He is already half crippled and will no longer have the ability to challenge you in the future." Below the stage, a pretty female inner sect disciple with a round but said lightly, "Since junior sister Wang Li has spoken, I will let you go. Zhang Xiaohai, take revenge on me in your next life." Huh. Zhou Xiaotian laughed and jumped off the Fengyan stage in high spirits. Zhang Xiaohai's eyes dimmed and he was sent off by an inner sect deacon. What a pity. His childhood friend was snatched away, and his arm and leg tendons were severed. His life is basically over. How can the Fengyan stage be taken lightly? Between the two of them, one will be crippled. That childhood sweetheart of his is really something. She actually got together with Zhou Xiaotian. I heard that someone saw them doing it in the woods. That butt is so white and big. Is there such a thing? When Zhou Xiaotian is bored, we might have a chance to play. The inner sect disciples below the stage were gossiping, and their words were filthy. Although the duel was over, most people didn't leave. This caused those who didn't know to look at each other in dismay. There was still a duel on the Fengyan stage? That was the only explanation. Senior brother, who will be fighting on the Fengyan stage next? One of them couldn't help but ask. The inner sect disciple who was questioned replied with astonishment, "Don't you know? Today is the day of Liao Tianjun Shixiang and Li Fuchen's duel. They should be here soon." Liao Tianjun Shixiang. TSK, I heard that Liao Tianjun Shixiang progressed to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. This Li Fuchen is overestimating himself. Interesting. First it was Zhang Xiaohai, now it is Li Fuchen. These two are destined to be tragic characters. Almost no one thought highly of Li Fuchen, as the difference was too great. Zhang Xiaohai and Zhou Xiaotian were only one level apart, yet he lost an arm and a leg tendon. Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun were at least 4 levels apart. They didn't think that Li Fuchen could advance 2 levels within a year. Wang Li shimmy, there are too many reckless people these days. I thought there was only one Zhang Xiaohai this year, who would have thought there would be another Li Fuchen? Zhou Xiaotian couldn't help but sneer when he found out about the duel between Liao Tianjun and Li Fuchen. The female inner sect disciple named Wang Li said, I heard that this Li Fuchen once defeated Yuan Tian in the outer sect and became the outer sect's #1 disciple. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve. Zhou Xiaotian secretly caressed Wang Li's butt and was rewarded with a roll of her eyes. He grinned and said, times have changed. I admit that he is strong in the same realm, but that is the Qi realm. Now that he is at the origin realm, everything is different. Let alone the fact that he isn't a match for Liao Tianjun, even if it is Yuan Tian, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for him. Yuan Tian was a 5-star bone frame after all. News of him spread very quickly. 4 months ago, Yuan Tian had already progressed to the 7th level of the origin realm. He was probably not far from the 8th level of the origin realm. It seems like this Li Fuchen is overestimating himself. Wang Li was speechless. She didn't understand why there were so many people who didn't know their own limits. Zhang Xiaohai was like this, Li Fuchen was like this. Look, Liao Tianjun is here. Liao Hailong is here too. That is Elder Liao Tianyun, right? Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw 3 people walking over from not far away. They were Liao Tianjun, Liao Hailong, and a middle-aged man who was about 50 years old. He looked similar to Liao Tianjun and was an inner sect elder. Liao Tianyun, inner sect elder, 2nd level of the heaven realm. Uncle Tianjun, on the Fengyun stage, don't hold back. Liao Hailong spoke viciously. Liao Tianjun gave a conceited smile, don't worry, I won't hold back. Those who offend my Liao clan shall all go to hell. This Li Fuchen, I will let him have a taste of the most terrifying things in this world. I will let him live in fear and inferiority for the rest of his life, living in the shadow of our Liao clan. At the side, the imposing Liao Tianyun said, do not harm his life, in case he brings trouble to the Liao clan. Father, I know. Liao Tianjun nodded. Why isn't this Li Fuchen here yet? Could he be afraid and regretting it? It isn't impossible. Since he didn't sign the contract, it doesn't count. If that is the case, I will mock him every time I see him. Chapter 118. Li Shidi, although I know you have absolute confidence and certainty, but on the Fengyun stage, anything can happen. Do not be careless. Chen Fenghua reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded, even a lion will use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Chen Shiji, don't worry. A lion fighting a rabbit. Chen Fenghua didn't know why, but when she heard this, she immediately relaxed. Liao Tianjun, you're really pitiful. Of all the people you could have offended, you just had to offend junior brother Li, Chen Fenghua thought to herself. Li Fuchen's arrival caused the atmosphere to explode. Everyone looked at Li Fuchen with eyes that were rejoicing in his misfortune. 6th level of the origin realm. What capabilities does this Li Fuchen have to actually advance to the 6th level of the origin realm? One of the inner sect disciples sensed and exclaimed. What? 6th level of origin realm? Hearing this, all the inner sect disciples released their qi. He is indeed at the 6th level of the origin realm. This is impossible. He is just a normal bone frame. Isn't his cultivation speed too fast? It is comparable to a 4-star bone frame. He must have taken some forbidden medicine for this duel. That's right, he must have taken a forbidden medicine. This kind of forbidden medicine has great side effects. In the next 3 to 5 years, he can forget about advancing again. So what if he is at the 6th level of the origin realm? Liao Tianjun Shixiang is at the 9th level of the origin realm, which is 3 levels higher than him. Even though Li Fuchen's advancement to the 6th level of the Origin Realm shocked everyone, no one thought that Li Fuchen could defeat Liao Tianjun. Everyone believed that Li Fuchen must have consumed an exorbitant amount of forbidden medicine. A dog dares to challenge Liao Tianjun. He's simply courting death, Fang Lihai sneered from within the crowd. Li Fuchen is too rash. It was unknown when Gao Changtian and Wu Qingmei had arrived near the storm platform. Gao Changtian sighed. He was very clear what kind of place the wind cloud platform was. Only one of them could walk down, the other had to be carried down. No matter where he is always the center of attention. This kind of man is really rare. A seed was planted in Wu Qingmei's heart. This seed seemed to be showing signs of germination. Yuan Shixiang, how many moves do you think Li Fuchen can withstand? On the east side of the storm platform, a small group of people was extremely eye-catching. The center of this group of people was Yuan Tian. No matter where a 5-star bone frame was, he would be the center of attention and was like the sun in the sky. In fact, if Li Fuchen had a 5-star bone frame, there wouldn't be so much criticism. Fang Lihai and Liao Hailong wouldn't have offended Li Fuchen. One had to know that any 5-star bone frame was the sect's wealth. Whoever dared to touch a 5-star bone frame was equivalent to touching the sect's foundation. Let alone the main city's city lord, even the Liao clan's upper echelons would come to question them. Yuan Tian sized up Li Fuchen and noticed that Li Fuchen was at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. He then said, "You will lose within 100 moves." From the start, he was certain that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand 20 moves, and this was already overestimating him. But Li Fuchen breaking through to the 6th level of the Origin Realm surprised him. In his heart, he wasn't so sure anymore. 100 moves? Senior brother Yuan overestimates him. I think 10 moves is more like it. Senior brother Yuan must have his reasons for saying this. Don't embarrass yourself. Just as they were talking, a figure swept onto the storm platform. Li Fuchen, get your ass up here. Liao Tianjun shouted. Liao Tianjun, are you in such a hurry to die? Li Fuchen had a sarcastic expression. With a flash, he too skimmed onto the storm platform. What a sharp mouth you have. I will make you cry later. Liao Tianjun laughed sinisterly. I wonder who will be the one crying later. Li Fuchen retaliated. It was fine if Li Fuchen didn't retaliate. But once he did, everyone found him an eyesore and felt that he was too arrogant. Those who originally had some sympathy for him immediately changed their stance and supported Liao Tianjun. They hoped that Liao Tianjun could torture Li Fuchen and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. On the storm platform, an inner sect deacon appeared. He frowned and seemed to find Li Fuchen an eyesore as well. Taking out a demonic beast pelt scroll, he said, "Will the two of you please sign your names? Once you sign, there are no other rules except for not killing the other party. Before you sign, you may reconsider." No need to reconsider, I will sign. Liao Tianjun signed his name on the spot. What about you? The inner sect deacon looked at Li Fuchen with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Of course I will sign. Picking up the brush, Li Fuchen signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Keeping the demonic beast pelt scroll, the inner sect deacon announced, "The storm duel shall officially begin. Both of you, do your best." Finishing his statement, he turned and jumped off the storm platform. Boom! Hearing the announcement, the atmosphere in the audience heated up again. Mingyue, is this the Li Fuchen you mentioned? His cultivation progress isn't bad, but he is too high profile. His temperament is questionable. On a small hill not far away, an elder stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him was an absolute beauty. Grandfather, don't be prejudiced by your first impression. I am sure that Li Fuchen isn't any inferior to a 5-star bone frame. The absolute beauty was Zhao Mingyue. She didn't agree with the elder's evaluation and argued. You are too confident. The elder laughed lightly. Humph, just you wait and see. Zhao Mingyue was a little angry. Don't tell me you have fallen for him. As though he thought of something, the elder got nervous. He didn't wish for his granddaughter to get together with a normal bone frame. The bone frame was related to the inheritance of the bloodline. If the parents had a decent bone frame, the child's bone frame wouldn't be too bad either. If the parents had a terrible bone frame, the child's bone frame would be terrible too. His granddaughter had a 4-star purine bone frame. Such a bone frame wasn't inferior to a 5-star bone frame. "Grandfather, what did you say?" Zhao Mingyue was annoyed. "Mingyue, tell me seriously. Do you like him?" The elder had a serious expression and even had a trace of strictness. Zhao Mingyue hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "That's good." The faintly discernible aura on the old man's body dissipated, and he once again returned to his previous calm and leisurely appearance. On the storm platform, Li Fuchen and Liao Tianjun stood 20 meters apart. Grinning, Liao Tianjuan's imposing body exploded with a terrifying qi presence. This qi presence was like a storm that engulfed Li Fuchen. Without waiting for Li Fuchen to react, Liao Tianjun roared, "Earth Scares Sword Style." The Earth Scares Sword Style was an extremely cruel sword style. As long as a wound was made on anyone's body, the vicious sword force would invade the body and destroy the meridians and blood vessels, causing the opponent to be in excruciating pain. When the sword was brandished, a distorted and sharp light appeared in the air. The sharp light was like a swimming fish and was extremely agile. The Earth Scares Sword Qi actually appeared. Liao Tianjun Shixiang has cultivated the Earth Scares Sword style to the completion stage. How sad. Li Fuchen probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blade. He was so arrogant before the duel, but now he is probably kneeling and begging for mercy. Chapter 119. To reach the completion stage for a mystic class, low-tier sword art was extremely difficult. Even Liao Tianjun, a second-grade inner sect disciple with a 3-star bone frame, spent close to a decade to achieve it. Of course, there were even more second-grade inner sect disciples who spent 10 years and still couldn't reach the completion stage for a mystic class, low-tier sword art. Most of them were stuck at the threshold of the completion stage. Earth Scares Sword Style? Li Fuchen was slightly surprised. The Earth Scares Sword style was considered one of the hardest mystic class, low-tier sword arts to cultivate. Who would have thought that Liao Tianjun could actually cultivate it to the completion stage and had a perception that exceeded a regular 3-star bone frame? What a pity! Li Fuchen shook his head. If he had merely broken through to the 6th level of the origin realm, he might not be a match for Liao Tianjun. But now, even 2 Liao Tianjuans wouldn't be a match for him. Meteor fall. The black iron sword was unsheathed and a stream of light appeared. Then it froze and no longer moved. In the next moment, there was a burst of blinding sparks. Liao Tianjun felt as though he was struck by lightning and his black iron sword almost flew out of his hand. His entire body leaned back and retreated. Everything happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, Liao Tianjun was still in control of the arena. But in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying. The crowd couldn't even see how Li Fuchen made his move, they could only see the sparks and the flashes of light. Such a fast and terrifying blade. The crowd was flabbergasted. This was too much. Liao Tianjun was at the 9th level of the origin realm, but he couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. Those who were certain that Li Fuchen couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen now felt their faces hurting, as though they were slapped 100 times. This! Gao Changtian was flabbergasted. At the side, Wu Qingmei's eyes were wide open and forgot to breathe. In her mind, she kept replaying the scene of that blade and Li Fuchen's confident look. So he wasn't bragging. Liao Tianjun was courting death by challenging him. How is this possible? Zhou Xiaotian exclaimed. Wang Li, who was beside him, looked as though she saw a ghost. Zhou Xiaotian was formidable, but compared to Liao Tianjun, he was still lacking. Liao Tianjun couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen and was forced to retreat. Impossible, how is this possible? He must be cheating. Below the stage, Liao Hailong was in a daze, unable to believe what he was seeing. 1 year ago, Li Fuchen was only slightly stronger than him. 1 year later, his uncle Liao Tianjun couldn't even withstand a single blade from Li Fuchen. This was a huge blow to him, and his martial Dao confidence had collapsed. Seeing his son being repelled by a single blade from Li Fuchen, Liao Tianyun narrowed his eyes and had a gloomy expression. Damn it! Why is this Liao Tianjun so useless? Fong Lihai cursed in his heart. At the same time, he hated Li Fuchen even more. As the Mountain Sea City's young city lord, he was humiliated by Li Fuchen. Not only was he unable to take revenge, but he had to watch Li Fuchen prosper. It was truly unbearable for him. Well done, junior brother Li Chen. Fenghua's emotions were extremely agitated and complicated. In just a short span of a year, Li Fuchen didn't just surpass Liao Tianjun, even she didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. Such a talented individual was rarely seen in the entire Zhanglan sect. Grandfather, what do you think? I told you he isn't a normal person. Zhao Mingyue was also shocked by this result, as it was out of her expectations. After being shocked, she couldn't help but speak to the veteran beside her. The veteran slowly let out a breath. 6th level of the Origin Realm, physical strength exceeding 20,000 kilograms, Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique at the 14th rank, Meteor Sword Style at the Perfection stage. Such a perception is definitely not a normal person. But most importantly, his grasp of timing is one level higher than the other inner sect disciples. He can find the flaw of the Earth Scare's sword style in a split second. What? The Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique is at the 14th rank? Last time he was at the 13th rank? Zhao Mingyue's red lips slightly opened. She didn't have the eyesight of a Heaven Realm martial artist, hence she couldn't see much. This child's perception is comparable to Sword Maniac. But now, Sword Maniac has a 4-star bone frame and he doesn't. If the veteran knew that Li Fuchen's Meteor Sword style wasn't at the Perfection stage, but at the Trance stage, he wouldn't have said this. Back when Sword Maniac was at the 6th level of the Origin Realm, he didn't even reach the Trance stage for a Mystic class, Low-tier Sword style and Comprehend Sword Intent. On the Fengyun stage, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. With his opponent's ability, he couldn't even force out his sword intent. Why would he give chase? That's right, he didn't use his sword intent for that Meteor Fall move. Hence to outsiders, Meteor Fall was only at the Perfection stage. Li Fuchen had his own considerations for doing this. He had plenty of enemies now, and it was inevitable that he would be ambushed. Hence, it was necessary to keep some trump cards. Once his trump cards were exposed, there wouldn't be any chance of a comeback. He didn't wish for such a thing to happen. If I use my sword intent, I can even kill 2 Liao Tianjuans in an instant. Li Fuchen thought to himself. There was a huge difference between using sword intent or not. The presence of sword intent was enough to double the speed of Meteor Fall and amplify its firepower by at least 3 times. In the face of absolute speed, any technique or power wasn't worth mentioning. A single strike was a sure kill. A pity that he couldn't use it and didn't need to. Bastard, what did you do just now? After retreating over 10 steps, Liao Tianjun finally stopped his retreating momentum. He lifted his head and asked with a questioning expression. You aren't a match for me. It is not too late to back out now. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't want to fight to the death with the Liao clan. Hence, he was willing to give his opponent a chance to retreat. Dream on. Don't be too arrogant. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Liao Tianjun was infuriated. A pill that was hidden in his mouth was suddenly crushed. In the next moment, an extremely violent energy surged out. The intensity of his qi presence was increased by at least 30%. What is going on? Liao Tianjun Shixiang's qi presence got stronger. Did he conceal his ability? I knew it. How could Li Fuchen be a match for Liao Tianjun? Liao Tianjun Shixiang must have been careless. Everyone suddenly realized. Something isn't right. Chen Fenghua frowned. Liao Tianjuan's qi presence was formidable, but it didn't seem like it was cultivated by himself. Half-mystic class pill, qi burst pill. Such audacity! Beside Zhao Mingyue, the veteran frowned. Grandfather, he is violating the rules of the Fengyun stage. Why aren't you going to stop him? Zhao Mingyue asked. On the Fengyun stage, no external force was allowed. If not, the Fengyun stage's basic fairness would be gone. The veteran shook his head. Let's wait and see. This kid shouldn't be so simple, right? He was prepared to make a move at the crucial moment. If Li Fuchen couldn't stop Liao Tianjun, then Li Fuchen wouldn't be worthy of his attention. Little bastard, lie down. The Qi Burst pill was a half-mystic class pill. One pill was worth 70,000 gold coins. At first, he thought his father was making a big fuss. Now that he thought about it, his father was indeed wise. As long as he could win, who cared about the process? Mixed with a horrific qi presence, Liao Tianjun slashed at Li Fuchen again. The violent sword presence was like the sharpest storm that could cut through anything. Chapter 120. A medicinal pill that increases true qi. Li Fuchen frowned. This seemed to violate the rules of the storm platform, but since the inner sect deacon in charge of the storm platform did not say anything, he obviously could not say anything. Woo woo woo, when it was 10 meters away from Li Fuchen, the distorted Earth Scare's sword qi suddenly flew out from the sword. True qi was released. After swallowing the explosive qi pill, Liao Tianjun reached the level of true qi externalization and could kill people from a distance. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and changed his footsteps before vanishing without a trace. Low-tier profound level leg art, shadowless kick. Clang clang clang. The twisted sword qi brushed past the ground and exploded into a layer of pale white sparks. Do you think you can escape? Liao Tianjun grinned hideously as he swung his sword again and again. Streams of earth-scarred sword qi were like swimming fishes, covering a radius of 10 meters. This 10-meter area was undoubtedly a death zone. Anyone who was weaker than him would be sliced into a bloody mess by the numerous sword qis. Li Fuchen's footwork was extremely fast. It was as though his entire body was weightless. He turned into a ghostly shadow and shuttled around the Fengyun stage. The Earth Scare's sword qi that was like a swimming fish was unable to get close to him. Liao Tianjuan's face darkened. Do you only know how to run? Coward! How could he not see that Li Fuchen's leg art had probably reached the perfection stage? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge so many Earth Scare's sword qi. Escape? That might not be the case. Li Fuchen made a turn in mid-air and took 3 consecutive steps on the ground. Like a wisp of green smoke, he passed through a large amount of Earth Scare's sword qi and instantly appeared on the left side of Liao Tianjun. Liao Tianjun was distracted by Li Fuchen's footwork and his reaction was slightly slower. However, Liao Tianjun was quite formidable. At the crucial moment, his body spun like a spinning top, and he used the ultimate move of the Earth-Scarred sword technique, Heaven Crippling, Earth-Scarred. Woo 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 woo, his body was like a giant top that was spinning violently. At the same time, streaks of arc-shaped sword qi were shot in all directions. Li Fuchen was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. He had to swing his sword to neutralize the streaks of sword qi. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen was forced to retreat more than 10 meters away. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Gale's Swift Sword. Liao Tianjun let out a furious roar and changed his sword stance from Earth Scarcity to Hurricane Swift Sword. Even though the Hurricane Swift Sword was only a yellow-class peak-tier sword art, it wasn't as profound as the Earth Scare's sword art, and its power was far from being comparable to the Earth Scare's sword art. Its advantage lay in its speed. Not only was it fast, it was ferocious as well. It was like a violent gust of wind, unstoppable. Li Fuchen is going to lose. Below the stage, someone couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen's footwork was indeed incredible and could easily dodge the Earth Scare's sword qi. But when Liao Tianjun executed the violent wind-quick sword, the space for Li Fuchen to dodge was shrunk by a few folds. Don't even mention a human, even a bird wouldn't be able to dodge. The dense sword chi swept over, and the range was so wide that it almost covered half of the storm platform. Since I can't use my sword intent, this is the only way. Withdrawing the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and revolving the Wind Shadow steps, Li Fuchen lightly leapt forward like an arrow leaving the bow. In a split second, he flew a few dozen meters away. That speed was simply unheard of and wasn't something a regular Origin Realm martial artist could achieve. How could it be so fast? Everyone was shocked by Li Fuchen's speed. I don't believe you can dodge all of my attacks. Liao Tianjun went berserk and poured all of his chi into the black iron sword. The density of the sword chi increased once again. At the same time, Liao Tianjuan's left hand would occasionally send out punches. The violent fist force enveloped Li Fuchen. With the fist force in front and the concentrated sword chi behind, if it was anyone else, even if it was a first-grade inner sect disciple at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, they wouldn't be able to dodge and would have to face it head-on. But Li Fuchen wasn't one of them. Completely disregarding the inertia of extreme speed, Li Fuchen lightly tapped on the ground with his feet and flew backwards. Not only did he dodge the fist force, he even leapt over the sword chi. If this was it, it would have been fine. After leaping over the sword chi, Li Fuchen used his left hand to suck on the ground. Under the violent suction force, Li Fuchen's speed shot through the air and landed on the ground in an instant. But this time, he was head down and legs up. Tapping the black iron sword on the ground, Li Fuchen flipped his body and landed behind Liao Tianjun like he was juggling. From start to finish, Li Fuchen gave off a feeling that he was defying the laws of nature and gravity. It was as though nature couldn't restrain him any longer. Is he still a human? Is he a monster? Everyone was in a daze. They never thought that a human's body could perform such high speed and difficult movements. It was simply challenging the limits of their vision. Wind Shadow steps at the perfection stage, Shadowless leg at the perfection stage. This child is rather interesting. The veteran's eyes shrunk. He couldn't help but admit that Li Fuchen's perception was definitely at the heaven-defying class. Not only did he cultivate his sword arts to the highest rank, his light body technique and leg arts were also ridiculously high. If a regular person could achieve any one of them, they would be proud. You have lost. Without waiting for Liao Tianjun to turn around, Li Fuchen placed his sword on his opponent's throat. Liao Tianjuan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Lost? When did I lose?" Pang! Liao Tianjun suddenly punched at Li Fuchen's chest. Even with his 20,000 kilograms of physical strength and astounding physical defense, Li Fuchen couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. Despicable. Chen Fenghua cursed. Shameless. Zhao Mingyue couldn't hold back her anger. Li Fuchen had already let him off, but he didn't expect Liao Tianjun to not admit defeat and sneak attack Li Fuchen instead. Li Fuchen, don't pretend to be righteous. Do you really think it is hard for you to defeat me? On the Fengyun stage, other than killing, there are no other rules. It is impossible for you to win without a fight. Now lie down. Don't worry, I will only chop off your limbs. I will preserve your dantian for you. Liao Tianjun followed up with the Earth Scare's sword style to envelop Li Fuchen. I was too careless. Li Fuchen sighed. Liao Tianjun knew that Li Fuchen didn't dare to kill him, hence he was unrestrained. Li Fuchen had underestimated his opponent's shamelessness. At such a close distance, he couldn't even execute his body technique in time. After all, the radius of the fist force was too wide. Unless he could instantaneously shift, there was nothing he could do. Li Fuchen, who was sent flying while vomiting blood, took a deep breath and rushed into the sky. Since you aren't willing to admit defeat, then don't blame me. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold glow. The combination of the wind shadow steps and shadowless leg wasn't just this. Body like the wind, wind like a shadow, shadow without a trace. At this moment, Li Fuchen showed everyone what a light body technique was and what it meant to surpass the limits of one's vision. In just a few blinks of the eye, Li Fuchen was behind Liao Tianjun again. His speed was even faster than before. Liao Tianjun didn't expect the injured Li Fuchen to be even faster. But he wasn't worried in his heart. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen would dare to offend the Liao clan and hurt him. But he underestimated Li Fuchen's determination. With a flash of light, Li Fuchen pierced Liao Tianjuan's left arm. With a spin of the black iron sword, with a flick, a huge arm flew into the sky and blood rained down. Ah!